Good morning. Can everybody hear me? I don't see everyone's faces. I have just some blank screen. So there we go. All right.
Ready to go.
Perfect. So good morning and welcome to our third meeting for the Legislative Committee on Energy. And welcome to all those who will be presenting online and by phone. Please be sure to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to minimize any background noise. If you are like me, you are multitasking today, being the first day of school here in Clark County. So I know parents may need to step away as they're helping their children through some things today. Our committee policy analyst is going to call the roll today. Ms. Thomas, would you call the roll for us?
Senator Brooks,
Here.
Senator Hammond,
I am here and getting my coat now. Thanks, Chris.
Senator Spearman,
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters,
Here.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Here.
and Chairman Romarino.
I am here. Minutes for our meeting are produced in a summary format and are not verbatim. Meeting materials can be accessed on the committee's website. Anyone who would like to receive an electronic notification of and access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and the final report can do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislative website. There will be a public comment period at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. And due to time constraints, I will take up to approximately 45 minutes of public comment at the beginning of this meeting. An additional opportunity will be for a public comment at the end. However, I will be limiting each public comment to 2 minutes per speaker. For those making public comment or testifying before the committee, please clearly state and spell out your first and last name and the organization that you represent, if any. Each time you speak, please restate your name for the record. With this new format, I want the public to know that they may participate and provide public comment in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on our meeting agenda. You may call in, and our call-in number is 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 967-7890-0086, and then you'll need to hit pound. You can email your comments to us at energy@lcb.state.nv.us. You may also mail your comments to the Energy Committee at the Research Division at 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701, or fax your comments to 775-684-6600. All public comments submitted to our committee via email will be made part of the official records. And again, I understand that this is an unusual way to conduct business. I think we're all becoming pretty professional with these virtual meetings over the last few months. As chair, and I'm speaking for my committee members, we apologize for having to reschedule this meeting numerous times. And as we kicked off this morning, our platform was not working and we thought we might have to reschedule again. But as luck would have it, things did come together. So with that, I appreciate your patience with the rescheduling of meetings, and I truly appreciate your patience with us today. We have a very long agenda because of our inability to meet through COVID or special session, trying to pack a lot into one day, and I apologize for that. So with that, let's get to work. We will go to our next agenda item, which is item number 2, public comment. If there's anyone wishing to make public comment at this time, you can dial in now. For all of our, again, we'll just be doing the 45 minutes at the beginning and 2 minutes per caller. And broadcast staff, do we have anyone in the waiting room to make public comment?
Hello, this is Joey with Broadcast and Production Services. I will ask the caller with the last three digits 059. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to do your testimony. You may unmute yourself by pressing *6 now.
Hi, this is Kristen Averett, Kristenaveryt, for the record. I'm a state climate policy coordinator and a research professor at UNLV. On behalf of David Bobzian, the director of the Governor's Office of Energy, and Bradley Kroll, the director of the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, we'd like to thank this committee for all of the work you've done and everything you're doing now to develop policies that will help us to address climate change. This morning, Governor Sisolak announced the launch of his State of Nevada Climate Initiative, or the NCI. The NCI is the home of climate action for our state, and its mission is to ensure a healthy, vibrant, climate-resilient future for Nevada. The governor's climate initiative could not come at a better time. Right now, Las Vegas is on track to break the record of 65 consecutive days over 100 degrees. Last week, one of the record highest temperatures ever seen on our planet of 130 degrees was recorded in Death Valley. Over 20,000 acres of land has burned in our state and nearly 1 million across the West in the last several weeks. And last week, Reno experienced its 5th worst day of air quality ever. These record-breaking extreme events are what scientists have warned us would happen with climate change, and it's precisely why we need to take action now. As part of the NCI and per Governor Sisolak's Executive Order 2019-22, we are developing the first state climate strategy. The strategy will include multiple components, but the centerpiece is an analysis of 25 specific policies that could help our state achieve our emission reduction targets. Today, we're launching the stakeholder engagement process that will inform the strategy and lay the groundwork for future action under the NCI. Through our new website, climateaction.nv.gov, Nevadans can register to participate in a series of virtual climate listening sessions and fill out a climate survey that was developed in partnership with experts at UNLV. We would be happy to provide briefings with more detail about the strategy and to answer any questions you might have. Thank you, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, and to the committee for all the work, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller, can the caller with the last three digits of 377 please slowly state and spell your name for the record? You have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself now. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Jana Moan. It's JAINAMOAN, and I'm the External Affairs Director and Climate Action Lead for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. Good morning, Chairman Ro Moreno and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my public comment today. The mission of the Nature Conservancy is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. And today, we look forward to hearing the presentation from the Division of Minerals and the Bureaus of Mines and Geology listed in Agenda Item 7 regarding the potential to convert existing mines into clean energy resources. The Nature Conservancy is exploring the same opportunity with our Mining the Sun program. 2 years ago, the Conservancy partnered with the Nevada Mining Association to support a change to the Nevada Administrative Code that added renewable energy development and storage as an allowable productive post-mining use of the land. The change to the MAC, Section 519A070, was adopted by the State Environmental Commission in July 2018. While this is a seemingly small change, we felt it was an important one for advocating efforts to site renewables on mine lands. Since that time, at the Conservancy, we have worked to better understand the potential of Nevada's minelands and brownfields to support renewable energy generation and transmission. Last year, TNC partnered with the Rocky Mountain Institute in Boulder, Colorado, to compile data sets for an online GIS map tool. The map tool estimates solar, wind, and geothermal potential for mineland and brownfield sites in Nevada and can estimate distance from those sites to existing transmission. In addition to our map tool, we have conducted interviews and listening sessions with stakeholders from the mining, utility, and renewable development industries and with land management agencies to help us understand what the barriers and challenges are to developing renewable energy on these sites. We appreciate the efforts of Nevada state agencies to examine these opportunities too. We are happy to share resources and we offer our support for advancing renewable deployment on minelands and brownfields in Nevada. And thank you to this committee for hearing a presentation on this important issue today.
Thank you.
Thank you. May the next caller with the last three digits 440, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please press *6 now to unmute. You may begin. Once again, may the caller with the last three digits of 440, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Scott Fullerton, Fullerton. I'm with the Operating Engineers Local Union number 3. I'm calling in regards to items 13, 14, and 15. We strongly support the Utah plan for funding Nevada's highways. With the current state of our highways and the slow funding and the upcoming shortages, we believe that this plan is a step in the right direction to help resolve Nevada's highway issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next caller with the last three digits of 520. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute. You may begin now.
Good morning. My name is Lina Tanner, Lina Tanner. I serve as General Counsel for Energy Optimization Services, a Nevada-based company. EOS provides state-of-the-art antimicrobial lighting technology which kills pathogens without harming human health and well-being. I'm going to start by making 2 significant claims that some might find wild. First, EOS has the best sanitization products on the market. And second, these products are the least expensive sanitization product available. These products are the most effective because they can be safely used while humans are present. When you wash your hands and then touch something dirty, you have to wash your hands again. The same is true with manually cleaning a room. You can clean it, but when someone enters and coughs, it's dirty again. Our antimicrobial lighting is EPA approved, patented technology and used safely for nearly a decade by customers such as Duke University, UCLA, New York State Department of Health. It is as if the room is continually washing its hands. Our LED fixtures are the most cost-effective solution today because they're fully automated. You simply turn on the lights. They can thus reduce the cost of the intensified COVID-related sanitization protocols. This brief overview today on how EOS can benefit the state of Nevada's budget is related to SCR1 passed in 2019. We know that energy efficiency upgrades can save the state significant amounts of money, but we also know that a statewide audit and resulting upgrades must be paid for. It's understandable that the first reaction would be to put these audits on the back burner, but what if both concerns can be addressed simultaneously? We believe we can with the right LED products. This is a compelling opportunity for the state to save a significant amount of money on its utility bills and at the same time to assist with sanitized safe spaces in its buildings. EOS has manufactured state-of-the-art LED technology that could routinely save clients anywhere between 50 to 90% of the energy used by any fluorescent tube it replaces. EOS is the only company in the nation that builds LED light fixtures to order without intervening distribution models. So the technology we offer is 2 to 3 generations better than any other technology on the market today and significantly less expensive than comparable products. Our antimicrobial lighting uses the same next generation LED technology. This lighting would be a powerful addition to the state sanitizing and protection protocols to reduce the spread of COVID-19. It would serve as an example that our Nevada businesses could emulate. I highly recommend that the state consider a pilot of EOS services antimicrobial lighting in a facility to see these benefits in action. Thank you for your service to our great state, especially during this extremely challenging time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next caller with the last three digits of 150. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 to unmute. You may begin now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alexis Motorix with the Nevada Chapter AGC. That's ALEXIS MOTAREX. We are here today in support of the adoption of the road user charge as a means to generate sufficient revenue for the highway fund. We need a wholesale change now to how we generate revenue to both maintain current roadways and to build the capacity we need for our growing state. We know this is a challenging policy decision with no simple fix, and to pretend otherwise is intellectually dishonest. The burden of funding the highway system should not rest only on the shoulders of those who are unable to upgrade their vehicles. We appreciate the robust conversations had with the SCR3 working group and believe that through that process, we were presented with the most viable solution in the Utah model that will be presented later in the meeting. Of the possible solutions discussed, this is the only one that is actually in practice and requires drivers to contribute equitably. Asking everyone to contribute to the roadways they rely upon is not punitive. It is sensible and necessary as we move away from fossil fuel. As the analysis performed by the Hobbs, Ong and Associates on behalf of the Southern Nevada RTC shows, the Utah model provides taxpayer choice between a flat fee and road user charge, maintains the existing system for internal combustion vehicles, and is flexible and focuses on miles driven as opposed to the fuel source. By generating necessary revenue to meet our needs, we will be creating hundreds of well-paying jobs for years to come. Every dollar invested in highway infrastructure results in $1.65 in economic activity. This is especially imperative now as we are trying to recover from the economic devastation caused by COVID. The only way for one of the other proposals that will be presented today to begin to generate any meaningful new revenue would be if it were coupled with a significant tax increase. We believe that this is untenable at this time and therefore urge your support of the Utah model. Thank you.
May the next caller with the last three digits of 738 please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 now to unmute yourself. You may begin. Thank you. Once again, I ask for the caller with the last three digits of 738 to please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. You may begin now. Madam Chair Monroe Moreno, the public line is open and working. There are no other callers at this time.
Thank you so much. Well, that will end our first section of public comment. And that brings us to item 3 on our agenda. And that is the approval of the minutes from our meeting, which was held on January 17th, 2020. Members, you should have received a draft of the meeting minutes in your email. I hope you had an opportunity to review those, look them over. And I will take a motion to approve the minutes from the meeting held on January 17th, 2020.
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion
I'll
by
second.
Brooks and a second from Assemblywoman Peters, correct?
Tolles.
Assemblywoman Tulls, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll now ask Ms. Thomas to take the roll by vote. Because it is difficult to distinguish between yay and nays during this virtual platform, I'd ask that you please respond with yes or no during the roll call. Ms. Thomas?
Vice Chair Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Hammond,
Yes.
Senator Spearman, Assemblywoman Peters,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Chairman Moreno.
Yes. And Senator Spearman sent me a message that she had been dropped out of the meeting. She is trying to log back in now. We can get her vote once she's back in. Thank you. With the members present at this time, the motion does pass. We'll move on to the fourth item on our agenda, which will be a presentation from the solar utility scale solar projects that are happening in Nevada. Our presenters will be Melanie Falls, a consultant from project development from First Solar, and John Sterling, the director and market and policy affairs at First Solar. And if you are on the line, I ask that you join us now. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yes, we can.
Take that as a thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Melanie Falls. I'm First Solar's lead developer in Nevada. I've been leading development on solar photovoltaic power plants in the state for the last decade. My colleague, John Sterling, who's our Director of Market and Policy Affairs, is joining me today. We're going to make a brief presentation to you all about the benefits we believe solar PV can bring to ensuring a stable and reliable electricity grid in the state. John will lead you through a technical discussion of how we believe solar PV can contribute to grid reliability, and I will do a brief introduction on First Solar and the work we've done in Nevada. So briefly, thank you, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, Senator Brooks, and staff for giving us time on this very long agenda. We appreciate it. We hope you find our presentation educational and helpful. If you have any questions during the presentation, please interrupt us at any point. All right, with that, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So, First Solar, very briefly. So we like to believe that First Solar is America's solar company. First Solar is a U.S.-based solar PV module manufacturer. We manufacture our own cadmium telluride thin film modules. We have manufacturing in the United States and Ohio, as well as in Malaysia and Vietnam. We sell our solar panels worldwide. However, we also do project development in the United States, and that's the group that John and I work in. We move forward and develop and assist with the construction of large solar PV power plants. In addition to being America's solar company, we like to think of ourselves as Nevada's solar company. A lot of people don't realize it, but First Solar's operating PV projects in the state actually take up 50% of the operating PV capacity in the entire state. We have over a gigawatt, which is half the power produced by Hoover Dam, in operations in the state. We also have a lot of firsts that we're very proud of. Our Switch Station 1 and 2 projects, which you can see here, are the first solar PV projects to be constructed in BLM's solar energy zone. Our 50 megawatt Silver State North project was the first solar PV project to be constructed on BLM land in the United States, and the Moapa Southern Paiute Solar Project was the first solar PV project to be constructed on tribal lands in the United States. So all here in Nevada. We're very proud of that. Also, our 100 megawatt Sunshine Valley project was the first project to deliver to CAISO from Valley Electric's territory. So a lot of groundbreaking projects here. We love doing business here. We really want to continue doing business, and we see a bright future for solar in the state of Nevada. In addition to the projects that we've constructed, those projects have brought significant economic benefits to the state and local jurisdictions. Those projects that are in operations have created roughly 2,400 high-paying construction jobs, as well as produced $38 million in sales tax revenue and projected $225 million in property tax revenue. So, frankly, we'd like to continue the success we've had in the state. We love Nevada. We love doing business here. We want to continue doing business. And we're hoping that the presentation that we give today will help you all in sort of understanding the role solar PV can play in the broader electricity market in the state. And we actually see a very, very bright future and upward trajectory for additional solar procurement in the state. So with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Great, thanks, Melanie. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to move pretty quickly through a handful of technical slides on how we see solar evolving, anticipating in the grid in the future. So please feel free to interrupt and ask questions as we move along. So Melanie, if you can go to the next slide briefly. First thing I want to do is a little bit of table setting. Utility scale solar resources are designed and built to integrate directly with the large scale transmission system. And Melanie, can you go to, I think it's slide 6. I don't see it on my screen yet. Oh, maybe back one. Thanks. Some of our slides have animation to keep all of us awake this morning. Thank you. Okay, so we design all of our projects, large-scale solar assets, to integrate directly with the grid with pretty sophisticated plant control systems. So our plant controllers, and this is general for most large-scale solar projects, are monitoring the point of interconnection with the utility every 100 milliseconds. We're monitoring every inverter on the project site, which could be dozens to hundreds of inverters, depending on how big the project is. We're monitoring those every 100 milliseconds. So roughly speaking, if we see an issue on the grid, the project is able to respond to either that direct monitoring that it's doing or a signal from the grid operator in roughly a half a second. So these are very nimble, very fast responsive projects. Next slide, please. And you can, when we get to the next slide, I think you can click twice so the animation rolls through. The other thing about utility scale, large scale solar projects is they are designed to have what I would call headroom behind the inverters. So they're a little bit overbuilt for two reasons. One, it's just more economic for us to provide extra DC behind the inverters from a production perspective, but also it allows us to maintain what's called the active power requirements, which is how grid support service that we're required to do by FERC. So what that means is if we do see clouds come over the project during the day, clouds tend to be much smaller than a solar field. we're able to, in real time, because of the plant controller and the way we monitor the system, we're able to manage how much energy is coming out of different inverters at any given point in time. So we can actually help mitigate some of the natural variances in production from cloud cover just because of the sophistication of the equipment on site. So that's a bit of just table setting again to make sure we're on the same page with the granularity and the controllability of our solar assets. Next slide, please. So that brings me to kind of the topic of the presentation, which is grid flexible solar. And what we mean by that is at some point now and in the future, as we have increased penetration of renewables on the grid, we can't just be an energy resource. We can't only provide megawatt hours out of the plant and maximize our production. What we need to be doing is replacing all of the services that you traditionally received from the thermal fossil plant fleet. Things like frequency regulation, ramping control, spinning reserves. All of these are products that require us to actually produce at less than our maximum instantaneous output. Essentially, we're holding headroom. We're backing our units down so that we can manage all of these grid services and respond to signals from the utility. It's a different way to think about how to operate a renewable facility, but as we get more renewables on the grid, this is going to be critical. We've done 2 studies in recent years that dig into the capabilities and then the benefits of operating solar plants in this manner. And so I'm going to walk through those really quickly. Next slide, please. The first study we did was with the California ISO and NREL. This was about 3 or 4 years ago. And we looked at taking a 300 megawatt solar project that was operating on the CAISO system and running it through a series of NERC essential reliability services. I'll walk through one of those briefly here called regulation service. So this requires the plant to follow a signal every 4 seconds from the grid operator. And it's used for things like frequency regulation, following the instantaneous change in load and generation. So Melanie, if you click once for me, we took this 300 megawatt project and we created 30 megawatts of headroom, meaning that no matter what the sun was doing at a given moment, we backed the project down by 30 megawatts so that it had the ability to ramp up inside that zone. Click one more time. This shows the signal that came from the grid operator. So this is every 4 seconds, they were sending us a command to either ramp up or ramp down. This is very common for the thermal fleet when they're operating on AGC and providing regulation, but it's not something that's been asked of the renewable fleet traditionally. So if we click one more time here, this is now the response of the unit. So this is real data from the test, and you can see that the solar project was able to mimic almost exactly the command signal that we received from the CAISO. And again, the reason is because we can control and monitor our system literally in under a half a second. So we have very great visibility and granularity. The other reason is without things like a fuel load and a spinning generator, we don't have the same delay and lag in how we're going to operate this. We're digital and not analog, as an example. So if we go to the next slide, this is data directly out of the report. The CAISO stated that it tends to get an accuracy in following those types of signals of between 40 and 60% from its thermal fleet. If you click one time, you'll see that our test that was done on the solar project came in at about 90% accurate. So that means you need less of these units providing the same service because we're doing it more accurately and following that signal on a more granular level. In fact, 4 seconds is kind of slow for an inverter-based resource. You'll see the same response from a battery storage unit and CAISO and a wind developer recently mimicked this test earlier this year and put out a study showing that wind plants can perform in a similar manner. So we know renewables are capable of doing this. If we roll one more slide forward here, I'll touch on the other study that we did about 2 years ago with Tampa Electric, which is an investor-owned utility in Florida in the Tampa Bay area. They've got some pretty aggressive goals for adopting renewable energy and solar specifically in their footprint. They're looking at getting up to about 20, I think they've added in 700 megawatts a couple of years ago. Their plans are to increase that even further. And they had questions regarding what's going to happen with the way we balance our system, how our fleet operates. As we add more renewables, are we going to see heavy curtailment? We're going to see our natural gas plants have to ramp in an unusual manner. Is that going to cause customers cost impacts by the way the grid operates? So working with Tampa and with E3, which is a consulting firm, we studied multiple different ways to dispatch the solar fleet. The first being must take resource, kind of left lane, hammer down, the renewables are coming, everything else gets out of the way. The next case being curtailable. So if they get into a situation in real time where they can't balance the system, they can curtail renewables, but renewables aren't actually contributing to any of the grid services. And then the last cases looked at how the solar projects could actually be counted on to provide ramping, both in the downward and the upward direction. We studied up to 28% energy penetration from solar, which is I think actually higher than what California has by a pretty hefty margin. So this is a very, very heavy penetration of renewables that was done in this study. Next slide, please. And so this actually shows what happens in unit dispatch. So if you take a model, E3 ran a production cost model on a very granular level for a year to see what happens with the way units are asked to produce and dispatch. So on the far left, you see this world of must take solar. At heavy solar penetration, they physically can't balance the grid. They have to keep some units online to be able to ramp up and down, to respond to load differences, to respond to variability in renewables. They just don't have enough ability to absorb it with their load and import or export from elsewhere to manage heavy, heavy solar penetration. So we know they need curtailment on their system in order to be able to balance. But interestingly, if you ask the solar to provide those same ramping services, if you ask solar to provide frequency regulation, if you back the solar down and ask it to provide upward ramping, or if you make sure that you're using it to manage your downward ramps that are required, you see this chart on the far right. And what's happening here is because the model knows the solar can provide all of these grid services, it actually dispatches the coal at a lower level. It doesn't dispatch the old gas steam units that have high heat rates, which means they're more expensive to operate. And it's using its existing combined cycle fleet to manage some of the solar ramp. And you actually end up with less curtailment, ironically, because they didn't have to commit as many fossil plants to perform the same services that they're going to get from the renewables. So the next slide gives a bit of a summary of what this looks like. First and foremost, I think if you give us 3 clicks here. From a curtailment perspective, again, it's counterintuitive, but the more you ask the renewables to provide flexible dispatch and to not just maximize energy production, you actually reduce curtailment because you're able to integrate those into your dispatch stack and avoid turning on older, more inefficient fossil units. That has a direct impact on emissions. We're absorbing more renewable energy, so emissions go down. And then lastly, you actually are increasing savings to customers. Renewables are the least cost new resource on the grid. The more we absorb those and avoid running a gas unit at its most inefficient point, at its PMIN, the more you're going to save for consumers. So we view flexible solar operations as critical to both meeting emissions goals in the future, but also reducing customer costs and operating the grid in a more efficient manner. So I've got a couple of recap slides and then we can maybe jump to questions. If you go to the next one here, we know and we realize that solar energy produces in the daytime, we don't produce a lot at night. We call those planned outages when the sun goes down. That's when we do our maintenance. But we do offer a lot of flexibility to the grid that you don't get from the fossil fleet. The first being, again, we are incredibly quick to respond to grid signals, much quicker than you would get from a thermal plant. We have full operating range. So you can ramp us from maximum output down to 0 and back up again, essentially. Whereas with a thermal plant, a natural gas plant or a coal plant, they have minimum levels that you can't operate under. So they have generation that has to be on whether you need it or not. And then if you click one more time here, Last point I want to make is, again, how accurate we are in following signals, much more accurate than you get from the fossil fleet. So it makes sense as penetration increases, you should be asking us to provide some of these services and not the thermal fleet. So how do you do that? How do you go about contracting for renewables to provide the service? Next slide here. Two different ways jump out to us. One is utility-owned generation. Tampa Electric's actually looking at owning their fleet of utility-scale solar resources. But if the utility owns the plant, it can actually have a much longer time horizon that it's looking at that investment. It's integrating it directly into its dispatch. It's understanding what the trade-off is between energy and grid services, how to reduce its reliability on the thermal fleet. So we see the utility-owned generation is playing a role here. It also eliminates some of the tricks involved with signing a power purchase agreement. So PPAs would need to be modified. Right now, we are compensated on the energy we produce, dollars per megawatt hour, even though a renewable plant is almost all fixed costs. Everything's CapEx upfront. We really don't have any ongoing costs, but that's how we get compensated. We do think that an alternative is to transition the way you procure renewable resources towards something that compensates us for the services we can provide and our ability to be there on the grid to provide them, as opposed to just the energy we produce. Those are more dispatch centric. The form of payment may look a little bit different in that construct, but it would better incentivize renewable developers to provide grid services instead of what to just be an energy producer on the grid. Last slide I'll touch on is we have seen some movement in this direction from several utilities. I'll start with Hawaiian Electric. Several years ago, they recognized the issue of trying to balance renewable penetration on an island system where there's no transmission between the islands. They've transitioned over towards a product called renewable dispatchable generation. So they actually require all new renewable assets to be fully dispatchable so that they can back them down and ramp them up and down depending on system needs. That also allows them to better integrate the rooftop solar penetration they have on many of the islands. NV Energy in your own backyard issued an RFP a few years ago that actually had a dispatchable period where they wanted the renewable fleet to follow an AGC signal, dynamically operate below that maximum output. And we believe that's a real positive move in the direction that we're talking about here. And lastly, in Israel, they have a system that's very rigid. They often will have to go into a load shed event if the system frequency drops for more than a handful of seconds. And so what they've done, and we've worked with them on this, is to look for the new solar assets to be able to follow that AGC signal, but also to retain headroom, 5 to 10%, so that if there's a system event and frequency drops, they're able to lean on the renewable fleet to instantaneously increase their production by 5 or 10% and help maintain grid stability. So, I appreciate the time here. Just as a wrap up, we view utility scale solar as being a reliable resource, being much more flexible and dispatchable than we've been asked to do in the past. We believe there's a way to get these services out of the solar fleet with little trouble today. It's already embedded in our technology. It's really just asking us to perform differently. So we're looking towards the future and how we can be a part of meeting the clean goals of Nevada and all other states. So appreciate the time and happy to pause for any questions.
Madam Chair, I believe your microphone is still muted.
Thank you. I would say, members, if you have any questions, please unmute yourself. So thank you for the presentation. And members, if you do have a question, please feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, I am not seeing any questions. I thank you again for the presentation and the information. And your patience with us for putting this off so many times. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, members, that moves us on to our next agenda item. we'll have a presentation from the Assistant Director of the Electrical Joint Apprenticeship Program and Training Committee of Southern Nevada. I am just going to say Douglas's first name because I would butcher your last if I were to say that, and I don't want to do that. This agenda item will give us an overview of the Electrical Joint Apprenticeship Program. Among the many other exciting parts of this program is training electricians to work on renewable energy projects. And Douglas will provide our members today with the information about this project. And Douglas, if you are on, I ask that you go ahead and join us now.
Yes, I am on. Good morning, everyone. Through the chair to this committee, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. My name is Doug Ziegenhagen, and I thank you for not attempting the last name. Most don't. I am the Assistant Training Director of the Electrical JATC of Southern Nevada. I'm going to share a brief presentation with you guys, but with the fair warning that mine is a bit unorthodox compared to most, so bear with me, please. For anyone unfamiliar with our program, since its founding in February of 1947, our facility has been training skilled apprentice electricians in partnership with the Southern Nevada chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association, the IBEW, Local 357, the Electrical Training Alliance, the ETA, the Nevada State Apprenticeship Council, and the United States Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship. Since our first graduating class in 1952, our JATC has graduated nearly 2,300 qualified craftsmen and women into the international community, with approximately 350,000 apprenticeship graduates and 775,000 IBEW members. As of our 2009 end-of-year report, 451 registered apprentices were active in our program, 11% of that overall population being in the gender minority, 61% overall in the ethnic minority, and 9% overall being veterans. Our facility is one of many that's supported by our national training entity, the Electrical Training Alliance. The ETA allows us to reach beyond our textbooks, incorporating advanced technology into all aspects of our training. Blended learning, online and in the classroom mix, enables students to continue training remotely, bridging the gap between an apprenticeship and learning in the classroom. The Electrical Training Alliance encourages training centers to embrace new technologies and offers ongoing technical courses to support all facilities using its curriculum. Since instructors and students can connect virtually, accessing hundreds of new and constantly updating courses, training on the go is now easier than ever, especially in times like now. Blended learning also enhances the classroom time, as instruction can spend more time on hands-on rather than going over homework. Specialty trade skills mean nothing without a solid foundation and the core skills, and that's what the ETA supplies. The core curriculum implemented across the country allows students to specialize in their trade while still becoming a well-rounded craftsperson for their region. Every place requires different skills from their electricians. Being an electrician in rural Indiana is certainly a lot different than being one in Las Vegas. Each state certification exam is unique, and qualifications for an electrician's license will vary from place to place. The ETA provides the flexibility to train for these unique demands by offering core and advanced studies to excel our apprentices further. The following photos are going to be from our training center and some of the classes that we provide. The Advanced Studies curriculum creates alternative training paths to customize your training center's workforce into a specific market that the demands of our contractors and our customers demand. The Electrical JATC is committed to developing and providing courses of study for IBEW members across the country to train, supplying more of the most qualified electricians in this ever-evolving industry. We offer 30 plus, often college accredited courses, locally designed and requested by our contributing members, supported by a network of training partners, including manufacturers like 3M, Eaton Corporation, Milwaukee, Klein Tools, and then again shored by local supply houses like Graybar and Nedco. It will also help ensure that Nevada will have the workforce available to deal with the large infrastructure improvements needed throughout the state. Given that this is a committee focused on renewable energy at this time, the rest of this presentation will focus on this aspect of our training exclusively, though clearly I could go on. When our contractors began working on electric vehicle installations, our facility promptly adopted and began training using the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program, a nationally recognized, comprehensive 24-hour course providing technical training for electricians in the residential, commercial, public, and fleet electric vehicle charging markets. This course provides a thorough understanding of charging products and associated equipment on the market today. EVITP certified electricians go to work across the country with the ability to implement best practice skills in charging stations, infrastructure site assessment, load calculations, configuration, installation, troubleshooting, commissioning, maintenance, and repair. These photos are actually from our 2016 NECA, National Electrical Contractors Association Convention and Expo, where we debuted our electric vehicle program alongside Findlay Chevrolet and their UNLV Bolt there. We have actually done multiple outreaches from this training, and that leads into our wind turbine and design, excuse me. At that same expo, we demonstrated our wind turbine trainer, created from an operable unit of exact manufacture of the one raised outside of our training facility. Our JATC was the first in the state to offer training for installation and safety courses for wind turbines. We were the first permitted wind turbine installed in Clark County, and our members not only forwarded out to gain the certification necessary, but actually assisted with the install. My former boss is on the screen there. He made me keep this slide in. Those same members of the staff assisted in the design and construction of our portable safety trainers, affectionately called the tanks because of their size and weight, used for demonstrative training at job fairs, expos, schools, including our own, and with the partnership of our accrediting college, CSN, their facility as well. We've been training electricians, apprentices, inspectors, state contractor board investigators, firemen, and many others since early 2000s on safely installing and working around all aspects of live photovoltaics. Our training has resulted in diminished job site accidents in all photovoltaic installations, including off-grid and on-grid. We brought PV safety basically into the mainstream for our local electricians. For anyone venturing outside in mid-August, it's no surprise that our region offers the greatest potential for solar production in the country. And a majority of our workers have been called upon to perform this work at one time. Our training and our facility must reflect this need. EJTC of Southern Nevada offers 4 dedicated courses to the safe construction of PV systems, including dismantling our very own, for training on maintenance and safe operations. Course offerings extend from full-size general installation procedures to just basic theory components, portable trainers that allow us to move this facility in and out of doors, excuse me, and offers courses specifically dedicated to troubleshooting, remote monitoring, and metering of PV systems. This particular training lab incorporates the required utility equipment that our own school uses to operate its own PV systems and allows students to gather real-time local information, just like they'll be called upon to do out in the field. In July of 2005, we trained the representatives from Nevada OSHA that administer and enforce Nevada's required PV license in this same lab using the same equipment that we have the ability to demonstrate on every day. We were instrumental in the implementation of state licensing required for photovoltaic installers based on the guise of safety. These newly licensed and capable workers have been involved in some of the largest scale installations throughout Southern Nevada. These jobs have varied in size and complexity, have been a major focus of in the job landscape, drawing national attention while contributing to the approximately, as of the 2018 State of Energy Report, 2,000 megawatts of PV contributing to the national grid through private enterprise. Locally, our survey of labor indicates that each 100 megawatts of solar translates into about 225,000 man hours, utilized basically to give our guys some paychecks, enhance our job growth, emphasize our training, and to support the Nevada economy, bettering the lives of the workers while building a strong energy system for Nevada. It is our hope that each and every one of our graduates gathers the skills necessary to become successful workers in this electrical industry and encompass the overall scope of safety and practical training that we provide. As Nevada moves into energy storage, we find ourselves leading the training requirements once again for safely installing and working around battery storage systems. As this market continues to grow, we are beginning to see incorporation of energy storage into new and upcoming solar projects. For this purpose, we've extended and impressed our goal of safety and training while joining with partners as far-reaching as Penn State, EPRI, the Electrical Power Research Institute, ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, and others that you see here on screen. Through this involvement, the Electrical Training Alliance and our training center has assisted in the development and implementation of the SMTech program, Energy Storage and Microgrid Training and Certification, a program that comprehensively covers battery and off-grid storage, microgrid systems, and full-scale backup and generation battery systems. Through our blended learning model, a full installer and safety course has been made available to all IBEW workers, along with, at the time of this presentation, the only known certification program for licensing battery installers and maintenance workers. While assisting in the design of this program, our facility had the ability to turn and created a full-scale hands-on lab incorporating system design, deployment, maintenance, and scaling procedures for all aspects of energy storage. While I have this opportunity to present to you guys today, there's a need for Nevada to require a licensing procedure similar to those for the PV licensing installation to bring a better quality and safer environment for battery storage and energy systems. I ask for your consideration on this point. I thank this committee for their time and attention while doing what I clearly love doing, talking about my training center to anybody who will stand to listen. And I am available at any time for questions following this presentation or at the contact information that you have listed here on this screen. And Madam Chair, that is my presentation.
Thank you so much, Doug. I will open it up to the members. If anyone has a question for Doug about the apprenticeship program.
Madam Chair?
You can go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just have a question. This looks like a really good apprenticeship program. My question would be, is there any way that we might be able to interface this with plans to jumpstart our economy as we come out of COVID-19? And I'm thinking specifically about how we might be able to incorporate more renewable energy and energy projects for jobs and job growth.
If I understand your question correctly, excuse me, it's for incorporating training programs like my own into the recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic and bringing more people back into the workforce. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As of right now, our training center only incorporates these items into the IBEW-NECA partnership, which means registered federal apprentices that get into our program. Again, we have approximately, at the 2009 point, about 450 electricians active, all of which are participating. We are always welcome and we're always interested in providing new and advanced training to whoever will come through our doors. Our application processes are generally open in the fall, to which the information, I believe, has been provided to this committee via the handouts that I had supplied earlier, giving our course requirements and the like. If any participating agency is interested in this training, more than welcome to reach out to us in any capacity, and we'll do our best to support in any way possible.
Thank you. And not a question, just a comment. I'm thinking specifically about those who've been laid off and those jobs aren't coming back. And I'm trying to find new areas that they might be able to either acquire a different skill set or enhance the skill set that they already have. So thank you.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I just, I wanted to thank you, Doug, for this presentation. And as somebody who's worked in this policy space for about 20 years, but have also been in the business end of renewable energy for the last 20 years, the IBEW's JTC program is I think the example of what the future could look like. If you take a look at that slide of the class, the most recent class that turned out, that looks like Nevada, and the IBEW, especially through and the JTC, excuse me, through Chair Danielle Moreno's Assembly Bill 465, has really stepped up to fill an interesting void and created a model for the future where with AB 465, we're looking at disadvantaged communities and geographic areas and the communities that live in those areas, and then taking those folks and using the AB 465 projects as the catalyst to introduce them to the training center, which then not just in one job for a few months. It gets them ready to enter into the IBW JATC's training center so that they can take the experience that they've experienced in their own community and then turn it into a long-term career in renewable energy. And we've seen on the previous slide, the previous presenters' jobs wage numbers. You have a middle-class wage with great benefits in a lifelong career. I'm for third generation IBW, and it's really, it created a lot of opportunities for me. And then it creates a lifelong career where they can then go and work on all these projects. So if you look at all those large utility scale projects, both that have been built or will be built in the future, the majority of that workforce is IBEW and was trained by the JATC. So what the IBW and the JATC are doing, and in conjunction with Chair Monroe Moreno's Assembly Bill 65 is really going to be a significant key for the diversification of our economy and for our recovery. And so I just think that, like, you know, sometimes we get it right, and this is a great example of how we've gotten it right. And I just want to keep up the good work and let us know how we can support you.
Through the chair to the vice chair, thank you very much for those kind words. I know of your status within the IBEW. The signs I'm standing in front of are very well the ones that you may have been trained in front of as well. An example of the community outreach being, as of late, the Armagosa Solar Project, which had a local hire requirement. We did bring in members of the community. We associated them with the green energy work, and of the number of percent, or of the excess of those people who joined that job fair that afternoon, we actually had a retention of approximately, I'd like to say 50 to 60% off of the hip. As the vice chair has said, this is an extension. I'm a first generation IBEW member, but if not for programs like this one and training centers like this one that I'm now fortunate enough to be a part of, I could in no means be in the position that I'm in. And that's, of course, why I love talking about my training center so much, is to extend this opportunity to anybody who is willing to come in and do what I've done. Thank you.
And thank you, Senator Brooks, for what you said. Kind of leads into my question and a comment. I believe the apprenticeship program that you have and others are phenomenal and directly correlate with what we passed in 2019 with AB 465. But my question is about our younger generation. We have students in high school right now that are, for whatever reason, not going to go to college, or maybe will be delaying college a little bit because of COVID-19, but need to have meaningful, productive employment. Is there a way to reach out to those students? Is there a high school program, kind of like a pre-apprenticeship program, to lead them into the apprenticeship program? Have you thought about that? And what could we be doing to help move that?
And to the chair, thank you for that. Through our association with the Electrical Training Alliance, our most recent version of our standards adopted at the Nevada State Apprenticeship Council does allow for outreach programs into our local high schools, providing that the training is guided and at least overseen by the electrical JATC of the supporting region. We actually do have the ability to get more focused into the younger generation. Our, at least as of late, again, I might be shooting from the hip with this number, I apologize. Our average age of apprentice is somewhere in their middle 30s. So as we are slowly getting to a newer workforce and starting to incorporate a younger generation, we obviously want to help provide the tools to get them there. We do have a high school outreach program that was recently adopted, and if the chair does wish, I'll be more than happy to reach out and extend the provisions of those registered standards to you guys so we can begin an assisting in an implementation process here in Clark County.
That would be wonderful. If you could do that, that would be great. We'll share it with everyone on the committee. Thank you so much. Any other members have questions or comments? All right, seeing none. I thank you again for the presentation and your understanding. I did not want to butcher your name, so Doug it will be.
And I appreciate that. Doug is fine. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. All right, members, moving right along. This is a great segue into our next item on our agenda. In 2019, the legislature passed AB 465, which required certain electrical utilities to develop and implement a plan to offer an expanded solar program to eligible customers. The PUCN was required to adopt regulations establishing standards for the expanded solar program. The PUCN identified 5 categories that standards needed to be developed through regulations, which consisted of sitting, workforce, rates, participation, and the requirements for fulfilling a resource plan with the commission to implement an expanded solar program. Today, Chair Williamson will provide a status update of the PUC's docket number 1906028, the rulemaking to amend, adopt, and/or repeal regulations in accordance with AB 465. And Ms. Williamson, Chair Williamson, if you are in the room, I'd ask that you go ahead and join us now. And welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairman Romarino. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for planning this agenda so appropriately that this followed right after that last presentation. I'm very happy to be here to present an update on AB 465, which, as you mentioned, was passed during the 2019 legislative session, a bill to provide expanded solar access. The Public Utilities Commission of Nevada opened our docket 19-06028 immediately following the legislative session, and we've been hard at work ever since. The commission opened its docket last summer, and I will, if you allow me, walk through a little bit of the procedural history to take us up to where we are right now.
Yes, please.
Thank you. First, we had an initial period of public comment. We received initial comments from SHISPA Nevada, Sierra Club, Western Resource Advocates, the Nevada Bureau of Consumer Protection, NV Energy, the Commission's Regulatory Operations staff, Bombard Renewable Energy, and Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. The Commission then received reply comments on those initial comments. We then scheduled several informal workshops and conference calls wherein participants talked through the proposed issues on the work streams you mentioned, which I'll go through again in a minute, and any proposed draft language, and then reported back to the Commission progress and status updates and questions. After multiple informal workshops and conference calls, the Commission held a formal workshop in December for participants to present the draft regulation language and ask for questions from other participants on that draft. The Commission values the stakeholder process for rulemakings and for ideas on how to best implement the program. Throughout the process, the stakeholders filed more status reports back to the Commission on the various work streams, which required different work streams to implement AB 465. The work streams were divided into the categories which you mentioned of project siting, program management, cost recovery, rate calculations, and the workforce development program. Each of these work streams had participants engaged in the development of draft regulations, including the above-mentioned commenters and also including DETR, Renew Nevada, the Faith Organizing Alliance, IBEW 357, IBEW 1245, and IBEW 401, Wagner Strategies, Dykma Strategies, and the Governor's Office of Energy. The City of Las Vegas and Grid Alternatives also participated in later comment periods. On January 16, 2020, the Commission held a formal workshop to take in all the different drafts from the different work streams and to start to assemble a full draft of regulations for the entire program. After the formal workshop, the Commission again opened another round of comments for comments on the development of the draft regulations. Many participants weighed in, and the Commission wants to extend a special thanks to Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno and Senator Brooks regarding their thoughtful workforce development plan. The Commission modified the draft regulations based on the comments it received and sent the draft back out for one round of comment. After those comments, the Commission held one more workshop and final regulations were sent to the Legislative Council Bureau on July 8th, 2020. What you have hopefully been sent is our draft regulations as they sit at LCB. These final draft regulations, they should be attached to the back of a procedural order, which summarizes some of the bigger procedures taken in this docket. The final draft regulations include provisions for implementing the expanded solar access program, including defining who is eligible, which is low-income residents and people who demonstrate they cannot physically install solar on their premises, as well as disadvantaged businesses as defined by AB 465. The regulations also include that a utility, in this case NV Energy, must submit its first expanded solar access plan by December 1, 2020, which we anticipate will still be filed by December 1, 2020. And updated every 3 years thereafter. The Commission also in its regulations included every March an informational update to be filed by the utility detailing how many customers are participating in the program and the status of construction of the community-based resources, as well as a request for any job statistics that the utility may have. For citing the community-based resources, which AB 465 requires must be at least 3, but not more than 10 community solar resources, the draft regulations call for a process to work with community stakeholders to identify the locations and names for these projects. We expect to see those details filed in December. The final draft regulations also incorporate the workforce development program for job training for community members, which I'm very appreciative of the former speaker explaining. This process will be established through DETR in conjunction with potential employers and the IBEW. These draft regulations are not yet final. We still need to receive a final version back from the LCB, and then pursuant to the Nevada Administrative Procedures Act, we will need to hold one more workshop and one more hearing, as well as a commission vote on the regulations. At that point, they will be finally reviewed by the Legislative Committee. We look forward to seeing the first expanded solar access program filing on or before December 1, 2020, which, as I stated before, will contain program details and project siting details. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this update.
Thank you so much for the work that you've done on this piece of legislation. As I'm sure everyone on this committee knows, this was my baby in the 2019 legislative session. And I have, like I'm sure all legislators do, watch the legislation that they passed and got approved, watch it go through the regulation project. And I've been very actively involved in this because I realize how important it is for our community, and have been very vocal on where the first siting of this expanded solar program will be located. And I'm excited, although I know right now the PUCN can't speak on where that siting will be. It hasn't actually been filed with you all yet, but I want the community and all of the stakeholders that worked through the legislative session. We had a number of large stakeholder meetings, and the work that all the stakeholders have been doing in this interim to make sure this legislation passed, that the proposed first site is, I feel, ideal for the first project. I was very insistent upon having it somewhere in Senate District 1, although, and I believe Senator Spearman can speak on this as well, although it seems like it's a more affluent area in North Las Vegas, there are a number of families that would directly benefit from the location of the proposed first site, along with the workforce and educational benefits that it will have. It's just amazing. It hits all those boxes for the first one. So I'm excited to see it step off. So not a question, just a comment. I wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank all the stakeholders that are watching this interim committee meeting. I appreciate your comments along the way and the work that you have put into making this come to fruition. So members, anyone with a comment or question for the chair?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you're exactly right in terms of Senate District 1. We're into another recession now, and Senate District 1 during the last recession was the epicenter basically of the housing crisis. And just as we started to recover, now COVID-19 has set us into another one. So I'm more than happy to do whatever we can to try to make sure that the citizens of Senate District 1, and I'm sure a lot of all the committee members are on this, but I would really like to see this for a number of reasons. And probably the primary one is that we have a number of veterans here in Senate District 1. We have the VA hospital here, Nellis Air Force Base backs up to this, and have a significant number of veterans here. So I know that it would benefit not only civilians, but it would also benefit our veterans. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other members?
Madam Chair, I just have a comment that after seeing what's come out of that collaborative process with the Public Utilities Commission and the hard work you did in that legislative session on that bill, and in conjunction with community partners and for instance the JATC, this is a real opportunity to take what would be really short-term projects and having to stand up from scratch some sort of a training program that doesn't necessarily have a pipeline into future projects. And this turns a pilot program, if you will, into a pipeline right into long-term careers and what I think is going to be the most significant industry sector available over the next several decades. So again, like I said in the last presenter, this is really a good example of how we can work with what we already have and leverage assets in the community we already have to create long-term meaningful opportunities for folks who just haven't had those opportunities before.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. So seeing no one with their hand raised, I will thank Ms. Williamson again. Thank you for joining us and thank you for the update.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that moves us on to item number 7 on our agenda. Renewable energy from locations and transmission requirements to economic and regulatory barriers, to data needs and resource identification. That's a mouthful. So we have presenting today Ms. Lucia Patterson, GIS and Field Specialist for the Division of Minerals, Commission on Minerals Research, and James, who's a PhD state geologist and director of the Bureau of Mines and Geology at the University of Nevada, Reno. And this morning they will discuss the feasibility of using lithium resources in Nevada for various applications, such as the potential for converting existing mines into clean energy resources and economic regulatory barriers, preventing maximum implementation of clean energy resources. So if you are both in the room, I would invite you to join us now and say welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Madam Chair. Can you see my PowerPoint? I'll have to share my screen. 1 second.
And good morning, Madam Chair. Nice to be here.
Good morning to you both, and thank you for joining us.
All righty. Everybody can see the presentation? Are we good? All right, my name is Lucia Patterson, and I will be giving the presentation requested by the Legislative Committee on Energy from the Nevada Division of Minerals. This data was compiled using several resources, all of which are listed under the resources section of this slide. I will be answering the first of the 2 questions put forth regarding converting mines to clean energy resources and barriers preventing maximum implementation. Jim Faulds, the director.
Lucia, I apologize. This is Jen with Broadcast. Okay. I needed to jump in. We are seeing your presentation notes and not the presentation.
Okay, that's what I was kind of worried about.
That's okay. You should be able to hit F5 and then get the full screen of your presentation.
I have multiple screens.
Got it.
So let's just try this again. How about that?
Much better. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no worries. Let me go back to the previous slide. It's not letting me go back for some reason. Okay, there was the first slide. Sorry about that. Okay, so Jim Faulds, the director of the Nevada Bureau of Mines and Geology, will be answering the last 2 questions, addressing acquisition of LIDAR, geologic, and resource potential data with respect to generating renewable energy generation targets. First, it is worth addressing the transmission needs of a renewable energy project. Currently, in industry, an effective transmission line would need to be 64 to 230 kilovolts. Anything higher would not be cost effective. Renewable energy generators are low voltage. So the first question that would need to be answered would be, is the existing power line and/or corresponding substation adequate to transmit renewable energy to the grid? The map on the following slide will show electrical transmission data throughout the state of Nevada. One thing to keep in mind is that electrical transmission is one direction. Transmission in the opposite direction would require additional infrastructure, such as additional lines or switches. Here is the Nevada Power Transmission and Transmission Rights-of-Way map. Note, the yellow lines, which would be ideal lines for power transmission from a renewable energy site. Substations known to be 64 to 230 kilovolts are the large white squares, and substations with unknown voltage are displayed as smaller white squares. Also shown on the map as the black thick lines are transmission rights-of-ways. Not all rights-of-ways are associated with a power line because the lines had not been constructed yet or could not be observed using Google Earth imagery. Also, the objective here was to give a reasonable depiction of power transmission in Nevada. Smaller transmission lines may not have been digitized due to time constraints. Gaps in the rights-of-way correspond with land that is not managed by the BLM, depicted as the medium gray over the terrain. Now to discuss acreage needs. The current minimum megawatt output for a solar field industry is 50 megawatts. A 50 megawatt solar field would need approximately 700 acres. A minimum acreage determination for a 50 megawatt wind farm is too difficult to determine for two main reasons. First, wind farms have many construction variables. For example, wind turbines range from 1 to 6 megawatts of output. And second, wind is not of consistently high quality in Nevada. Currently in Nevada, there are 146 permitted mine sites, 65 of which are active and 81 that are inactive. Together, the average permitted disturbance per site equals 956 acres. This map shows power transmission and rights-of-ways along with active mines. Active mine sites are depicted by the circles. The larger the circles, the more disturbance the mine site is permitted for. Note that of the 65 active mine sites, 28 of them are permitted for more than 700 acres of disturbance. It can be observed that most of these mine sites have power transmission out to the mine site. This map shows almost the same thing as the last map, but the squares represent inactive mine sites. Again, the larger the square, the more disturbance the mine site is permitted for. Note that of the 81 active mine sites, 9 of them are permitted for more than 700 acres of disturbance. It can be observed that most of these mine sites have power transmission out to the mine site. So to answer the question, is there potential for converting existing mines into renewable energy resources? Yes, there is potential. As far as power transmission goes, adequate power transmission appears to be present at many permitted mine sites. It would be a matter of infrastructure. This would include utilizing existing, which would consist of the generation of contracts and establishing agreements, modifying existing infrastructure, adding switches, among other hardware, and 3, installing new lines to transmit energy back to the grid. As far as acreage goes, 25% of the current permitted mine sites have a minimum of 700 acres permitted for disturbance. And this leads us to the regulatory barriers. As far as regulatory barriers go, On federal land, Title 43 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 3809, requires removal of all infrastructure for closure, including power lines and substations. So if a solar company wanted to use an existing operating mine site to locate a solar field, NEPA may be triggered if the proposal does not pass a determination of NEPA adequacy. NEPA would also be triggered if attempting to locate renewable energy generation at a mine site that is in closure. Location variables also come into play here. The first step would be to find a company who would be amenable for redevelopment or co-location of renewable energy at the mine site. Liability would have to be resolved. Solar companies would want assurance that post-mine liabilities would not fall into their realm of responsibility. Land status and rights would have to be addressed, which would include obtaining a solar surface lease or right-of-way and ensuring no conflicts will arise with existing mineral leases or locatable mineral claims. On private lands, regulatory barriers do not exist because under NAC 519A-070, siting renewable energy production is allowed for. Existing permits would have to be modified by NDEP. Projects that are 100% on private lands do not require NEPA. However, if the project is a public-private land status mix, NEPA would be involved. Conversion of mine sites to renewable energy sources is possible, but each site would have to be evaluated individually. The key is to identify brownfields developments where renewables such as solar, wind, and geothermal can be developed, then work through the ownership and permitting issues that may lead to a project. But what would be the incentive for the solar companies? The big question is, why would you locate on a brownfields mine site versus an undisturbed piece of land that would need minimal dirt work for solar field construction? For further questions, Gregory Helseth from the BLM has offered up his contact information. He, I think, is one of the resident experts, very knowledgeable. And if you have questions, he said to feel free to contact him. I will now pass it over to Jim.
Good morning, everyone. And just in the process of sharing my screen here and getting my slides up. Let's see. Can everyone see that? We're good?
Yes.
Great. Thank
We're
you.
good.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair, again. Very much a pleasure to be here, talk about some of my favorite subjects and then how we can use our sort of dynamic and unique geologic setting and geologic information to enhance renewable energy production in Nevada. There were two requests for this part of the presentation, as Lucia quickly reviewed. One was to review methods for acquisition of what's called LIDAR. I'll explain that in a minute, where we obtain high resolution topographic data for the surface of the Earth. And the other is methods of acquisition for new detailed geologic and energy resource potential maps, including 3D maps to help identify areas with the greatest potential for things like geothermal and lithium resources. I'd like to start these kinds of discussions with a sort of an overview of sort of our dynamic landscape, if you will. Can folks see my little white pointer here, hopefully? And that's most of Nevada that I'm circling there. You can see California over to the west. This big gash over here with my pointer is the San Andreas Fault.
I'm not seeing your screen. I'm sorry.
Okay, is that a problem for others not seeing my screen?
Is everyone else seeing the screen and it's just not coming in on my computer?
No.
I'm
No.
not, I just
Yeah,
see,
I
I just
am.
see his video.
This is Jen with
Please stand
Broadcast.
by.
Hold on for me just one second, if you would, please.
Sure.
Jim, we're going to cancel your screen share for a moment and then try
Okay.
sharing it again, if you wouldn't
Okay.
mind.
Absolutely.
Hold on for me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, would you try that screen share for me again, Jim?
Yep. And
See
you'll
it now.
the-
Thank
All right, I think you're good now. Thank you very much.
Of course, yep. So I was just sort of talking about our sort of dynamic landscapes. If you can see my white pointer circling Nevada here. And in the shaded orange area, that's an area of a fault system that actually is a mini San Andreas, if you will. And this helps to make Nevada the fastest growing state tectonically speaking. We're adding about a couple acres per year to the state, because the state is being pulled apart, stretched apart, thanks largely to this fault zone kind of extending through the region. And this is the fault zone that's been responsible for the recent large earthquakes in the region. Last year at Ridgecrest, California, and more recently, the major earthquake just west of Tonopah back in May. So I'll talk about then these two requests. And let's see here. Advance my slide. Just a brief introduction to the Nevada Bureau of Mines and Geology. We serve as the state's geological survey. Our mission, as defined by state statutes, is a Bureau of Analysis, Information, and Exchange on Nevada geology, natural resources, and geologic hazards. You can think of us as applied geology for the public good. We archive and disseminate geologic data for the state, and again, analyze that geologic framework so that we can better understand our geologic hazards like earthquakes and our natural resources like geothermal, gold, etc. So our main ultimate goals are to enhance public safety, facilitate economic development for the state. We reside in the College of Science at UNR, but we are a statewide public service unit doing as much or more work, for example, in Southern Nevada as Northern Nevada. And these are just some examples of, we have a major project ongoing, for example, in the Las Vegas area, trying to understand the faults, like the Decatur Fault, cutting through Las Vegas Valley. Been working on the recent earthquake west of Tonopah, geothermal resources, and some of our mineral resources in the state. So LIDAR. This was one of the main requests to sort of explain LIDAR and talk about its applications for the state. And what LIDAR means is light detection and ranging. And basically it's bouncing laser light beams off of the surface of the earth and record those slight differences in returns. And those can produce very detailed topographic maps or images of other features on the surface of the earth. So there's lots and lots of applications for LIDAR. Earthquake hazards. You can, for example, here is some recent LIDAR acquired, and you can see this fault that was previously unrecognized sort of cutting through that area right there. That sort of break there, that linear feature is a major earthquake fault. And there are certain fault patterns related to geothermal that you can identify with LIDAR. It can play a major role in lithium resource assessment, flood hazard assessments, ecosystem monitoring, infrastructure planning monitoring, even solar design on homes. You can sort of image the footprint of homes and which homes are going to, or homes or buildings, would be more conducive to producing solar energy. And the siting of solar and wind farms to keep them out of areas of flood hazards, et cetera. So LIDAR has multiple applications. This is sort of a synopsis of where we are with LIDAR coverage in the state. This would be as of now, and we lag behind most other states. The dark green or the bright green colors in particular are areas where there's high resolution LiDAR, as well as these orange areas. And you can see Nevada lacks quite a bit of high resolution LiDAR. In fact, we only currently have about 6% of the state covered. And that actually, unfortunately, puts us in last place. There's multiple reasons why there hasn't been much LiDAR acquired across the state, 86% public lands. And the major program, it's a very nice program with the U.S. Geological Survey, but it requires a match. And so it's tough to get match outside populated areas and so on. You can see the parts of Nevada that are covered are the Reno, Carson City area, Las Vegas area. And this is the Humboldt up here in Northeast Nevada, the Humboldt river drainage. So these are some of the areas that have been previously acquired, the first 3 on this list. And in this year, we've brought together a number of federal agencies to try to address this problem of LiDAR acquisition across the state, a state that is primarily federal lands, and to get federal agencies talking to one another to basically acquire LiDAR, and at least in critical parts of the state. And this entire footprint here is now going to be covered. This is that fault system that I spoke about, most of that fault system just a moment ago, that's responsible for most of the major earthquakes in the state. And then an arm of this is extending out to cover a fair amount of geothermal resources. And actually this part of Northeast Nevada, north of this Humboldt river drainage footprint here, is now going to be covered with new LiDAR acquisition. So we're quickly going to jump from thanks to federal agencies cooperating with one another to better understand our mineral and geothermal resources. So and then lithium resources, just very briefly, I know there's going to be further discussion on this later today, but major types of lithium resources in Nevada, we have lithium brines. In fact, the only operating sort of lithium mine, if you will, in the US. And we also have large deposits of lithium clays. This is one of the largest deposits of lithium in the world up here near the Oregon border, near McDermott, a place called Thacker Pass. And these are the lithium brines currently being mined, if you will, in Clayton Valley. And this is just a map. The blue areas, if you can see them, indicate some of the major lithium resources in the state. But I will say there hasn't been a systematic study of sort of lithium assessment in the state to date, and that is probably badly needed to better evaluate where some of the sort of hidden and additional lithium resources might be. Geothermal resources, of course, are major. We probably have more geothermal resources than any other state. And there's about 24 power plants indicated by these purple stars on this map. These orange and red circles indicate some of the higher temperature geothermal resources in the state. It doesn't include all of them though. Currently with all these power plants, there's about 1 gigawatt of capacity in the state. The actual production is on the order, I believe, about 700 megawatts or so. But the potential is far greater than that. Some of our maps suggest the potential, and maps by other groups like the USGS suggest that the potential for this region could be 30 times this, so maybe 30 gigawatts. A typical geothermal system in the region today produces between about 10 and a couple hundred, maybe a few hundred megawatts. And it's important to keep in mind that 1 megawatt is enough energy for about 750 to 1,000 homes. Some studies put this number a little lower at 650 to 1,000 homes. But that's quite a bit of energy, and it's 24/7 energy running every day of the year, so a very good, dependable source of energy if managed well. So again, the region has far greater potential, but there are challenges with this. And most of our geothermal resources, we know, are kind of hidden beneath the surface. Sometimes we call these blind resources. And this is a cross-section, so a vertical profile through the earth, and just demonstrating where the faults are. Remember, we're a highly faulted region, thanks to the tectonics of the region. And we know that faults are the conduits for hot water from deeper levels in the crust up close enough to the surface so that they can be used in geothermal power plants. The tricky part, though, is the hot fluids commonly come up along faults, and then they sort of move out along permeable or porous layers in the subsurface, and you never actually see them on the surface as a hot spring or steam vent. And we actually are pretty sure that 3/4 or more of our resources are like this. They're hidden beneath the surface. So that creates then a challenge of finding these resources in the surface. But that challenge can be accomplished. This is McGinnis Hills in central Nevada. This is a blind geothermal system that ORMAT has developed over the past several years. Now has three power plants producing upwards of 160, 165 megawatts of energy, and now the largest producing system in Nevada. So there's a lot of opportunities with understanding where these hidden resources are. Of course, we need to characterize what the favorable settings for the resources are, use innovative geologic techniques like LIDAR so that we can more efficiently find these resources. And then combine LIDAR with a lot of other innovative techniques so that we can create sort of 3D models of the subsurface and know where best to explore for these resources. So just a couple slides here. This shows the surface, if you will. We need good geologic mapping of the surface to know where the faults are, and that can be facilitated by greater coverage of LIDAR. We know that, again, faults control most geothermal systems, and we know that certain patterns of faults are most favorable for geothermal activity. So this is a geologic map. All the different colors indicate different rock units, and these sort of bold black lines indicate some of the major faults. And this is one of the geothermal systems about 50 miles or so east of Reno, where there is a power plant. And this is just an example of a forested area nearby. And this is an example of a favorable fault pattern. Okay, the bold black lines are faults. This is a map view. And I'm just going to show the LIDAR for this area. And you can see the forested area, you couldn't really tell where the faults are. And now we can see this nice fault pattern here. You can see my white pointer, and then a nice step in the fault over to here. And this is very characteristic of what is actually the most favorable fault pattern for geothermal activity in the region. You can see that LIDAR gets us sort of focused then into which areas deserve greater study to understand where maybe some of these hidden resources might lie beneath the surface. But the challenge is only about 25–30% of the state is actually adequately covered right now by geologic maps. And as I mentioned earlier, only a fraction of the state is covered by high-resolution LIDAR. In addition to the surface features, you also need to peer into the subsurface to understand sort of what the fault patterns are in the subsurface. This is a 3D model that we generated for one of the geothermal systems, and to understand where the faults are located in the subsurface, to understand best where to drill. And geothermal wells are quite expensive, and so before you spend that money, it's best to sort of have the lowest possible risk in terms of having a productive well. So there's a number of techniques then to peer into the subsurface. One is called gravity data. You can see sort of slight differences in gravity due to differences in the density of rocks at depth. So you can figure out where faults might lie in the subsurface. Same with magnetic data, slight differences in magnetization of rocks. And we know that also those hot fluids will alter rocks and kind of destroy the magnetization. So you get magnetic lows. There's electrical conductivity in the subsurface, and we know where there's lots of fluids, you have higher currents flow at a more rapid pace, and so you can use what's called magnetotelluric data, and then something called seismic reflection data, where you bounce acoustic waves off of rock units in the subsurface, and you can map things out. So the problem here and the challenge is that very little in Nevada has been surveyed in this way. And this is particularly important where most of our geothermal resources lie, and that's in our basins rather than our mountain ranges. So in about 50% of Nevada is covered by basins. And so we really need more of these kinds of data, detailed data across the state to sort of go after those hidden geothermal resources. But we know when we combine as much data as we have, we can have success. This is a geothermal potential map that we generated a few years ago for about 1/3 of Nevada. You can sort of see Nevada here. The warmer colors indicate areas with higher potential, cooler colors, geothermal potential, cooler colors, less potential. This was a 5-year project, phased approach. We first produced this regional map, then we did some very detailed work on about 5 areas, and then we concluded with drilling of the 2 most highly prospective areas. And again, we were looking for these hidden resources. And we were 2 for 2. We discovered 2 new geothermal systems in here. Gabbs Valley, a system in Gabbs Valley is the most promising, 255 F at about 500 feet depth. So we're quite excited about that discovery, and also as a footprint or a model, if you will, for discovering many new additional resources across the state. But again, there's a challenge, availability of data. And there's also a technical challenge in how we combine different sort of features, geologic features and so on, into kind of the best algorithm to understand where these resources are in the subsurface. Anyways, last slide, some recommendations and benefits. It would be good to complete high resolution LiDAR across the entire state. The cost for that is on the order of 25 to 30. Actually, this is down now because of that cooperation between the multiple federal agencies to cover about 20% of the state or so this year. So I haven't recalculated that. And all that came about in the last 3 months, by the way, that collaboration. This might be down to maybe 20 to complete the state. In some states, it's a collaborative effort between federal and state agencies to complete this work. And we know we need more geologic mapping across the state. And we might want to develop state sort of priorities for where to do the LiDAR. And the Bureau of Mines and Geology would be happy to lead such an effort in collaboration with other agencies. So combined federal and state investment would be good, but as we all know, the fiscal situation for the state now is not great. So if things improve and as the situation allows in the future, maybe that would be possible. And I won't review all these benefits. I probably have spoken too long already, but lots of benefits from additional LiDAR acquisition, geologic mapping, geophysical surveys, et cetera, across the state, not just geologically speaking, but also ecosystem management, agriculture, et cetera. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Faulds, and also thank you, Ms. Patterson, for your presentation. Are there any questions from the committee members to either of our presenters today? Assemblywoman Peters?
Thank you, Vice Chair. LiDAR, I have 3 questions, and one of them is directed at Mr. Fowles, and the others are for Ms. Patterson, if I may. Is that okay to ask those? Yeah, okay. So LiDAR data is amazing, and it is incredible the amount of work that can be done under LiDAR data within the agricultural industry and water issues, and here we're seeing with energy and mining issues. But I was wondering, you had a $25 to $30 million cost on your last slide. Was that just to make the state match for the federal partnerships, or is that if we could get any kind of funding in to do that project, would that get us every part of Nevada under that $30 million estimate?
Yeah, very good question, because I didn't make that clear. Sorry about that. That would be the total for what's called QL2 LiDAR, okay, which is the second highest level of resolution for LiDAR, which is about a few feet resolution. And so that would be the total. So assuming we can get half of that from federal agencies and maybe more, you can see the cost to the state would be significantly less than that. And so they're, yeah, and again, this year, the federal agencies themselves have come together to knock off about 20% or so of the state. And funding, if funding is available at the federal level, they intend to try and continue that program in the future. So the actual cost to the state then is on the order of 10 to 15 million. If it were a 50-50 partnership.
Yeah, and then my last question on the LiDAR is, once we have the LiDAR data, how long is it usable and useful?
It's usable, until the next greatest invention comes along. But I would imagine seeing things evolve over the past few years. If we go back a couple decades, we had what were called 30-meter or 10-meter or 30-foot digital elevation models of the surface. And we go back to the 90s, we thought those were great. Okay. Now we're getting into a level though where we can do so much more. But I would say the shelf life on these is decades of use. And yeah, so and all of these data acquisitions are public domain. Okay, so anything that the U.S. Geological Survey leads, the federal agencies, or if we're partnering with them, that becomes public domain. So, and it's then available for all potential users. And also mentioned the so-called QL2 resolution. I will say in some areas, let's say Las Vegas Valley and the Reno Carson area, the thinking of the major stakeholders involved in that is they wanted what was called QL1, which steps up that resolution even further on the order of centimeter scale. But that's maybe not needed for much of Nevada. The 1 meter or 3-foot resolution is huge to understand most of what we need to know in terms of resource assessments and ecosystem assessments and so on.
Thank you. And then my other two questions are for Ms. Patterson. I don't know if we want to, if other people have questions for Mr. Fowles as we have him on already. Or I can move on to my questions.
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay, all right. Ms. Patterson, you spent a little bit of time talking about the limitations of the federal permitting requirements and regulatory structure, but not a lot of time on what exists within NDEP for the transferring of mineral permits to renewable energy permits and what those potential liabilities may be. Would you mind speaking to those if you can? Hey, girl.
Yeah, hi. As far as what would be needed to change the permit in NDEP, I'm pretty sure that's on a case-by-case basis, and that might be a more appropriate question for them. I'm assuming that they would all kind of have to be evaluated on that case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I was wondering if they already had some kind of regulatory structure to handle those kinds of cases. And then my other question had to do with local planning issues. So similar to what you were referring to with the mineral rights and ensuring that locating a renewable resource project on existing mineral rights, you have to look at the impact to those rights and access to those rights. What about other local planning issues? So say in a county, they have zoned that particular area or parceled out that particular area for a certain land use. Would there be issues with transferring mineral projects or brownfields projects to renewable energy projects? Or are those on similar planning parallels? And you know, how problematic may that be?
I believe, so again, Greg Helseth is probably more adequately equipped to answer these questions for you, but I believe if it does not meet the land use plan, that is when NEPA would come into play, and then the situation gets a little bit more detailed and there's more to navigate and analyze at that point. So.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I will reach out to them.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Do any other committee members have a question for either Ms. Patterson or Mr. Falls?
I do. Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, so Dr. Fold, first of all, I'm really excited. You and I have been talking about this since 2016 with Ms. Hamer from NREL, so I'm really excited to see this moving forward. I think it was 2 years ago, Utah got the Forge project, Ford Observatory Research for Geothermal Energy. And it looked like one of the geothermal mines that you showed looked like it was right up there buttressing against the state line of Utah. So is there any way that we might be able to benefit from what I don't know that they're doing everything now, but what they might be doing with Forge in terms of getting some of that information so we can move forward with our, with respect to expanding our geothermal industry? Dr. Ford.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Great. Yeah, good question. So the Forge project is a little bit different because it's not conventional geothermal resources. It's actually trying to figure out, this whole region has a lot of heat in the subsurface, but not necessarily fluids. And so the Forge project is trying to figure out, well, if you just have the heat and not the fluids. So the fluids might be 1 or 2% of the area. The heat is pretty ubiquitous, maybe 90% of the area. So you drill down a mile or so and it's just hot down there. And so a conventional system, you need the heat plus the fluids. Unconventional, the project in Utah that we came in second for is just figuring out how, if you will, you mine the heat. And so there will be benefits gained from that project to understand systems in Nevada, but these will be the unconventional systems that are realistically, in terms of technology, probably a couple decades before we're actually developing those. What has happened recently, and good news, and I was already talking too much, so I didn't mention it in my discussion, is we recently received a $10 million grant. It's not like the Forge project, not of that magnitude, but a $10 million grant to complete detailed geothermal potential maps for almost the entire state of Nevada, as well as surrounding parts of neighboring states. And that project will start this fall. So, and in addition to creating those geothermal potential maps for the area, there's money in that grant to acquire some new data sets, okay, that will be important. So, so that's good news. And you mentioned one of the areas over near the Utah border. We actually just received a separate grant to tackle that in the Ely area, Steptoe Valley. And we'll be looking at that very carefully because we think there's a lot of information or a lot of evidence for some good systems, really in many parts of the state. But some of the systems near the Utah border are maybe a little bit different than the typical systems, like say more in Western Nevada. And so we received some separate funding, a separate project to go after those. And in fact, both of these projects are collaborating with industry in the state as well. So we will gain from information from that Forge project. There is discussion of maybe Forge 2. And we hope to another site for Forge, and we hope to be in good standing for that if there should be federal funding for a second Forge site.
I think so, and we'll probably have to make sure that our federal delegation is fighting for that. The second thing is in 2017, and Vice Chair Brooks, you'll remember this. We had two bills, Senate Bill 65 and Senate Bill 146, that dealt with distributed energy and energy resource planning, and the requirement to look at all of the opportunities in terms of renewable energy resources. So having said that, along with the ABs at 465 that was passed, Chair Monroe Moreno's bill, I think those three bills together give us a really good opportunity to probably get some public-private partnerships with mining, because certainly some of the information that we need, if it's on abandoned or closed mines or close to that area, they might be able to offer some assistance. Here's my question. I know we talked about it a couple of years ago about what the economic impact might be for the state, and I was looking through my notes trying to find it. But do you have just a sense, and maybe not the exact numbers, but a sense of what this might mean, given the fact that much of our public land is buttressed against the private lands that we might be able to use geothermal for, and the compatibility between solar and geothermal. We're coming out of recession, and we need to look at jobs. Vice Chair Brooks had a bill that takes us to, is it 50% renewables by 2030? And so certainly my anxiousness to make sure that we're integrating geothermal has to do with all of those bills combined and the economic multiplier that it might provide. I hope that hasn't been too convoluted. I'm excited, in case you can't tell. I'm excited.
Yeah, as am I. I'll preface anything I say. I'm the geologist assessing where the resources are. I'm not the economist. So, you know, we have major industries in the state, right, in renewable energy, and I just personally think the sky's the limit in terms of development of renewable energy in the state. We have not tapped probably more than a small percentage of the potential geothermal resources in the state. Solar, we know, and I think some other speakers later on the agenda can talk to this more adroitly than I can, but solar, as we know, can be used in combination with geothermal and even to enhance the geothermal system. And, you know, these sort of energy farms, if you will, where you might have a couple different types of renewable energy resources working in, together. And so, but I'm not the one to spell out those specific economic impacts, except to say that there's a huge amount of potential out there that can drive a very large increase in the size of these industries and the economic benefits of these industries in the state.
Thank you. And if none of the other members have any questions, I actually have a question, two questions for Ms. Patterson. And my question is, one is, how much, I saw that map, but it was very difficult for me to kind of tell based on that map, what percentage of those, the appropriate sized, you know, the couple hundred acres and up mine sites, what percentage of those are on federal land versus other controlled land, private state?
You know, I thought we looked at that and we did the calculation, but it is not included in this presentation. But if you'd like to email me, I can definitely email you back with a rough percentage.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. And then my second question is about remediation bonds. And how would those be treated if they were started, if you were to develop a renewable energy project on a mine site? Would that then release the bonding necessary for the mine operator? And then would the renewable energy generator then have to carry the same remediation bonds? How would that work?
Well, we discussed that, and I don't think I really feel comfortable talking about that because I think it was complicated. It was about contracts, them making agreements with each other, making sure that the geothermal companies didn't end up with the liabilities in the end. It was kind of a lengthy, complicated answer, and I think that was the last question, was why would you locate on brownfields or even co-locate when you can locate somewhere where you wouldn't have that liability or negotiations? What would be the incentive to do that? So
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's always been kind of where I run into a wall when it comes to why should we develop these brownfields with renewable energy projects. It ends up in most cases being more expensive as opposed to saving anyone any money. And so that's something we got to get figured out for sure. Well, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Greg Helston really had a good dialogue on that, and I encourage you to reach out to him because he works in the field constantly and very knowledgeable, and we had a nice discussion on that.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, I have one more question. I just want to get clear. Based upon the information that we've been provided by Dr. Fold and Ms. Patterson, are there any opportunities, potential opportunities that we might be able to have working with the mining industry to help develop our geothermal projects? Just a question.
Jim, do you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. We've had some initial discussions, maybe preliminary could be a better word, with folks in the mining industry. And I mean, there's certainly interest. And there's some remote mines near some, good geothermal prospects that could definitely benefit. But they, of course, have to look at their economics and balance everything. And as I prefaced before, I'm not the person who can do that. But I know they've got to look very carefully at the life of their mine and the potential investment needed for, let's say, even a small geothermal plant, and make sure that makes sense. And it doesn't always work out in a dollar and cents way for them, even though as they get, in many cases, as they develop a mine and further develop it, there's more resource there. Okay, and and they, in some cases, an initial, let's say, mine may blossom into something larger, and maybe the economics then can pencil out for developing geothermal. And so that's with kind of active mines, and there are several cases even where the mineral deposit is right next to the current geothermal activity, and they're related. And so there is potential there. One small mine, Florida Canyon, near Lovelock, had a small geothermal plant going for a while, very small one. So there is potential there, but each case has to be analyzed individually, and and then of course the economics have to work out. And I'm not talking then at all about development of mining lands that are abandoned, or a mine that has gone through its life cycle and has been reclaimed. That would be kind of a separate subject. But
All right, thank you. So if the committee has no further questions, thank you, Mr. Folds and Ms. Patterson for presenting today. And we will move on to our next presentation, which is from Avalon Geothermal, and Chair Monroe Moreno is back in the driver's seat.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brooks, for taking over. I appreciate your patience. Our home is not only my home office, but today is officially digital classroom as well. And there were some technical issues in the classroom, so I appreciate you stepping in for me. And I will also let the members know and the public that are joining us today. We are going to go up to item 10 on our agenda today. Then we're going to take a 20-minute lunch break. And that's a real 20 minutes, not a legislative 20 minutes, but an actual 20-minute lunch break, and come back and start on item number 11. So I just wanted the public to know, especially if you're waiting for those later items, if you want to go grab a bite to eat or something and come back, then that's more than acceptable. So moving on to item 8. This interim, we were tasked with studying the development of renewable energy and clean energy resources in Nevada, with the goal of achieving energy independent and facilitating economic diversification. Today, we will hear about the potential of renewable energy and clean energy resources, such as geothermal resources, lithium, battery energy storage, and solar energy. This morning, Matthew Rosenfeld and Paul Thompson will make a presentation on geothermal resources and its unique attributes across the industry lines. So I will ask both if you are in the waiting room. Mr. Rosenfeld's from Avalon Geothermal, and Mr. Thompson is the Vice President of Business Development at Ormont. We thank you for joining us. We're trying to move through our agenda in a timely manner, so I hope that you learned something while sitting here with us today in the morning, and we appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you just to this whole committee here for the opportunity to present today. Can everybody see my screen all right? Am I good? All right. Excellent.
Yes.
So yes, with that note, I will try and keep this speedy. I'll try and keep it moving. I have a little bit of an agenda today. I'm just going to introduce to you Avalon Geothermal as well as its parent company, Circ Energy. I am the general manager of Avalon and also developer for Circ. I'll provide a little bit of an intro as well as an update on one of our more recent projects and some updates on Avalon. I'll highlight a few areas of innovation that Circ is working on in the geothermal space that we find really exciting, and then just touch on some policy initiatives as well. So with that, I'll get right into it. So Circ Energy, let me see if I can just, there we go. Okay. So Circ Energy is the fourth largest portfolio owner of geothermal power generation in the United States. And we have 3 operating power projects as well as our district heating utility right here in Nevada. These power plants, as we've heard before, operate around the clock, delivering 24/7 baseload renewable energy. Circ also employs over 100 full-time staff throughout our generation fleet, and we're proud to say that we were able to keep everybody employed and safe through this whole pandemic. Our most recent project that we've developed is in northern Nevada, in the Fernley area, called Soda Lake. That project supplies the University of Utah with about half of its electricity needs. I'm going to pause here and actually just play a brief 3-minute video introducing that project at a very high level and just showing you how a geothermal plant works. Can everybody hear that, by the way?
Welcome to Circ Energy's Soda Lake Geothermal Power Plant.
Let's see if I can. This is there we go.
A 100% renewable green solution for power generation, available day and night.
Oops, sorry.
Nevada desert will provide renewable energy to the University of Utah as it reaches 50% renewable energy goal on campus. The Soda Lake plant site and well field is situated in the 40-mile desert along the historic California Immigrant Trail. Immigrants passed the area on their way to the future site of Reno, Nevada, and the California Gold Rush in the mid-1800s. Geothermal hot water was discovered by Chevron and Unocal when the oil companies were drilling for energy sources in the 1970s. The first power plant was originally developed in 1987 and started on Christmas Day of the same year. That original plant was one of the first geothermal power plants in Nevada and has continually operated for more than 30 years. The site for the Soda Lake 3 geothermal plant, which will deliver electricity to the university, is named for the nearby lake with the same name, used as a soda ash mill in the 1800s. Let's see how the process works. Hot water from the earth is pumped from production wells using pumps set deep in the wells. The hot water, called geothermal brine, flows through the geothermal piping system to the power plant, where the first stop is the level 1 vaporizer. The hot water flows through the tubes of the vaporizer while transferring the heat to a working fluid, which boils at a lower temperature than the geothermal brine. Because there are two fluids, the geothermal brine and the working fluid, this process is called binary geothermal. The working fluid evaporates and is superheated in the vaporizers, which changes its state from liquid to high-pressure vapor. The working fluid vapor is directed to the turbine, where it expands, dropping in pressure and temperature and producing rotational shaft power. The turbine rotates the generator, which generates electricity. After rotating the turbine, the working fluid, now a low-pressure vapor, flows to the air-cooled condensers through a recuperator, where it is condensed back to a liquid state. The geothermal brine is then re-injected back into the ground through the injection well. This completes a 100% closed-loop use of the geothermal brine, which is only used to transport heat from the earth to be converted to electrical energy. This electricity will be used by the University of Utah and is the greenest, most renewable energy on planet Earth.
So that's just a little intro into geothermal power generation. The Soda Lake power plant produces about 20 megawatts of net electrical generation. As I said, supplying all of that energy goes out of state to Utah. And a lot of what CERC does is involved in electrical power generation. Avalon is a subsidiary of CERC. It's a regulated entity in Reno, Nevada, and it provides direct heating to homes and soon some larger customers and businesses. The heat from Avalon's wells goes directly into space heating, hot water heating, and heating swimming pools for our customers. We've had customers who moved to the area just because they know that there's geothermal heat around. It's a fantastic alternative to natural gas heating. Absolutely no emissions. It's been operating without any decline in its resource for over 30 years. And it provides a lower cost alternative to natural gas as well. In fact, our rates are pegged at a 17.5% discount to the local natural gas rates. Furthermore, a lot of our rates are flat, so customers can heat their swimming pools all winter long to a comfortable 90 degrees and really enjoy not having to worry about costs or emissions associated with that heat. Direct use is pretty interesting in that it also offers a very, very efficient use of geothermal energy. So the amount of heat and fluid that we have to pull out of the ground to heat homes and provide domestic hot water is substantially less than what we need to run a power plant. In fact, just comparing the flows for Avalon compared to, say, Soda Lake, this is less than 1/10 of the flow that we need, and actually at a much lower temperature as well. So there's no phase change going on. Everything's always in a liquid form, and similar to our power plants, all of the water is re-injected back into the ground in a closed loop system. So we're not consuming any of the geothermal water or fluid, just the heat, and everything gets injected back into the ground. The idea behind a district heating system or a geothermal utility is that it makes geothermal heat much more accessible to customers. You get geothermal without the well, essentially. So we're going to operate the well field, the pipes, the pumps, all the complicated stuff that customers don't want to have to deal with. We get to manage all of that, and customers can simply tie in and get hot water delivered directly to their home or business. The system that we've been operating has been in existence for quite a while, but we're also looking to expand and retrofit existing other customers that might have natural gas systems. And the way that it works is actually very intuitive and doesn't involve any major redesigns of heating systems. So we can go to an existing boiler system and simply bypass the boiler and put our own hot water into an existing hot water loop. And this is exactly what we proposed and have signed off on at the, actually, I'll come back to that in a second, at the Reno Sparks Convention Center just in town. So this is just a mechanical rendering of how simple it is for us to bring in our pipe and tie in to an existing hot water system. The system that we've designed and outlined will be able to provide the convention center with all of its heating and hot water needs, and without interfering or removing or involving any major redesign of their heating system. So the gas-fired heating system would remain as a backup, and we'll simply tie in and provide the base load source of heat. We're working very closely with the city of Reno to find drilling sites on public land, as well as piping routes within the city. And all of this infrastructure is buried beneath the ground. So the wells themselves take up very little space, and the pipe is all buried underground. So all of this infrastructure can be put in place without any major disturbance ongoing or even to put in to the city. So it's an incredible resource that Northern Nevada is gifted with, and is capable of really providing heat to even some of the largest end users of heat in the area. So that's just a little intro into direct use into Avalon. I'm going to hit on a couple of areas of innovation that CERC is working on and that we're really excited about. There's a lot of other topics that could be added to this list. I'm trying to keep it brief today, so I'm going to stick with just these two. So the first has to do with super hot geothermal and enhanced geothermal systems. This really comes into to sort of the next generation, or maybe even subsequent generations of geothermal power plants, and getting them to be more productive, more efficient, and capable of tying into even hotter resources than we tie into now. And then the next topic that I'll get to is hybridization. So looking at hybrid systems where we combine geothermal, solar, and storage. And some of the other speakers have already talked about some of these ideas today. So I'll give an intro into how CERC is thinking about this and some projects that we're looking at. So the way that super hot geothermal works is we have to find a resource that is at a substantially higher temperature than some of the resources that we're currently drilling into. And these resources exist, and they're very well known. But limitations in materials technology and drilling techniques, casing techniques have limited the extent to which that we can obtain resource from these higher temperature resources. The upshot, though, is that when you get to higher temperatures, you can get substantially more energy out of each well. And there's two reasons for this. One is simple thermodynamic efficiency. So if you look at a conventional geothermal system, we might pull, let's say, 10 to 12,000 gallons a minute of hot geothermal brine out of the ground. It's a tremendous amount of hot water. I actually, before this presentation today, just scratched down on a note card and this is from one of our power plants actually in Nevada. That comes out to about 280 megawatts of thermal energy that we're pulling out of the ground. And that 280 megawatts of thermal energy will get converted into about 40 megawatts of electrical energy. So a vast majority of that energy is wasted as sort of waste heat that gets put back into the ground. When you go to a higher temperature, the thermodynamic efficiency increases so that for 280 megawatts, of thermal energy, rather than getting 42 megawatts of electric energy, we'll get something more like 110 megawatts of electricity. Furthermore, the energy density per well is significantly higher because you're at a higher temperature. So for the same exact amount of flow, we'll actually get a lot more thermal energy out of the system. So you combine these two things together, and for one well, rather than getting 5 to 7 megawatts of electrical generation, we can get 40 to 50 megawatts of electrical generation. And so putting in a couple of geothermal wells, we can now actually supply a very substantial power plant. Some of the largest power plants, 40, 50 megawatts is bigger than most geothermal power plants are today. And most of those plants require multiple wells. So if you can do it with one well, or at a much higher density per well, the cost comes dramatically down. So the temperature really does matter, right? So if you look at a conventional geothermal system today, if you wanted to make a 100 megawatt power plant, you would need 24 production wells and 18 injection wells. You're moving a tremendous amount of hot water to create a fairly small amount of electricity. So, in doing so, you really have a tremendous amount of not just well field costs, but also power plant costs as well. Whereas a super hot system will be able to do the same thing with just 2 production wells and a single injection well, and a smaller power plant as well. So we're really excited to be working on this. There's still a lot of barriers. This is definitely not something that we're going to be building within the next year or so, but this is the kind of thing that that a lot of federal funding is going towards right now, and that we're working on with our sister company, AltaRock. Just to give an understanding of what that means for the resource potential in state, the current resource potential that's been identified beyond what's already been developed is only about 500 to 1,000 megawatts. There's about twice that in what we call undiscovered resource. So this is just using modeling to extrapolate based off of what we already know. But you see an explosion in the amount of resource that's available to us if we include these enhanced systems. And that also includes EGS, like Dr. Falls was talking about before, where we just extract the heat even if we don't have the fluids, but also being able to tap into some of these more productive, more efficient resources. So that's one area of innovation that we're really excited about. And another is hybrid systems, so coupling particularly thermal energy storage with solar generation and geothermal, all under one roof. So geothermal, CERC has been working for a while on coupling together geothermal resources with thermal storage systems, basically leveraging the geothermal heat to provide a more efficient means of discharging thermal energy storage systems. There's a lot of sort of technical background there, but the long and short of it is that when you have an existing heat source, you can enhance that heat source very efficiently with stored higher temperature heat. And thermal energy storage can be deployed very sustainably and scalably at a much lower cost than batteries once we start to move into the very long duration discharge systems. So we think that batteries have a really crucial role to play in that 4-hour window where they've been successfully deployed. But once we move into the 8, 10, 20 plus hour storage window where you want to be able to sustain a discharge for a very long period of time, or have a sink readily available where you can always put energy into the system and save it for later, thermal energy storage starts to become very appealing. You'll be hearing from our friend Roger Halbach and later from NV Energy. We've spoken with his group and are gracious that they have a very open mind to some of these alternative energy storage technologies and long duration storage technologies. We've presented a concept to them at North Valley, and I think this is still fairly nascent, and this project is perhaps a little ambitious for something that's early stage. But just as a way of illustrating what this type of technology is capable of and what it can do, you can replace a baseload or dispatchable generation system as substantial as the Valmy coal plant with a hybridized system like this that relies on a baseload component of geothermal, a intermittent resource like solar PV, and long duration storage to provide balancing and shifting. In essence, the way that it works is we take that stored heat that we've created using electricity to warm something up to a very, very high temperature, and we heat up geothermal steam that's coming out of the ground. So we elevate its energy density. So just like how I was talking about when you go from regular geothermal to super hot, how you get this incredible increase in energy density and efficiency, we can artificially create that above ground with thermal energy storage and provide a very efficient means of storing large amounts of energy. When we need to recharge the system, we can still run the geothermal plant the way that we would if the storage system wasn't there. So we'll still provide a baseload source of energy around the clock, just at a lower rate. And it also keeps the entire system spinning and synced to the grid at all times. So you have a very flexible system that can be turned on and off, ramped up or down very, very quickly, and that can accept electricity or dispatch electricity in a very flexible way. All right, so I'm just going to move on quickly to some policy updates. And at the federal level, there's actually a number of measures right now that are floating around the House. But late last year, we saw a nice increase in the amount of federal funding being allocated to geothermal research and development. We've received some of that funding ourselves in conjunction with the University of Reno, Nevada, and some other partners as well. Some of the areas that are being funded are supercritical and super hot geothermal resources, along with advanced mapping and resource exploration like LIDAR and gravity. Drilling technology improvements, integration with energy storage, direct use systems, EGS, and of course, lithium and minerals extraction, which you'll be hearing about later. We also got an extension on the production tax credit, the PTC, that was backdated 2 years and extends through the end of this year. And we're looking for similar extensions on the investment tax credit, although we'll have to see if that happens this year or gets pushed back to next year's agenda. But these tax credits are really vital for leveling the playing field between renewables resources and brown power, basically. So we're really excited to hear a lot of chatter in DC about extending these credits, but it's always controversial and difficult. So we really ask, call upon our state representatives here to continue the rallying call at the federal level and echo our support for continuing these federal tax credits for renewables. Just some state policy suggestions. This is a bit of a, just to get conversation started, but things to consider. There's the RPS is a wonderful tool for getting renewables off the ground. We think that geothermal really should be given a special place in that RPS. Nevada is blessed with a wonderful geothermal resource. And as we move to more and more renewables, it's even more and more important to have dispatchable and baseload energy resources available to balance the intermittent resources that will be coming on. We'd love to start the conversation about heating and RPS standards for heating. It's very well established that we have these standards for electric generation, but a vast majority of our heating still comes from fossil fuels, and it doesn't have to. We have a wonderful resource that's an alternative to that. And how we can get there and how we can smooth that transition, one way to do that is certainly with ratepayer funded programs. A number of other states, including California and New York, have such programs and have implemented them very successfully in helping to hit their RPS standards. I believe that's all I have. I will pass my screen back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to the next presentation. Perfect. Welcome.
Are you seeing the correct screen?
We are still seeing this is Jen. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Paul Thompson. And as earlier stated, I'm the Vice President of Business Development for Ormat Technologies. We're thrilled to be here to talk about kind of what we're doing in the state of Nevada, the opportunities for economic development, and really to put Nevadans back to work. And so I'm going to highlight on a lot of those kind of economic questions you guys were all asking earlier. I'm going to keep my presentation brief, and I would be thrilled to answer questions of this committee moving forward. Most of you are familiar with Ormat as we've been headquartered in Sparks and Reno since 1985. Today we have equipment around the world in 33 countries. We operate in 7 countries and have developed over 3,000 megawatts of geothermal. We have about 1,500 employees worldwide, 150 in our corporate headquarters here in Reno, and then hundreds of employees working at our power plants around the country. We're publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker ORA. And what you might not know, and you've heard a little bit about today, is that we've expanded from geothermal. So while we have 3,000 megawatts of geothermal under our belt and are the largest geothermal developer in the nation, we are also developing recovered energy generation projects, which use a similar technology, but instead of using the heat from the earth, we use the heat from exhaust processes. So whether it's a cement kiln or a natural gas compression station, we can take that heat and produce additional emission-free electricity from that. And we've developed over 40 projects with 180 megawatts. You're going to hear a lot about energy storage, and today we are becoming one of the larger energy storage companies. We have 104 megawatts of energy storage that we operate. We just procured the Pomona geothermal project in California, which was a 20 megawatt facility with 4 hours, so it produces 80 megawatt hours of storage. And we've developed solar projects on some of our extensive leases around our geothermal projects throughout Nevada, California, and the West. What separates Ormat from other developers is we are truly vertically integrated. So we began as an engineering company, designing and manufacturing the turbines, then putting the power plants together, building the air coolers and so forth. And then we decided if we wanted to develop more projects, we needed to start the exploration process, the drilling process, and today we can build the entire project. We can send out our geologists our reservoir engineers find the resource, drill for it, and build the project, which allows us to offer incredibly competitive pricing and deploy projects throughout the world. Went a little quick there. This slide is very important because this shows you all of the projects we have operating that are in red and in all the projects that we have leases for. Ormat has extensive leases throughout the Western US. We have 350,000 acres under lease control, and we want to continue to develop projects. And for all of you, you can see this cluster of projects in Nevada. There have been legislators before that have said, you know, Nevada is the epicenter for geothermal development, and we completely believe that. And we are continuing to develop these projects very aggressively. And if we can't sell the power to NV Energy, we're wheeling that power to California. We are looking at RPSs in Utah and New Mexico, Idaho. We have projects, Oregon. So we are continuing to develop, and I think it's, you know, really critical of this committee to look at how do we keep some of that geothermal generation in Nevada. Current events, you know, we saw the brownouts and blackouts in California recently. We saw the notices from NV Energy that said, you know, please conserve power. If we were able to develop more of this geothermal in Nevada, sell it to NV Energy, I think we could really preserve the grid because we provide this firmly flexible resource. We can provide power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we did so in California throughout this entire blackout process. Zooming in just a little bit on Nevada, you will see the counties that these projects operate in. We had a discussion about transmission today, and I didn't include it on this map, but we have secured about 308 megawatts of transmission on the Nevada 1 line, so we can wheel power in and out of the state of Nevada. Today, we are sending about 200 megawatts of power from Nevada to California. We are still selling NV Energy a little over 100 megawatts, which brings us to about 320 megawatts in Nevada. We gave a proposal to NV Energy, and we think we could develop another 250 megawatts of geothermal power in Nevada today from our existing leases from projects we know by 2033. And so that's what we're excited about, and have put together an economic analysis report from Hobbs and Ong and applied analysis kind of showing what that economic impact would be, and I'll get to that in a minute. When you talk about technology, you heard a lot from First Solar today talking about how they can provide resource adequacy and so forth. Here's a brief diagram of the great video we just saw from Matt Rosenfeld that shows how we produce geothermal power. What's critical about this slide is if you look at this in the middle, a thing called a bypass valve. We can keep the geothermal plant operating and bypass the steam going across the turbine. What that means is that we can ramp our power plant up and down faster than a combined cycle natural gas plant. And so as we look to new power purchase agreements in California and throughout Nevada, the question has been, can you provide this kind of flexibility? We can be as firm as you want, but we can also ramp up and ramp down to meet the needs of the grid moving forward without having any negative impact on the reservoir or the power plant itself. You actually saw a slide earlier today about distributed generation in Hawaii. And actually, we provide something called automatic grid control on the Big Island of Hawaii, where the utility actually can ramp our facility up and down. And we provide about 30% of the Big Island's power on the Big Island of Hawaii. Geothermal is valuable and it's cost effective. You've seen this duct chart a lot. And basically what we've seen, and we saw really recently in California, is that the price of electricity in the middle of the day is going down when all the solar ramps up, but you have these huge peaks in the evening and in the morning, and geothermal produces power at those times, so we can capture that value. You heard a little bit from Matt as well about storage, and that's, you know, we're procuring large amounts of storage because we can just basically take the electrons we produce from that geothermal in the middle of the day, put it into a large battery, and then discharge it at those peak periods to stabilize the grid. This is an issue we're really seeing magnified in California. It's not an issue today in Nevada, but we really should pay attention to that and make sure it doesn't become one. We are also a solution to the climate crisis. I was thrilled to hear the public comment this morning from the Nevada Climate Initiative. A geothermal megawatt replaces about 4 to 5 megawatts of solar with storage. And the amount of emissions we avoid is substantial because every megawatt of the closed loop geothermal system has no emissions, So we are seeing, and I'll get to a slide later from the California Public Utilities Commission that comments on the huge impact we're having on CO2 emissions. We're signing contracts like crazy. In this year alone, despite the pandemic, we've signed, the entire industry has signed 7 power purchase agreements in this year. And that's because we're seeing the need for a product that provides resource adequacy or capacity, meaning it's there 24 hours a day, and the associated electricity and renewable energy credits that go with it. So the market is moving fast, and it's timely that you're having this hearing to kind of hear about this geothermal resource that's so prevalent in the state of Nevada. Here we go, smallest environmental footprint. So the California Air Resources Board confirmed that a closed loop system has no emissions. Our facilities today avoid about 2.1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide annually. And if we could add another 250 megawatts, that would be 3.5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide annually that we are not producing despite the large amount of electricity and renewable energy credits that we are producing. We heard a little bit of the presentation, I think from the Division of Lands about the environmental footprint. And we heard Armageddon Hills Complex in Austin, Nevada, produces about 144 megawatts, or it has 144 megawatt capacity, and it only takes up about 146 acres of land disturbance. An equivalent size solar project would be 22 times larger at about 3,200 acres. This is meaningful because we can permit these projects so much quicker and have such a minute impact on the environment around us. So for the amount of power we produce, it's stunning and allowing us again to compete and really meet the objectives of a lot of environmental groups that want to see a smaller environmental footprint for projects moving forward. So to kind of wrap it up, we really want to put Nevadans to work. We've all heard, you just had weathered 2 special sessions, and we can develop all of these projects on this map. And this is part of the economic analysis that we did with applied analysis. This map, I think you're going to hear from Silver Peak and Thacker Pass later too. If you overlay a bunch of our projects, you'll see they fit very close to our lithium developments. They're all along existing transmission lines. We can wheel this power. We could develop all of these projects, like I said, by 2033, put 5,000 people to work, and have an economic impact of about $5.7 billion if we could move forward. And so I think the question for this committee is, what can we do to encourage the contracting of this additional power within the state of Nevada? We proposed this at an incredibly low rate for geothermal at about 6.4 cents per kilowatt hour. As you've heard about, tax incentives could impact that rate that we could offer and pass on to NV Energy ratepayers if we were able to contract this and start development today. And you just had recent discussions about the net proceeds in minerals tax in Nevada. And we're analyzing kind of what those changes look like. But again, keep in mind that anything that we can reduce that geothermal pays, we would pass on to ratepayers moving forward. When it comes to taxes, I just want to highlight, I know this is front and center in all of your conversations, that geothermal today pays the sales and use tax, the net proceeds and minerals tax, property tax, commerce tax, and uniquely we pay federal royalties to the Bureau of Land Management. So we pay 2 sets of taxes that other renewable developers don't pay. And that's the net proceeds and mines tax and the federal royalties to the BLM. For our projects that operate in Nevada today, we pay about $16 million in sales and use tax, $2 million in net proceeds and mines tax, net proceeds and minerals tax, $5 million in property tax, $25,000 in commerce tax, $2.6 million in federal royalties, and another $500,000 for the modified business tax. So we pay, so you take the net proceeds and minerals tax and the federal royalties, we're paying about $4.6 million annually in taxes that other renewable developers don't have to pay. If we can continue to work on that, we could then offer even lower prices to the utility and to the ratepayers in Nevada and provide them a superior product that produces power 24 hours a day, has a footprint, tiny environmental footprint, and produces the RECs moving forward. With that, I am happy to answer any questions from the committee, and thank you so much for your time. I know it's pushing lunch, and really appreciate the opportunity to present, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you both for joining us. Members, if you have a question for one or both of the speakers, when answering the question, if the speaker will restate their name just for the record, and then for those that are following us either online or just listening in, will know who's speaking. So members, any questions for the presenters?
Madam Chair, I have one.
Go ahead, Senator Brooks.
And this is for Mr. Ormat. Thank you for the presentation. And when you talked about tax parity between other renewable generators, and what do you think that would do to the cost to your kilowatt hour? If you're saying that your most recent offering is 6.5 cents a kilowatt hour, and what percentage of that embedded cost is taxed in the state of Nevada? And if you didn't have that same tax burden, and you paid the abated property and sales and use taxes, what would that impact be?
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Senator Brooks, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'd be happy to calculate it for you and tell you, I think, what that would equate to in a reduction per kilowatt hour. But it would be substantial. $2 million a year in the net proceeds and minerals tax has an effect on that kilowatt hour price. So I'll be happy to calculate that. The sales and use tax that I quoted to you does include the property tax abatement. And so when we look at, and just to refresh everybody's memory, the property tax and sales tax can be abated if we deploy over a 55% Nevada workforce, provide full benefits to their employees and so forth. And we've always exceeded those criteria substantially in Nevada and have really a robust construction union group that can build these projects moving forward. But I will get you that number, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, because it's really, I mean, everything you say sounds great, but it's all about pricing at this point. And with a delta of being about, 200% higher than the cheapest solar right now, we need to find out ways that we can close that gap.
If I can respond to that through the chair to Mr. Brooks, the pricing.
Go ahead and restate your name for the record for me, please.
Sure. Paul Thompson with
Thank
Ormat
you.
Technologies. That delta is shrinking. And as I went quickly, what we're seeing in California when they look at resource adequacy to make sure that that power is always there, they are coupling storage with the solar development. And what we have seen in a study at the ISO recently using Resolve modeling is that they replace about 3 to 4 megawatts of solar with storage for each megawatt of geothermal. So if you take that lowest price of solar you've seen and multiply it by 3 or 4, you tend to get to a place that it is more expensive than geothermal at 6.5 cents or 6 cents moving forward. And that is why we're seeing geothermal procured very aggressively in California, even at 7.5 and 7 cents moving forward. So that's going to be something, we would be thrilled to work with you and others to kind of explain that, because that's going to be critical as the utility looks to compete in the Western market with these other states trying to achieve a very high renewable portfolio standard moving forward.
Thank you. Other questions?
Madam Chair, I just have one.
Go ahead, Senator Spearman.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson. So you mentioned a couple of times baseload and what geothermal might mean for Nevada. Can you explain a little bit of that? And if we have another indigenous resource for baseload right now without expanding our geothermal industry?
Madam Chair, to Senator Spearman, again, for the record, it's Paul Thompson with Ormat Technologies. Thank you for the question. I'm not aware of another indigenous technology in the state of Nevada that can operate as baseload and flexible. We're blessed with these incredible geothermal resources. There's not a lot of oil and gas resources to provide that benefit, and the rest is import to the state of Nevada or solar with these storage components that can act kind of like it moving forward. Developing geothermal projects is labor intensive. So we've seen, and I think you heard earlier, that the average project is somewhere between 30 to 50 megawatts per project. It requires the drilling and finding of the resource first. It then requires the construction of the facility and then the long-term operations agreements moving forward. And so it has a huge economic footprint. So just to reiterate, the study that we just did with Hobbs and Dong and Applied Analysis said, if we could bring online this additional 250 megawatts of geothermal in the state of Nevada, it would generate a total economic impact of about $5.7 billion over 25 years. It would generate $873 million in economic activity for construction. It would create 1,368 jobs and about $70.5 million in wages and salaries. And it would pay about $140 million in taxes over the projected lifespan. So the economic impact is stunning. We are working as hard as we can to develop these projects as fast as possible, and we're doing it in a portfolio approach. So it used to be we kind of develop one project at a time. Now we're looking at hundreds of megawatts simultaneously throughout the state. And we're thrilled and excited to put people to work. And as you heard from the other speaker, we've been able to build the Steamboat Repower project during the pandemic. And we're currently building the McGinnis Hills 3 expansion right now out in Austin, Nevada 2, creating this economic impact.
Madam Chair, I just want to follow up. So the numbers that you just presented representing the economic impact do not include the opportunities for advanced manufacturers coming to the state as a result of expanded geothermal resources. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Spearman, you are absolutely, again, Paul Thompson for the record, you're absolutely correct. The numbers that I just stated that seem kind of staggering are just for new geothermal development. It doesn't include the hundreds of megawatts of geothermal development that are currently operating. It doesn't include the deployment of enhanced geothermal technologies that you discussed with the Forge project. And it doesn't discuss, a lot of the innovation that could come from enhancing lithium extraction or looking at, kind of bringing all that development together. If we could develop basically double the geothermal production in the state of Nevada, I think it would create, an economic engine, that we've never seen throughout rural Nevada and in northern Nevada, or maybe better said, comparable to that of the mining industry that was so stunning. And really, frankly, we look at ourselves as an extension of the mining industry. We're very similar. I think you asked a good question earlier, and I just love to tell this story. Our Steamboat Hills project today is a huge geothermal production. It has tailings all over it from prospectors looking for gold and finally making their way to Virginia City, which is just a couple miles away as the crow flies. And so it's really kind of just the enhancement of mining and finding these resources and developing them in an environmentally sensitive way moving forward. So, it's going to be the future, and we would love to accelerate it as fast as possible.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Assemblywoman Toles.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your presentations. Appreciated Dr. Fald's words, the sky's the limit when we have these conversations, and it's exciting to see how much we have to offer in Nevada, not just for our economic benefit, but also an environmental impact that is positive, something that we could really use today. So my question is for both Mr. Thompson and Mr. Rosenfeld. You both mentioned the federal tax credits and hoping that those continue to be extended. Wonder if you could provide this committee the value, the annual value of those tax credits, so we could just take a look at what exactly that benefit is to you and what the potential is if that were to be taken away. And then you mentioned the Hobbs and Applied Analysis report, Mr. Rosenfeld, or sorry, Mr. Thompson. And if I missed it in the agenda materials, please forgive me. But if you have a copy of that, it would be helpful to take a look at it.
So, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Tolles. I happen to also serve as chairman of the Geothermal Resource Committee, the National Association for Geothermal Development, as their chairman of the policy committee. The production tax credit that was retroactively applied is worth about 2.2 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's an easy one to kind of subtract from that 6.4 cents that I discussed earlier. Moving forward, the question will be, what does that tax credit look like? There's a ferocious debate in the final COVID package to see if that will be either one, go away, two, be converted to some kind of renewable investment tax credit, as Matt Rosenfeld discussed, or continue on as this 2.2 cents approximately production tax credit. So it's substantial for bringing down the price, as is the state of Nevada's tax incentives that reduce the property and sales tax by about 55% in the state of Nevada as well. And last,
I'll just add there.
It's not included in your materials, and I will be happy to make the analysis available to the entire committee.
Thank you.
Just on the investment tax credit side, and this is Matt Rosenfeld for the record. So the investment tax credit, as it originally stood and as it can get converted from the production tax credit, covers 30% of the construction costs of the project. So it's all tied to new development, not to existing projects. So the way that we see it is a lot of the blue dots in Paul's map, the projects that are not yet built, a lot of those could stand to come online if these tax credits were renewed, and actually even more importantly, if they were made refundable. So the geothermal sector in general has had a hard time monetizing some of these tax credits, and some of the proposals on the Hill right now would make the tax credits refundable. And if they were, we'd have a much easier time monetizing those credits, and you'd see a substantial gap. That gap that Senator Brooks was just referring to between the solar pricing and geothermal would shrink dramatically if we saw the tax credits extended and made equitable and refundable.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may ask a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So as I think Mr. Thompson mentioned, we did have some discussion recently about changes to the net proceeds tax. As you're looking at the analysis, are you also forecasting what each of those proposals, what the impact might be on future development? I'm thinking specifically of slide 6 that shows the active geothermal plants that you have today versus the ones that you have leases out on that you would potentially like to develop and activate here in the future. If you could provide your analysis as you take a look at those different proposals of what impact you think that might have, I think that would be very beneficial for us as a legislative body.
Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Tolles, if I can clarify the question, is it if the net proceeds and minerals tax goes away, what impact would it have? Or do you want us to look at the other proposals that looked at, I guess that modify it to a 7.5% gross proceeds tax as well?
Right. So there were 3 different proposals that, one from net to gross, or 2 from net to gross, and then also just a change in the net proceeds. So as you look at those 3 different simultaneous proposals that were brought up in the last special session, what potential impact that would have on future development, that would just be helpful to have that analysis.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Tolles, we'd be happy to do that and can provide you a number on the operating facilities today under each one of those regimes moving forward. It could show the impact quite clearly.
Thank you.
May I just
Chair,
add something there too, Madam Chair?
Sure, and I was just going to say really quick, Mr. Thompson, if you would send that to the committee and then we can send it all out if you send it to our policy analyst, Ms. Thomas.
Of course, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to add to Paul's note there, this is Matt Rosenfeld again from Circ Energy. The other, when we were looking at some of the proposals that would have an impact in increasing those the minerals tax for operating plants, I think one thing to keep in mind is that most operating geothermal power plants are locked into their pricing. We built these plants with a very specific price in mind, normally fairly tight margins, and any increase in our taxes would have a pretty strong impact on those operating facilities as well.
Thank you for that addition.
Madam Chair, I have a question and a statement if we have a minute.
Go ahead, Senator Brooks.
So might be able to save you guys some time on that information that you were going to try to generate, in that the three tax proposals, the three constitutional changes affect the way that the tax structure in the Constitution applies to constitutionally defined net proceeds of minerals tax. And as Mr. Ormat surely knows, and based on the history of that tax, that the Nevada State Constitution, as it defines the net proceeds of minerals tax, doesn't include a definition that includes geothermal. Geothermal statutorily is treated as mining due to the history of how that tax was created, in that that was the closest nexus to what geothermal did. But a change in the Nevada State Constitution does not necessarily apply to the taxation rate or how geothermal is taxed. And so that's something that I think that regardless of what happens currently, the Nevada Legislature can change immediately how we tax geothermal, and possibly we should. And the change in the Nevada Constitution would not limit any way that the Nevada Legislature statutorily treats geothermal's taxation. And so that might save you a little bit of work on that report, in that nothing in those constitutional amendments would actually facilitate making us do anything to tax geothermal. And then my question is, does geothermal currently enjoy the PTC on its megawatt hours sold, and does it have the ability to get PTC and ITC, or is it an either or, like with some other technologies?
So Madam Chair, to Senator Brooks, to your first statement, we agree with you completely that.
Would you go ahead and just restate your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Paul Thompson with Ormat Technologies. We agree with Senator Brooks' statement. We are not defined in the Constitution as a mining entity. It's legislatively, and that will be addressed. I think we can look at if we kept all things constant with that change and still paid the net proceeds and minerals tax, we can calculate what effect that would have. And then if we look at tax changes, we will provide that as well, because obviously we get kind of a reduction on our commerce tax due to the payment of the net proceeds and minerals tax. If that were to go away, we can calculate for you kind of what that impact on that deduction would no longer be there for the commerce tax. And so there's going to be some work to do in future legislative sessions if we change that. To your question on the federal tax credits, great question. We are eligible for both currently, the production tax credit and the 30% investment tax credit, which are both kind of stimulus results. If both of those expire, we are actually still eligible for a 10% ITC moving forward. So companies have to make a decision. And I think you heard from Matt on kind of what tax treatment and how you can monetize those taxes moving forward. So some companies are taking the 2+ cents per kilowatt hour over a longer period of time. Some are taking the 30% investment tax credit as a lump sum and then trying to convert that through tax equity entities to monetize that moving forward. But I think the short answer is we're eligible for 2 at the moment. And if both of them go away, we have a unique statutory position that we're still eligible for a 10% investment tax credit into perpetuity.
Thank you for that. And I don't think utility scale solar or wind can take both the ITC and the PTC. I think it's an either or for them.
And Madam Chair, to Senator Brooks, again, Paul Thompson for the record, we can't, sorry if I wasn't clear, we can't take both. We just have the option to pick one or the other. So we can't double dip, so to speak. We can only pick one or the other. And you're right. I think wind is trapped in the PTC bracket, solar is in the ITC. We get a little bit of, we get to choose either one moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I was a little confused. I appreciate that.
Member, any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have just 2 questions, but I think that they're that they may be follow-up related questions. The first one is, do we know what percentage of residential heating contributes to greenhouse gas emissions? And I'd be curious about both commercial and residential heating. And I would also love if our presenters would mind sending some information on the reinjection, the science of reinjection of fluids, particularly to the to the closed loop system, because I know that we have had some reinjection related issues in Nevada, and I'd just be curious what kind of science we're looking at right now in Nevada.
Thank you. This is Matt Rosenfeld again with SERC. Just on your first question there, I don't have a figure offhand, but I can certainly I can circle back for you and send you some follow-up information on heating related emissions in the state. So I'd be happy to do that. As far as the way injection or reinjection works for geothermal facilities, it's pretty much universal now that we inject pretty much all of the fluids that we produce. I think for 2 reasons. One, we don't want to be a net consumer of geothermal fluids for resource management purposes. You don't want to drain the resource of fluids. You want to recharge that and maintain pressure. And the other reason is once you bring geothermal brine above ground, you need something to do with it as well. So we wouldn't want to be dumping this hot water anywhere above ground or into sewer systems or anything like that. Typically, when we site injection wells, they're loosely tied into the same fault system that the production wells are tied into. So it's all staying within the same geothermal resource. And we provide an annual report on all of our injection wells to the state, and we have monitoring systems set up for that are continuously looking for any surfacing or fracturing or anything else that could come along with it. I don't know, Paul, if you want to add anything to that on just injection wells or how that works.
Madam Chair, through you, again, Paul Thompson for the record, and I would just say, I think you actually are going to have the expert later. If Doug Lovato is going to be speaking, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection helps us monitor that, and we put in monitoring wells around all of our facilities to make sure that the geothermal fluid is staying in the geothermal reservoir, and it's critical for development. So I think, what's different from a geothermal development versus oil and gas or something else is that we have a symbiotic relationship. We have to make sure that that geothermal fluid that's being re-injected stays in that reservoir. Otherwise, we can see a cooling effect or less steam for power production, and we produce less power and make less money. And so it's absolutely in our best interest to make sure that that reservoir is defined as possible, as closed and tight as possible in our development. And everything we do is to make sure that that happens. So, but I'd be happy to, it's a little site specific, specifically the injection regimes for each project. But we'd be happy to share any of that information. All that we share with the Bureau of Land Management and NDEP is public information. We'd be happy to share that with any member of the committee.
Assemblywoman Peters, was that helpful? Did that answer your question?
Honestly, my internet has been breaking up, so I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch their responses. But I think generally one of the things I'm getting at is we have one of the oldest geothermal facilities in Nevada, the Mason Valley geothermal facility. They cannot re-inject based on the geologic structure around there. And I know we have issues with re-injection fluid surfacing in some other areas of the state. So I want, my interest is maybe will be answered later in the presentation by NDEP. And thank you for your responses.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you too for your presentations and for the information shared. And I look up to the follow-up information that you will be sending over to our policy analysts. And thank you for your patience with our platform for the day, for both of you. So members, I had earlier stated that we would take our break after item 10. Actually, we'll go ahead and do item 9, then we'll take our lunch break because it's getting close to 1 o'clock. And item 9 is kind of a two-part. So after the second part of item 9, we'll take our lunch break, and then we will, when we come back, we will start at item 10. So on item 9, it's an overview of lithium resources and the industry here in Nevada. And the first part will be a highlights of the challenges from the world's longest producing lithium brine facility located here in Silver Peak, Nevada. So if the presenters for that section is on, I welcome you to our meeting. You know, as a state, we are committed to emerging technologies and advancing renewable energy. Lithium is an important component for our energy storage, transportation, and clean energy. So gentlemen, if you're ready, go ahead and get started.
All right. For the record, my name is Mark Mummert, M-A-R-K, M-U-M-M-E-R-T. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Albemarle Corporation for our lithium business, and it's my pleasure to be here today. Scott Thibodeau will introduce himself and get us started, but I did want to just make a comment. Certainly a lot of very interesting presentations today, and I thank the committee and Madam Chair for having us and talking a little bit about Albemarle. Albemarle is the largest lithium producer in the world in what we make in our derivatives, and we're excited to have a significant manufacturing facility in Nevada. And it is the longest producing lithium brine facility in the world. So we're certainly very pleased with that. So I'll come back and talk a little bit more later, but at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Scott to talk about a few slides as well. Scott?
Sure. Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Thibodeau, last name Thibodeaux. I am the operations manager at Albemarle's Silver Peak facility. If you could go ahead and move to the next slide. I'm a born and raised Nevadan, having grown up in Tonopah. I'm fortunate to have found a job with Albemarle and in the state I love. Albemarle is, as it was kind of already mentioned, a global company with their headquarters located in North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. And again, we have the only operating lithium mine in the U.S. And also the longest operating mine in the U.S., lithium mine in the U.S. The operations began in the early 60s, and we currently have 65 employees, or roughly 65 employees, and 10 contractors on site. Our average annual compensation for our employees is about $94,000 a year. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you all today. Just a little bit more on Albemarle. We are a global specialty chemicals company. We've already touched on the lithium business. We also have two businesses in bromine and refining catalysts. All three, we have approximately 5,400 employees across the globe, and we serve many customers in over 100 countries around the globe. I think we've covered the last two bullets there. So with that, I will thank you again and pass it on to Mark to go into a little more detail about our Nevada operation.
Sure. Scott actually is coming from our site in Silver Peak, so he's actually on site at the plant. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. Again, Mark Mummert, Chief Operating Officer for our lithium division. Lithium is extracted from an underground brine resource through a series of wells. We do that, we extract it from the ground, and then we use solar evaporation really as a way for us to concentrate the lithium. So it comes out of the ground as a liquid, obviously, and then starts to concentrate through solar evaporation. And so we move it from one pond to the next until we concentrate it to the point that we're able to then process it. So our Silver Peak operation is actually one of the few places we have in the world where we actually have the resource on site with where we actually manufacture our finished product and make that product. And that's in this particular case, it's a lithium compound. So the process is continuous as it moves through that evaporation stage. It typically takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months to concentrate from the point that it comes from the well to the point that it is actually processed and converted to the finished product. We sell that to a lot of different industries. We actually go into the pharmaceutical industry, we go into industrial type applications. But certainly the growing application for us is in batteries for electric vehicles or energy storage. You heard a little bit about both of those yet this morning. So we're certainly very excited about what the future for lithium means for the world, but in particular for Albemarle and for the state of Nevada as part of that key resource. Albemarle is really committed to making sure that we extract lithium brine in a socially and environmentally safe way. One of the things for us is sustainability. We are a company that is very focused on our values, and safety and caring for one another and collaboration are some of the key values that we have. And making sure that we're doing the right things for the environment is part of why we're in the lithium business to begin with, is to make sure that we're really helping to change the world in a positive way. We manage an extensive, highly recognized migratory bird protection program. Any questions on that? Scott is well versed in that program. But again, it's making sure that we're really taking care of really the environment and all the birds and other aspects of the environment. We are committed to making sure that we're not over extracting and really have that brine for a long time. We do have the ability to to produce more at our Silver Peak location, and we look forward to some permits that we're working our way through relative to further extraction. We are committed to protecting our senior water rights as part of our future growth. And we also want to make sure that we're continuing to invest in geological surveys to really understand the aquifer and the ability to produce lithium. Again, it's the whole idea of making sure that we're sustainable for the long term, not just for short-term monetary gains. We want to make sure we're doing the right thing from a long-term perspective. And we want to make sure that we're continuing to invest in our employees and getting to the right standards, whether it be on safety, whether it be on training, whether it be in the community that we operate. We're very committed to the future of Silver Peak and the future of all our plants, but the future of Silver Peak in this particular case. As we look at workforce development and future needs, one of the things we wanted to bring to the attention of the committee is we want to provide young Nevadans the opportunity for their own state, to work in their own state. We want to make sure that we're collaborating with universities and colleges to find young qualified employees. We do see that Silver Peak is in a rural part of the state. And doesn't have a lot of the local amenities, and that can be a hurdle for us. But we want to make sure that we really have the right package and right opportunities for folks to be successful. And so some of the skill sets that we want to make sure that we have in Silver Peak are electrical engineers, chemical process engineers, chemical operators. We heard a little bit this morning, a good presentation on electricians. I think journeyman electricians is another important qualified geologists, hydrogeologists as part of what we're looking to make sure as we continue to grow and expand. We want to fill these positions in Silver Peak rather than really have third-party consultants do that for us, which is a lot of what we do today. Or even in some cases, we actually have a fairly large facility in Chile, and we leverage some of the expertise from that site. But again, we'd rather have these positions really filled in Silver Peak as part of what our future is. We do provide all the safety training. I spoke about safety early on, and we do provide opportunities really to supplement what they learn in school with on-the-job type training. One of the things I wanted to touch base on before we close is we do a lot with what we call the Albemarle Foundation, which is a lot of local community type work. Our employees do a lot in the community, and we have a lot of matching opportunities from our Albemarle Foundation. So with that, let me just share this slide. I believe it's the last slide that we have, but in 2016, the Albemarle Foundation contributed $100,000 to the Renown Clinic. And that money went towards the purchase of equipment that diagnosed patients and relays that information to hospitals in the state. So we're very proud of that. Since 2016, we've really contributed close to $100,000 for other charitable causes as well in things like the local elementary school, Silver Peak Fire Department. I won't go through the whole list. But it really is, we believe very much of giving back to the community as part of who we are as a company. And it's certainly an important aspect for us. For 2020, we haven't made the final decisions on what we'll do with those funds and those contributions, but certainly I know they will go to a very worthwhile cause in the community. So with that, I think that's the end of our presentation. Glad to take any questions for either Scott or I on the operation that we have in Silver Peak.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was much shorter than I thought it would be. Members, if you have questions for either one of the gentlemen on the first part of this presentation, please go ahead and direct your question to that gentleman. And then when you answer, if you could just state your name for the record, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you.
Mark, it does seem like you might be on. There you go. Thank you.
No, it's not me, I don't think. I think that's somebody else sharing their screen.
Right.
Perhaps
There
I've
were
jumped the
no-
gun, Madam Chair.
That's okay, but I'm not seeing any questions from any of the members for the first presenters. So I will thank you both for joining us today. You got off easy.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to the second part, where Mr. Crowley will provide information on lithium's Nevada's Thatcher Pass development and its significance in fulfilling the demand for lithium-ion batteries. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I am, Madam Chair. Thank you. And thank you to the committee for giving me some time today to tell you about a very exciting project. My name is Tim Crowley. I'm the Vice President of Government and Community Relations for Lithium Nevada. What I'd like to do today, take you through some slides, not the disclaimer slide. You can read that on at your leisure. But what I want to tell you about is our company. We're owned by a parent company called Lithium Americas. Talk to you a little bit about the need for lithium. Tell you about our project in Nevada, which is called Thatcher Pass. And then hit upon our environmental stewardship and the permitting that we're going through to bring this development into fruition. Chat a little bit about the mining methods that we'll use to bring lithium into existence, into the market, and then touch upon the economic benefits. Lithium Americas Corp is a company that's been around for several years, and we merged with a Nevada company called Western Lithium in 2016. And at that time, we formed a new company based in Nevada, headquartered in Reno, called Lithium Nevada Corporation, which is what the company I work for. Even though Western Lithium had been working on development in northern Humboldt County for some years, we started with the new team and took a fresh look at how to bring this lithium to market. We're looking at some new financial opportunities to fund this program, and we're well into that. So I'll get into that a little bit. The company, Lithium Americas, the parent company, is developing two projects right now. We have one in South America, in Argentina, at Cauchari, and they're in construction. They're about 40% done. And then we also have a project in northern Humboldt County, which we haven't begun construction on. We're going through permitting right now, and it's called Thatcher Pass. The demand for lithium is tremendous, and the demand curve just keeps going up and up and up. And this is a chart, the chart on the right, the bar chart, is a curve that was established last year. And every time you look at this data, it gets steeper and steeper and steeper. And that, of course, is because of the utilization of electric vehicles and battery storage, even the batteries in our appliances that we use every day, like our telephones and our computers and those kind of things. The demand just keeps going up and up and up. Most of that supply is furnished by China, but I need to be clear about explaining what supply means. There is the mineral that comes out of the ground, and it can be put into a concentrate. That mineral comes by and large from Australia and Chile. 46% of the mineral comes from Australia, and 28% comes from Chile and Argentina. And then that concentrate, in most cases, gets sent to China, and it's turned into the chemicals that we rely on and that are being utilized at the Tesla Gigafactory, the Panasonic Gigafactory west of Fernley. So it's China that really owns the chemical piece, and it's South America and Australia that owns, in a big way, the mineral piece. And we're trying to fix that. It's a very convoluted supply chain. Even though we're all striving, as the previous Mark said a moment ago, we're all striving to be clean and contribute to a clean electrified economy. We have this supply chain that makes no sense, and we're sending our materials all the way around the world and back before they actually get put into clean, reliable sources. Thacker Pass has the opportunity, the ability to provide that reliable source here in Nevada and in the United States that we need. Just another way to look at it, the growth in demand is to look at how these mega factories like the one in Nevada are proliferating. And over the next several years, up until 2028, we expect 72, some of them are already online, but we expect there to be 72 of those gigafactories, mega factories around the globe. Only 5 of those are going to be in the US. So the US has a lot of catching up to do. And perhaps by bringing more lithium production, both the concentrate and the chemicals online in the United States and in Nevada, we can promote more of the actual battery assembly factories to happen in the US as well. Thacker Pass, the project we're working on, is in northern Humboldt County, as I said, and it, I'm gonna move this out of the way so I can see my deal. The map on the right just gives you a very rough idea of where we're located, but we're due north of Winnemucca, not too far from the Nevada-Oregon border. It's a world-class lithium deposit. It's the highest known sedimentary lithium resource in the United States. It's got we're permitting a 40-year mine life right now. That sometimes that scares people because they say, well, 40, that really isn't that long. What that means is we've identified a resource and we're getting the ability to mine that resource for the next 40 years. During that 40 years, we'll continue to explore around that resource and expand that mine life. And the chances that this 40-year mine life turns into many, many more decades beyond those first 4 decades is quite high. So it's an operation that's here for the long haul. We're developing new, sustainable, innovative processes to make the concentrate that we need and then ultimately the chemicals that we'll build. And we're going to be generating carbon-free energy on site, and I'll talk a lot about that in a minute. We're going to build this thing in 2 phases. What we want to do is finance the first phase, build about half of our project, and start generating some cash flow. And it's with that cash flow that we want to build and expand and double our capacity. That first phase, we hope to be in construction next year. And phase 2 is probably, depending on the market and depending on how our cash flow goes, is in 5 to 7 years, roughly. We have the resource to meet all of the U.S. lithium demand and actually be a major exporter as well. And I mentioned those, so let's move forward. This is just a little bit about our geology. I'm not a geologist, but I'll give it my best at it. The map on the left gives a very zoomed out view of where our location is. The peanut in the box is not our mine footprint. What that is a caldera that was formed 16 million years ago, and massive, huge volcano, a super volcano that brought the lithium to the surface. And what usually happens in these calderas is they become lakes and the minerals deposit to the lakes. And indeed, that is what happened in this case. But since then, the lake bottom was pushed up again. It formed the Montana Mountains, and there was some uplift south of that called the Double H Mountains. And we lie between the Montana Mountains on the north and the Double H's on the south. And so on the middle map, you see a little red dot. That's our footprint for Thacker Pass. That's what we're permitting today. And then that view gets a little bit larger as you move over to the right, and it shows that we're just west of Orvada, about 19 miles west of Orvada on Highway 293, and Orvada connects to Winnemucca on US 95. So we're due north of US 95. Just a little bit more on the geology. We have a very distinct bottom to our resource. The banding of, I I should have practiced my colors. I'm colorblind, so sorry about that. But I think the lithium is shown in yellow, and the band below that is lava rock. And once there's no lithium that is mixed in with that lava rock. So we have a very distinct bottom to our resource, and that's atypical. As Mark was saying before, his lithium is found several thousand feet below the surface in a water body. Ours is at the surface of the ground. It was brought up, it's encapsulated in clays, and we don't have we can only go maybe 350 to 400 feet before we hit that lava layer, that tough layer, and that's it. So it's going to be a very shallow and high concentration clay deposit mine. Another look at just putting our operation into perspective is this is a graph that shows all of the major lithium mines in the world right now, and Thacker Pass and their deposits. So that 40-year mine life that I talk about, that equates to 8.3 million tons of lithium carbonate equivalent, and that compares to the rest, as you can see in this chart. We're the second largest resource on the planet, known resource. Now, of course, there could be other resources out there that no one's discovered. They could be in Nevada, and there's a lot of looking for those deposits right now. But as we know, we're quite large. I just want to give you a very crude look at how our layout will look. If you come from the bottom right of the chart, you can see Route 293. That's a paved road that comes and bisects heading to your left this map. Everything in blue is is our mine, the mine that we're permitting right now. The red happens to be exploration for future sites. And so we'll have what are called, working from the left to the right, we'll have waste piles. And what waste is, it's not a very elegant term, but it means rock that we're taking out of our pit that has no lithium value. Doesn't mean it doesn't have lithium, but it's at such a low concentration that it's not worth putting it through our processing. So we move it out of the pit and we move it onto those piles that'll be permitted for us to store that. The pit is seen as the second one over from the left. There's a coarse gang pile, which is bigger sand and gravel that we'll pull out, and it too does not have any lithium value to us. And right below the coarse gang to the right, that's our processing plant. And it will be three components. It's going to be a sulfuric acid plant. We're going to make sulfuric acid, which is the reagent we need to separate lithium from the clays that it's embedded in. And we have two choices. We could either import sulfuric acid site, or we could make it on site. And there were some significant benefits of making it on site. One of them is that we'll be able to generate power from this sulfuric acid plant. The process of manufacturing sulfuric acid creates so much heat that we can capture that heat, turn a turbo generator, and generate power. Enough power at times to provide to fulfill our entire load at our site. Now we'll need to be on a power line and pulling off of that line at other times for startup. Perhaps something goes wrong with our sulfuric acid plant. We'll be connected to conventional power and purchasing that as well. But much of the time we'll be able to produce our own free power off of the heat generated by producing sulfuric acid. The other benefit of producing the sulfuric acid on site is that we can import far less materials by importing elemental sulfur, which is benign, it's safe on the highways, it's safe on the railways, and then manufacture the sulfuric acid on site. So it's cheaper to transport what we need to make it, and it's safer. As you move right, we have our clay tails filter stack. That's where the pieces out of our processing that aren't lithium, that don't go to market, will be stored on engineered facilities. And then, as I mentioned, there are a couple areas that we're going to be exploring so that when we get to the end of our 40-year mine life, we have more resources to continue staying in operation. We're striving very hard to be as environmentally responsible as we possibly can. A big piece of that is generating our own power and offsetting the consumption of carbon intensive power. We're using best available technologies in our plants. We also contemplate building some solar array on this, and it's different than the conversation you've had all morning in terms of trying to reapply waste dumps and build solar for mine sites that have closed. We're looking to put in solar installments on an operating basis. That means putting it on top of our buildings, facilities that will actually be reclaimed when we shut down. We've spent $100 million to get the project to the point that it is right now. That includes exploration, that includes building a lab in Reno, our office is in Reno. We now have an office in Winnemucca with 1 employee, but 8 million of that 100 million that we've spent over the last 9 years and beyond is on environmental studies. And we've collected data from over 18,000 acres and are very familiar with the impacts that this mine will have on the environment. And with that information, we can work to minimize those impacts to the greatest extent possible. We're going to use very, very little water, 2,500 acre feet a year. The water is coming from, almost all of the water is coming from existing water rights. So we're converting agriculture water to mining water. We're not pumping new resources, we're converting it. And the state water engineer, the Nevada water engineer, has a conversion rate where to convert from agriculture to an industrial application, you actually forfeit 23% of your water. So we're acquiring 2,500 acre feet, but we're forfeiting a bit. So in the Quinn River Basin where we operate, we'll actually be pumping less water than is being pumped there today. Much of the water we use will be recycled. The only water really that isn't going to be recycled is for dust suppression and then evaporative loss off of some of our tails. I mentioned earlier we're doing a dry stack filter tailing. So at most mining processes, many mining processes, what they do when they're done is a wet slurry gets put out on a tails impoundment and it's held in by a dam, and then the waters and the fluids evaporate off. We're actually going to filter press our tails inside in our plant and squeeze out as much water as we can. That water will be reprocessed through our facility, and then what goes to the tails will seem to any person holding the tails in their hand that it's completely dry. That's not actually the case. It'll have some water content in it, but you won't be able to detect it just through the human touch. So it'll be a solid tails and containment, which takes less land and it's far more stable, and it allows us to reuse that water. And then the other thing we're very concerned about is that we will have to revegetate the areas that we go in. We're also going to revegetate or do some mitigation for sage grouse protection. And we want to make sure that our rehabilitation, our restoration, our reclamation is done effectively. Reclamation in a lot of ways means putting topsoil on the ground and reseeding. That seeding doesn't always have a very high efficacy percentage. You can throw seed down and get, I'm making this number up, but you can get maybe 20% of the seeds to germinate and come. We established the Great Basin Sagebrush Habitat Restoration Fund with the University of Nevada, and now several mining companies are a part of this fund to do studies in the field. I believe there are 6 labs in the field today looking at coating seeds to improve the efficacy of reseeding and regermination. That doesn't just help our mining operation, it really helps in a profound way with reseeding after all of the terrible wildfires that we've had and will inevitably have in the future. This is just a snapshot of the studies that we've done over the last 9 years. They've focused on water, our impacts on water, wildlife, community and culture, air, and land reclamation. our mining method, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we are not pumping water, which is which is seen in many cases. It's seen here in the U.S. with Albemarle's operation at Silver Peak, and it's seen all through South America. In fact, we're building a brine operation in Argentina. Australia often has hard rock operations, but like I mentioned, our lithium is found in a clay, and so we're going to use a truck and shovel operation that uses very little blasting, only maybe once a year, as opposed to every day, where we have to blast some anomaly basalt rock that we'll get into. So we're scooping it out just with the excavator, like the one you see there. That's not our mine. Our mine is not built yet, and we'll it'll be very simplistic mining form. Lithium Nevada is going into the mining business, and we have mining people, but we're chemical manufacturers. That's our business model. And so because of that, we've contracted with the miner to come in and do the mining piece for us. We contracted with a company called North American Coal, which specializes in sedimentary deposits like this. They're going to rebrand as Sawtooth Mining in the state of Nevada. They're excited about being Nevadans. This is their first entree into the lithium space, and we're delighted to have them as partners because they have a very, very good safety record and a great track record. Once our ore is mined, it's going to be added. Water will be added to it. It'll be turned into a slurry. Much of that material will break apart just by the adding of water and agitating it. Our pit will go low enough. I mentioned it goes no lower than 400 feet, but we will get into some water, groundwater, and that comes at the 25th year of mining in our mine plan. But the water we get into is very low flow, less than or somewhat close to 100 gallons per minute. So we'll use sump pumps to control that water, use it in our process, and ultimately this pit, if we get approval to build the mine like we want to, and we're going through that approval process now, we will backfill this pit. So as we mine, after year 7, we will have mined out a place, and all the waste rock going forward will actually be moved from one part of the pit to a previously mined part of the pit, and we'll start filling that pit back up with non-economically bearing ore or rock. So the water that we get into later in our mining process will ultimately be covered up again. This is just a schematic of our process, and I'll whip through it pretty quickly. But if you look at the bottom portion of it, we're going to mine it. We're going to add water and do some attrition scrubbing. That'll break down a lot of our material. It will go into a and you hear about leaching industry in Nevada. It's used widespread. It's used at really every operation in Nevada. Most of that happens on what are called heap leach pads. So if you visited a mine, you've probably seen these vast amounts of irrigation line that's leaching these solutions through the ore. Our leaching process is different. It will be inside in vats, in contained vats. And I just wanted to paint a very basic picture so that you differentiated between the two. Ultimately, or after the leaching circuit, we'll make a lithium sulfate brine. And that's the product that often goes to China and gets produced into chemicals. We're very pleased that on our site, we're also going to make the chemical processing plant right there on the site. The part that would otherwise have been done in China will be done at our facility. And we will make 2 primary products, lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide. Different battery applications call for different uses. Lithium carbonate is widespread in your cell phone and in a lot of the smaller batteries that you're using. Tesla prefers lithium hydroxide. We're going to have the ability to make both those 2, and ultimately we can retool our plant to go to the next phase, which we already know we see it coming, is what's called solid state lithium batteries, and we'll be able to produce those chemicals at our plant as well. At the top of the chart is our sulfuric acid plant, and that makes two really essential products that we've already talked about. It makes the acid that we'll need to process our ore, but it also makes significant amounts of electricity. We invested in a lab in Reno. Oftentimes when you want to test your ores and get your process dialed in, you can go to existing labs. They're in Reno, they're throughout Nevada. You could send them out of the state. We decided to do it in-house. In fact, in that picture is our vice president of engineering. He designed this lab. We wanted to have complete control on our process. So it's not that we're just making sulfuric acid, you mix that with the ore and you come out with the product. Our goal is to get as much of that lithium liberated from its host clays as possible so that we can make high quality, high purity lithium chemicals. But you want to use as little sulfuric acid as you possibly can to do that. And the turning of the dials and the formula that goes into that is quite complicated. So we have a permit today to take small samples of our ore, and we've shipped it to Reno, and for the last almost 2 years, we've been processing it at very small scales to make sure that our process is completely dialed before we go ahead and invest in what will ultimately be a $1.7 billion facility. We're taking great measures to control our emissions. We want to have, well, we're using the best available control technologies to have low water consumption. We're using that water, lots of closed loop cycles. We're keeping our sulfur dioxide emissions way, way low. And the chart on the right shows where we compare to some of the other facilities that you may be familiar with that also have SO2 emissions in the state. We're highly motivated to recover our heat, and so we've invested significantly in heat recovery. We want that heat because it generates the power that we'll ultimately use. And then I put low acoustic emissions on here as well. That's not a requirement of our facility. That's something that we heard from the public and talking to the public. They're concerned about the noise of our facility and its impacts on the surrounding animal life, in particular eagles and sage grouse. And so we've invested millions of dollars to put in the best available control technologies in acoustics and keep this to be an exceptionally quiet facility. This is just a look at what the equipment will likely use to take our tails from our process facility to the tails impoundment, a conveyor belt like that. I've gone through all these points, so I know we're going to keep our land requirement low, water consumption low, make it as stable as possible, keep the odors to a minimum, and also it will be solid, so we'll keep our dust down. Here's a timeline of where we are. We do operate on public land. It's all land, federal land managed by the Bureau of Land Management. And because of that, we're going through the National Environmental Protection Act requirements, NEPA requirements. That requires the BLM to conduct an environmental impact statement. They notified the public in the beginning of this year, Q1 of this year, that they were going to conduct that EIS. They took all the studies that we've done over the previous 8 years to do their study, and they've produced a draft. The draft came out July 29th. It's available to the public today. We're in a 45-day comment period, and so everybody and anybody is welcome to read that draft and make whatever comments they would like. The BLM at that point will consider all of the comments that they collect, and ultimately they'll issue a final environmental impact statement. We hope that will be done by the first quarter of next year. That's our green light to start building. And if we get that, what's called a record of decision in Q1 next year, we'll start building our plant. It's going to take us 2 years to build it. And over that 2-year period, we will put 1,000 people to work not all on the same day. They'll come in phases depending on what contractor or subcontractor will be using at that time. But it will take 1,000 people to build this. And I use the number 1.7 billion. 1.7 billion is what it will take to build our entire mine, our facility, all of the infrastructure that we need. And that includes phase 1 and phase 2, which would come in 5 to 7 years. The $1.7 billion also has a ripple effect through the economy, and we've had that projected at about $650 million in additional spending in Nevada in the local economy. We've been doing a lot of outreach. We've had several open houses over the last several years. As I mentioned, we started the Great Basin Sagebrush Restoration Fund. There is a tribe nearby, the Fort McDermott Shoshone Paiute tribe. And I'd like to say that we've started a very, very healthy relationship with them. We purchased them a van for their Head Start program, but that's just pales in comparison to the relationship that we want to have with them. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We're working very closely with them on workforce development. We have received very positive feedback that there are many tribal members, as many as possibly 30. And in my mind, that's a very large number for that tribe, who are interested in jobs at our site. Throughout Humboldt County, on an annual basis, even though we're not up and running yet, we've started a program to do a wish list during Christmas, and the schools give us a wish list of the science supplies that they like, and we go out on a shopping excursion and buy it for them. It's been fun, and we're glad to be a part of that. We're a part of the Mining Industry Foundation, which helps support Lowry High School in Humboldt County. It has a little broader mission than that, but that's its base mission. And then we also founded, with others in the industry, the Build Nevada Core Construction Training Program through Great Basin Community College. It's a program that's designed to give locals the basic construction skills they need to walk onto the site when we need them and others in the county need them. We're going to need them in January or February, maybe March next year. And we need them to have those basic skills then. So this program is in existence today. There's training going on right now in Winnemucca, Lovelock. I'm thinking of well, they're going to go to McDermott. We're working on getting a trainer out to McDermott and other surrounding areas. We also support the Frontier Community Action Agency. That's some of the community engagement we've done. The tax contributions that'll come off of this project over the 40+ year mine life are estimated to be $6.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes. That number includes sales taxes to the state of Nevada. It includes property tax, certainly the net proceeds of minerals tax, but it includes all payroll taxes, all that we pay. I also broke out the net proceeds tax numbers, so that'll be $24.5 million on an annual basis, given the current regime. And then there's federal income taxes threw in there just for the heck of it. And then we also pay conventional property taxes. I mentioned that the project will employ 1,000 people during construction, but it also is going to create 300+ permanent jobs going forward. And then that has a ripple effect of creating 175 jobs indirectly throughout Humboldt County. So I'll just wrap up, Madam Chair, and say that we have a very special deposit. It's one of the biggest on the planet. The mine life is long. We can say with certainty it's at least 40 years long, and we can say with some high probability that it will go far beyond that. As you know, lithium is critical to the U.S. and our mission, not just to provide electric cars for everybody going forward, but for our defense purposes, and to make sure that our military is ready for the missions that they need to do. And today we're dependent highly on chemicals coming from China. So we believe our project will help alleviate that dependence. We have a great team that's going through the permitting. We have put together a great engineering team, which will oversee the building and operations of what will be a very sustainable and responsible project. We're successful largely because we've listened, we've gotten out, we've talked to the neighbors. That's something that we haven't done just once, twice. We're going to do that in perpetuity. We learn every time we get out and talk to those around our operation and throughout the state, and we adapt. We're open to changing and being as responsible as possible. We're going to create high-paying jobs. We're going to be a leader in environmental stewardship, and we hope that you see our project as an asset going forward. So unless there are any questions, that concludes my presentation today. Thank you. Don't tell me I've been on mute this whole time.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That's cute. Members, any questions? Senator Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you. I have more of a statement than a question. This is an exciting project, and it is, I would say it is critical to the national defense of our nation. And it's definitely critical to the future of the Nevada economy and decarbonization and the role that we could play in decarbonization across the planet right here in Nevada. So it's an exciting project, and I do have one question. That permitting timeline is pretty abbreviated for as far as permitting timelines go. Is this part of the like the Fast 41 projects, or is this being helped through with the FIPSP process, the permitting council out of the administration at the federal level?
Yes, thank you, Senator Brooks and Madam Chair, Tim Crowley, for the record. And thank you, first of all, for that statement. You said what I wanted to say very eloquently, and I appreciate that. The current administration did pass an executive order, I think it's Executive Order 3355, that calls upon the federal land managers to do environmental impact statements in a 12-month period. And so when that publication was made at the beginning of January, that's when that clock started ticking. And just like any other project going through an EIS, we're not different in that regard. We're on a 12-month timeline right now. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that. I hope that answered your question.
It did. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, I thank you again for your presentation. There's a lot, but very important. And we really need to do on your slide 7 with the 72 mega factories and only 5 here in America. We've got to find a way to do better by that. So,
right, yeah.
Madam Chair, if I can
yes,
just,
Senator Sturman.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and that's one of the things that I think as we move forward with any type of legislation, the criticality of moving that operation from China, more of that operation here, because we're about to get ourselves in the same situation from a national security measure as we are with fossil fuels, because we will be dependent upon someone else for the batteries, for everything else that we need for a combat readiness state. So just my thoughts on that. So I think that should be front and center of any conversations that we have, and I'm happy to join with anyone else who would like to talk about that too. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's the last comment for that final presentation before we break for lunch. So I thank you for joining us and your patience and our long agenda for the day. For the public who are watching and for others who had sent me letters about SCR3 and recommendations, there's been numerous conversations during this interim about SCR3, and I had put together an informal stakeholder group with conversations about SCR3, and a number of those conversations people had opinions on, sent them to me directly. I would ask you to please send them to our committee, email them to us so that they can be part of the meeting packet for the day, so all the committee members will have access to them. And then I encourage you, if you have comments later, to join us in public comment at the end of the meeting today. So members, it is now 1:23. If we could be back here at 1:55, that would be great to get started. Have a break for lunch. So 1:55, have your cameras back on. We'll go back to work. Thank you. Looks like we got almost everyone back. Okay, well, I think we have almost everyone back on. We may only have one member logging back in now, but we can go ahead and get restarted because I want to be respectful of everyone's time, especially those that are joining us virtually and will be having to testify later on this agenda. So we are on item number 10 on our agenda, which is an overview of battery energy storage. And first up in that subject matter, because there will be a three-part, or actually four-part agenda item, but the first up will be the PUCN with an update of the 2017 legislation that was passed, Senate Bill 204, which required the PUCN to determine whether it is in the public's best interest or in the public's interest to establish by regulation a biennial targets for the procurement of energy storage systems by an electric utility. In July of 2017, the PUCN opened an investigatory and rulemaking docket to implement SB 204. So if I have the PUCN on, if they were able to grab lunch and come back in and join us, I would welcome you to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno and committee members. My name is Don Lamolho. I am the Utilities Hearing Officer for the Public Utilities Commission. As the chair stated, SB 204 was passed by the 2017 Nevada Legislature. It tasked the commission with First, determining if it is in the public interest to set biennial energy storage procurement targets to essentially conduct a cost-benefit analysis of energy storage in the state of Nevada. And then if the commission did find that it was cost beneficial to set biennial procurement targets, to establish those targets via regulation. As the chair did state, the commission did open an investigation and rulemaking docket to accomplish the tasks spelled out by SB 204. As part of that process, the commission solicited comments and conducted workshops. And as a result of that, it was the recommendation of the participants that the commission engage a third party to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the benefits of energy storage in the state of Nevada. In partnership with the Governor's Office of Energy, the commission did just that and selected the Brattle Group to conduct that study. The Brattle Group conducted its study and completed its report and submitted that on October 2nd of 2018. As a high-level overview of that study, the Brattle Group concluded that up to 175 megawatts of energy storage was cost beneficial by 2020 in Nevada and 700 to 1,000 megawatts by 2030. Based upon that report and other comments solicited from the participants in the rulemaking and investigation docket, the commission issued an order on December 24th of 2018, determining that it was in the public interest to set biennial energy storage targets. At that point, the commission engaged in the rulemaking process and the participants engaged in a collaborative process, which resulted in a consensus regulation, a draft consensus regulation being filed by the participants in September of 2019. That regulation went through the Nevada APA process, LCB review, etc., and was adopted by the commission as a permanent regulation, and it was eventually filed with the Secretary of State on June 8th of this year, so it is now effective. Just as some background, the participants in the rulemaking process were Able Grid Energy Solutions, the Energy Storage Association, the Interwest Energy Alliance, Tesla, Western Resource Advocates, the Nevada Bureau of Consumer Protection, the regulatory operations staff of the Public Utilities Commission, and NV Energy. As an overview of the regulation that was adopted, the commission did establish the following biennial targets for the procurement of energy storage systems by NV Energy. By the end of 2020, 100 megawatts was established as the target, 200 megawatts at the end of 2022, 400 megawatts by the end of 2024, 600 megawatts by the end of 2026, 800 megawatts by the end of 2028, and finally 1,000 megawatts by the end of 2030. The regulation also allows the commission to revisit those targets as necessary through the integrated resource planning process. I would expect NV Energy later in this item to provide more detail, but just briefly, where we're at now, the commission has approved 690 megawatts total capacity of energy storage systems, which are due to come online starting in late 2021 through late 2023. An integrated resource planning docket is currently pending before the commission, the fourth amendment to NV Energy's 2018 integrated resource plan. And then that amendment, NV Energy is also proposing the procurement of 233 megawatts of additional energy storage. But again, that is a pending docket, so I can't get much more into it than that. It is just a proposal at this stage. That is the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, committee members. Like I said at the beginning, there's 4 parts to this section. We will take questions after each, but I will ask the presenters to stay on until the very end, because something that's one of the other presenters may say may spark a conversation for you as well from one of the committee members. But right now, committee members, do you have any questions for the PUCN? Senator Brooks?
I thank you. Yes, of those projects that were approved, are any of those standalone storage projects? They're all associated with some sort of renewable energy generation.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. For the record, Donald Mulho, Utilities Hearing Officer. All of the approved projects are paired with solar facilities. None are standalone.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, but I would ask that you just kind of hang out with us as we get through this agenda item. Thank you so much for the presentation. So we will move on to section B of this agenda item, which will be the Western origination with Able Grid Energy Solutions. They'll provide an overview of the battery energy storage. Are you on with us?
I am, thank you. I just shared, can people see my presentation? Hopefully that
we
presentation
do.
is up. Okay, excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Committee Chair Monroe Moreno, Senator Brooks, Senator Hammond, Senator Spearman, Assemblywoman Peters, and Assemblywoman Tolles. Also, a shout out to the folks in Broadcast and Production Services Group, because they've made this really seamless. So very cool. Not easy to do, I'm sure, on a regular basis. My name is Mark Tourangeau. It's MarkTourangeau, and I am with Able Grid Energy Solutions. Able Grid develops and operates standalone battery energy storage systems across the United States, and I appreciate the opportunity today to speak to the Legislative Committee on Energy. So Able Grid was formed 3 years ago, and we specifically develop utility scale standalone battery energy storage systems, or BESS. We concentrate on standalone systems, as Senator Brooks just mentioned, because we feel that these can be placed more strategically on the grid and are not tied to a specific renewable resource for charging. We're technology agnostic, which means we employ the best available battery technology for the specific projects we're developing. These systems that we develop and integrate onto the system can be employed for integrating portfolios of renewable energy resources. So instead of just integrating one onto the system, you can place them so that they can integrate many. They can provide emissions-free peaking capacity and reliability services. And they can also be alternatives to traditional transmission builds, and provide transmission services without having to build expensive wires. Able Grid Energy Solutions is based in Boulder, Colorado, but we have offices all across the US, from the West Coast to the East Coast. I'm located in Park City, Utah, and I run our West origination efforts. I work with utilities and large companies, particularly data centers and other customers with aggressive sustainability goals throughout the West. We are developing BESS in all regional transmission organizations in the United States, all the way from ISO New England out to the Cal ISO. We're also active in non-RTO markets such as the Intermountain West, the Southwest, and the Mid-Atlantic states. We are going to be bringing 311 megawatts of utility scale BESS projects online next year. We actually started turning dirt today on one in Texas. So we'll be bringing 2 projects along in Texas and 1 in California. and we have over 7,000 megawatts under development across the United States. I'd like to take a minute to explain this infographic here. What it represents is standalone storage and its ability to integrate and strategically help to manage the grid and the integration or the intersection between generation and load. So when standalone systems are strategically located where they can be charged using energy from multiple renewable resources and then dispatch that energy directly to load zones, they can facilitate system-wide renewables integration. So our systems can take variable energy from wind and solar and store it when the supply is greater than demand, such as at night with wind or mid-afternoon with solar. And then we can dispatch that when demand is high in the mornings and the evenings. So we've all heard about the duck curve in California and the fact that they have to curtail solar because there's not enough demand. By strategically placing the BESS in locations where you can integrate multiple solar resources, you can help to alleviate that problem. So this can make efficient use of large amounts of variable energy from solar and wind, and it can also replace polluting peaking units that have to start up and run almost daily to provide these services. So in the evenings, you have a lot of peakers that will start up. There's significant emissions from the startup and the ongoing operations of those, and the BESS systems can replace those peaking units to replace that peaking capacity. And also, by not being tied to a specific solar resource and being required to charge from that resource to maintain the investment tax credit eligibility, our standalone systems can do this while also providing reliability services and can respond instantly to provide grid support. I'm going to go a little bit into the fundamentals of battery storage and specifically lithium ion storage. This slide is from the US EIA, and it shows the installation of battery storage from 2003 up through 2019 on a power capacity basis, so not megawatt hours, but megawatts. So you can see from 2011 through 2019, there's been significant additions, but even this pales in comparison to what we're seeing coming up in the future. These numbers are going to explode in the West, in large part driven by just a few utilities, including NV Energy and PacifiCorp. So the drivers of this, as we just heard about Nevada's Senate Bill 204, which directed the PUC to promulgate the rules that led to the 1,000 megawatt storage targets. And we just heard about NV Energy procuring, up to 1,000 megawatts by the end of 2030 already, and seeking approval and receiving approval for much of that already. PacifiCorp did their integrated resource plan last year, and that calls for up to 600 megawatts of energy storage by 2024. And they just issued and received bids on an RFP where, just based on conversations, the amount of co-located storage bids they're getting are well in excess of that 600 megawatts. And then ourselves, we put in bids for 1,600 megawatts of standalone storage in Utah on the PacifiCorp system. Also, our project in California, along with multiple other projects, will be installed there or are being installed in California to drive those numbers upwards, driven by the targets set by the California Public Utility Commission. Slide 7 gives you a good idea of why lithium ion and battery storage success has come so quickly. So the slide on the left is from Bloomberg, and it shows the battery pack price. Now this is for electric vehicles, but it shows in the dollars per kilowatt hour, the price has come down from just under $1,200 per kilowatt hour in 2010 down to under $200. So significant decline in the pricing of lithium ion battery packs. And then for projections going forward, NREL publishes projections each year. This is for utility scale battery storage. They're showing currently prices anywhere, depending on the duration of the batteries, from $375 to $475. Steep declines are anticipated through 2025 and 2020, a little less to 2020-30, and then a little less steep from there on out. But I would say that those declines that you see from 15 to now are much steeper than what had been forecast back in 2015. So I think there's greater probability of prices decreasing more quickly than what's shown here than less quickly. And then slide 8 here is another slide or another chart from Bloomberg, New Energy Finance. And this just shows their projections for the growth in the storage market. So you can see we're essentially starting from almost zero in 2018, and this is for global battery installations. And then you can see through 2040, significant growth, mainly driven by China and the United States, but also by other countries around the globe as lithium-ion prices continue to come down and the chemistries improve, and those installations occur for storage across the world. An interesting thing about this, again, this is just battery storage. It doesn't show the other types of storage. So we've heard from some really innovative companies today. Ormat talked about the ability to integrate storage with solar and with geothermal. I've worked with CERC in the past in dealings, and I know they're a very innovative company. First Solar talked about their ability to provide grid support in addition to just energy on the system. So I think, you're just seeing, it's a really exciting time to be in the energy industry. You're seeing just a ton of innovation, a ton of cost reductions being driven out, huge amounts of investment. And I think, as consumers, we can expect to see prices to continue to come down and our choices to continue to grow. Next slide. Just wanted to quickly summarize again what we think the benefits of standalone storage are. So again, that locational flexibility allows the integration of renewable energy, not just from one renewable resource, but from many, depending on where you place the system on the grid. It provides that peaking capacity to release energy at peak times. You can also use it as a non-wires alternative to transmission assets to avoid or defer investment in new transmission by storing energy at times when it would instead be curtailed because of transmission constraints, and then moving across those lines when there's less energy demanded across the system. And it replaces the ancillary services provided by facilities that are currently using fossil fuels. So, I think the folks at Ormat talked about the ability to maintain baseload operations and still provide different operating reserve products. That's a great thing, that automatic generation control that can be provided. First Solar is doing really innovative things with their solar facilities to provide some of those same services. But again, those are tied to specific locations and resources, and most likely are a little bit more remote from load centers. Whereas if you put standalone storage in locations closer to load centers or where there are constraints on the system, you can provide those services economically to benefit the entire customer group. The last thing I wanted to discuss is just what has gone on in Nevada so far around renewables. You guys have been very impressive, going all the way back to 1997 with the RPS and then the changes that have been made to that over the years. In 2009 and 10, the Renewable Energy Tax Abatement Bill and rules were published, which have led to significant solar development that have been able to take advantage of that tax abatement. And then we've heard about Senate Bill 204, and the storage targets that have come out of that. So a couple of the areas we've talked about as a company and in the industry are for storage are, is there a way to extend that tax abatement to a storage facility? Storage is a highly capital intensive investment. So 100 megawatt storage facility could involve as much as a $100 million investment. That's all real property for the most part that would go directly on the property tax rolls and provide significant property tax revenue for the districts, within which it sits. Other ideas are potentially having standalone storage sub-targets that come, as part of the overall storage targets to take advantage of the standalone nature of the storage. One thing I would note is, and we had discussions earlier about the investment tax credit. Right now, storage does take advantage of that investment tax credit if they are located and charged directly from a solar resource. So they have to charge at least 75% on an average basis annually from that solar resource to receive 75% of the 30% investment tax credit. And then that goes up from there. If they charge 100% from that resource, they get 100% of that credit. Currently, standalone storage is not afforded that investment tax credit. There is a bill in the U.S. House that does include that extension, and there will be a bill proposed shortly in the Senate that is very similar to what's been proposed in the House and is actually being hopefully sponsored by a couple of Republicans. And so, our hope is that those investment tax credit incentives get extended to standalone storage. We think if and when that occurs, then on a heads-up basis, standalone will compete very, very well with co-located storage and probably wins in most situations. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee members for allowing me to speak. And again, happy to answer any questions now, or I'll hang out and wait till the end of this agenda. Thanks.
There we go. Thought I was unmuted. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for saying that you would hang out with us. Let's see if there's any of our members that have a question right now before we move on to section C of this topic. Is there any of the members that may have a question? Senator Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is just one purely out of curiosity, and it's on your slide 6. Going back to 2013, it looks like that was like maybe nickel iron batteries and a pretty substantial investment in them. What was that all about?
Thank you, Mark Toronto, or Able Grid Energy. I believe that was an installation that Duke did in Texas, but I'd have to go back and check. But I think that may have been a battery installation that the merchant side of Duke made in the ERCOT market.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to item C, which will be a presentation from NV Energy and their energy storage. NV Energy, if you're in the room, I invite you to join the meeting now.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess now it's in the afternoon. Roger Hal back in from NV Energy. Folks call me Hal. Appreciate Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, and other presenters and guests. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about NV Energy and energy storage, and basically try to incorporate a little alliteration into the presentation, talking about our programs, our procurements, and then our future prospects. So just moving on to kind of an executive summary, let me tell you what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to talk about NV Energy programs, incentive programs for energy storage. Then we're going to talk about the procurements. Mr. Lamello made a point of what we've procured and what we currently have in front of the Public Utilities Commission in the Fourth Amendment of our IRP filing. And then talk a little bit about the prospects of moving forward with energy storage in Nevada, more generally towards storage, but as mentioned here on the slide you're looking at, current economic and technological conditions lean more towards battery storage into the future, but we're not putting all our eggs in that basket yet at this time. So talking about the NV Energy residential and small commercial storage incentive program, we offer residential customers incentives for energy storage system size from 4 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts. And the residential customers can receive up to a $3,000 incentive payment per premise. Our commercial customers in the small size program have the capability of capturing dollar incentives of up to $50,000 per premise, and the same small size would be considered 4 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts. And then our large commercial storage program incentive, basically it's broken into a couple different categories. If the large storage would be somewhere between 100 kilowatts to 1,000 kilowatts of storage, and commercial customers that have critical infrastructure facilities can receive up to $400,000 incentive per premise. And then if the commercial customers have non-critical infrastructure facilities, they can receive up to $300,000 incentive per premise. And these are just very high-level looks at these programs. There are criteria for how the incentive is calculated. It can be based upon $1 per watt hour, or $1 per watt, of storage. It can be priced on a percentage of the construction cost. And if you want to look at those programs that are available, please go to the nvenergy.com/cleanenergy/energy-storage, and the information on those programs is there. Now, one of the points I wanted to make, I believe the storage incentive program has set aside $5 million. And as this slide will show you, through June of 2020, from the inception date in 2018, somewhere in the neighborhood of $630,000 of the $5 million has only that much has been captured so far, or incented so far. We know the $240 million set aside for PV, that has fully been captured. It hasn't been paid out yet, but we have enough applications to fully capture that. So when you look at how much was paid out year to date in the north, about a little over $177,000 in incentives, and in the south, $193,000. That was through June of 2020. And then again, in the year to date since the inception of the program, $313,000 paid to north and $317,000 paid to the south customers. One of the reasons, or some of the reasons, I guess, I wanted to talk about for why the storage incentive program hasn't maybe been subscribed to as much. And we thought about it here at NV Energy with our renewable group, and just wanted to put 4 or 5 ideas together as to why it hasn't been, it appears to be underutilized. First, storage is fairly expensive. And second, there's a complexity around how do you size the storage, design, installation, usage patterns of the solar plus storage products. Now, a lot of manufacturers, Tesla for one, are really getting that honed in, making it a little bit easier for the residential customers to utilize storage. So a lot of that is being taken care of through the suppliers of the storage. The net metering program passed in the legislature in 2017. I think Senator Brooks might be familiar with this one, AB 405. That really makes most residential storage uneconomic in Nevada due to the net metering program for when you put PV on your roof. 2 other things: increased maintenance cost associated with storage. Batteries are a little bit more expensive to maintain than the photovoltaic systems. And then batteries have a shorter lifespan compared to the PV. So some of the reasons why we believe the storage incentive program hasn't been utilized more by our customers. Now, switching aside from the programs to the procurement, as mentioned before, in our last 2 requests for proposals, that was our spring of 2018 and our fall of 2018 RFPs, we procured battery energy storage with 6 of the 9 contracts that were approved by the Public Utilities Commission. As mentioned earlier, this year in our 4th Amendment to the Integrated Resource Plan filing, we asked for approval on 3 more resources. All of those resources have battery energy storage. And I just want to kind of go through the table at the bottom of this slide very quickly. These are the projects that are currently slated for battery storage. The first 6 projects have been approved by the Public Utilities Commission. The last 3 projects are being considered now in that 4th Amendment filing. And I just wanted to refer back to First Solar, talking about NV Energy procurement of what we would refer to as dispatchable solar resources. The 4th, 5th, and 6th, the Arrow Canyon, Southern Bighorn, and the Gemini facilities are all dispatchable solar resources. So we'll be able to dispatch those facilities downward instead of curtailing them to capture ancillary services and other grid support services from them. So if you look at the total battery capacity in megawatts of the projects, these 9 projects, including the 3 that haven't been approved yet by the commission, there's over 1,000 megawatts of capacity, and the amount of megawatt hours of energy storage would be just over 4,000 megawatt hours. Now, moving on to future prospects, I just want to highlight what I would consider to be a renewable energy challenge in Nevada. Solar is the most abundant and economic renewable resource in Nevada. Solar is only available during the sunlight hours. Unfortunately, renewable portfolio standards and the generation of portfolio energy credits apply to all hours of the day. Hence, we have a slight mismatch that requires one of 2 things: either moving towards other types of renewable resources to capture credits and renewable energy outside of the solar day, or storing the solar energy during the solar day to be used after the sun is set. Don't want to get too much off of storage, but I wanted to talk about NV Energy's evaluating other types of renewable energy. Wind, which I don't think has been mentioned yet in any of the presentations, it's not really an economic resource in Nevada. However, NV Energy is pursuing the contracting of wind or the owning of wind resources to deliver that energy to the grid in Nevada. And then geothermal, we're working with, as Avalon mentioned and Ormat mentioned, working with the geothermal providers and developers towards new technologies that will advance geothermal at prices that are lower than we're currently seeing. Or we're working with the geothermal developers to help reduce the risk of a single facility contract. In other words, there's a risk when you go to drill a hole for geothermal energy. If you've signed a contract for that and that doesn't, the well doesn't produce as much as thought, there's a risk associated with that, and that's priced into the development. By setting up the idea of virtual facilities, having a single contract covering many different facilities, we think that can help reduce the risk of single facilities with geothermal. And also looking at concentrated solar power. Don't let Tonopah scare folks away. There are some good concentrated solar power resources, technologies moving forward that could be beneficial. So again, just kind of making the point, despite efforts to find and utilize new source of renewable generation outside of the solar day, economic and technological conditions point toward the need for energy storage. Just a few of the attributes starting here of energy storage. Energy storage allows for capturing portfolio energy credits generated during the solar hours and used during the non-solar hours. The energy storage minimizes excess energy generated during solar hours and reduces the requirement to curtail or sell energy uneconomically. I just say see CAISO. CAISO gives away or pays people to take energy many hours of the year due to this overgeneration of their solar resources. And then in Nevada, using this energy during non-solar hours assists in reducing the carbon footprint. One thing to note, though, with any storage system, there are energy and credit losses associated with round trip efficiencies in batteries, in pump storage hydro, in all of the storage technologies that we have. So moving on with more in the prospects, talking about more attributes that storage brings. And I think, I know AbleGrid mentioned a bunch of these, just to rehash over them. You get capacity over peak hours from storage, transmission system upgrade deferrals, or even full replacements of a transmission system upgrade, distributed system support, distributed energy resources, siting storage, various locations lead to more stability in the grid. Storage can provide grid services, voltage and frequency support, ancillary services, operating reserves and regulation. And if storage is accounted for correctly initially, it'll provide black start capabilities. So if you ever were to have a grid outage, storage facilities can start the grid back up, get it back up to normal. And AbleGrid did mention that they're technologically agnostic towards storage. NV Energy is as well. We are evaluating all forms of energy storage, battery energy storage, all types, pump storage, hydro, all types. We're looking at compressed air energy storage, trying to maybe facilitate those into brownfield sites, mine shafts that have the correct geological setups to store that compressed air to be used later. Liquid air energy storage, talk to flywheel storage providers, thermal energy storage, solar thermal storage, even gravity types of storage. And I lump those in, move a train up the tracks with the energy that's available, and then gravity moves the train down the tracks and you have that stored energy to use. Same thing with stacking concrete blocks to use excess energy and then unstacking them over peak hours. So we are really looking at all forms of energy storage. And just to kind of summarize where NV Energy is at, we are looking to add additional storage in the future, one, to reduce the rate for our customers. The economics of storage, we feel very, very important. We don't want to cause customer rates to rise to the point where going to be restrictive for customers paying their bills. We need to also ensure regulatory compliance, and we are looking forward to meeting the goal of 100% carbon-free state. That's the end of this presentation. I'm very available to answer any questions you might have, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Members, anyone have a question for this presenter before we move on to the next? Senator Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Halbecken, do you think, and I don't know if you can answer this from your vantage point, but do you think that if we had the storage assets in place that are scheduled to be online here, when I look at your chart that you provided in slide 8, that are scheduled to be online over the next year to 3 years, if we had those in place, would that help issues like we've experienced this week across the entire Western United States with resource scarcity at really peak power times?
Yeah, that's a good question, Senator. I appreciate it. Roger Halbecken, again, NV Energy. Yes, adding 1,000 megawatts of peak capacity of batteries will give us the opportunity to store the excess solar. Again, if you looked at the prices during the last week, during the 10 to 3, I guess, 10 a.m. to 1500, prices in CAISO Energy Imbalance Market were low. Excess solar led to that. Storing those resources, the addition of the 1,000 megawatts of battery capacity could be used over the peak. Believe it would have had a impact and a positive impact to reduce what we saw as a scarcity issue in both Nevada and the Western states.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Members, any other questions for this presenter? Okay, I see none. So I thank you so much for the presentation. Ask you just to stay around to the end, just in case someone may think of something before this is over with for this agenda item. So moving on to D of this agenda item, Ms. Sarah Van Cleve from Tesla will discuss the intersection of battery energy storage, renewable energy, electric vehicles, and economic development here in Nevada. So Ms. Van Cleve, if you're in the room,
Excellent.
Please join us. Awesome.
I am here. Hopefully you can see me on my screen now, but jump in if not. So I am Sarah Van Cleve. I know I've met a number of you over the years. Until recently, I managed Tesla's energy policy, and now I'm actually managing our utility business development. So working on new applications and new commercial structures for our utility scale energy products. So given that this presentation is mostly about storage generally, or that this section of the committee meeting today, that will be my main focus. But particularly given the sort of broad scope of work that this committee is working on, and Tesla is working on across storage, renewable energy, EVs, and of course, economic development in Nevada in particular, I'm going to try to touch on all those broad pieces and fit them together. So as you may know, Tesla can't really start a presentation without talking about our mission, because it is so core to everything we do. Our mission is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, and I think that's particularly fitting given all of the work that the Nevada Legislature did last year in the 2019 session. Really exciting to see how much the focus of the legislature and Tesla align. To get to that sustainable future and achieving our mission, Tesla does focus on these sort of three main segments: generating clean electricity. We do it primarily via solar, storing that clean electricity so it's available at any time, and then of course using it to transport, at this point, people, but hopefully before too long, goods, as we move from the light duty segment into the heavy duty segment. And what's really cool about working across these three segments is how much they support one another. So the more successful we are at getting clean, cheap electricity out there available, the cheaper it's going to be for folks to drive on electricity. And of course, the more folks we have driving EVs, the more we're going to need more electricity and really clean electricity to transport us around. So really, well, a lot of connections there, both in how the segments go together, but also, of course, in the core technology that we'll talk a little bit about here. So for Tesla's energy team, we do work across sort of the four main electricity market segments, from residential to commercial to utility and microgrids. At this point, we've deployed over 3,000 megawatt hours of storage, and I think over 4 gigawatts actually of solar at this point. Both those numbers climbing pretty quickly here. Today, I'll focus mostly on the utility scale segment, but a little bit on residential as well, since both of those are growing very quickly. So first, I want to talk about our Megapack product, which is our exciting new utility scale storage system. So we just started making this product this year, of course, out of the Nevada Gigafactory there. It's really allowing us to continue to be a leader in the very competitive global storage equipment supplier space. It is a much more integrated unit, so there's a lot less on-site construction to be done. So it's pretty easy to cost effectively take this unit off the back of a semi-truck and plop it down. Very little on-site work, making these systems even more cost-effective to deploy than our previous versions. Cost-effective, and I should say speedy, actually. We've seen some really quick deployments, and with this product, we think we can deploy an emissions-free power plant of 250 megawatts in 4 hours, 1 gigawatt hour, in less than 3 months on a 3-acre footprint. So a ton of capacity really quickly, particularly relative to more conventional resources. Next, I want to talk a little bit about our Hornsdale battery in Australia, which I hope you've heard about, but a recent event related to it, which I'll talk about in a second, I think is pretty exciting. And so I want to quickly refocus here. This project was built back in 2017 in response to some blackouts that occurred in the South Australian grid. They had a lot of inflexible generation, a lot of really old coal and some new wind coming online. So we built this 100 megawatt resource in less than 100 days per Elon's tweet. And it's really been successful from a financial and physical performance perspective. So, we're trying to replicate this project around the world. The event I briefly mentioned, though, that I think is a good postcard from the future, and hopefully, well, in some ways, what we're going to see in Nevada was this islanding event earlier this year. There was a major transmission outage from a cyclone that basically disconnected the South Australian grid from the broader grid. But there are 3 grid-scale batteries online there now. The one I just showed you, another Tesla battery, and then another one from a manufacturer. They reacted immediately, along with a number of the other inverter-based resources, wind and solar. And really, the inverter-based resources were what kept the grid online. And the grid kept operating with daily renewables at about 50 to 70% for 2 weeks, completely disconnected from the rest of the grid. And then our head of engineering for Asia Pacific actually was seconded into the grid operator to help reconnect the South Australian grid to the rest of the grid. They did so successfully. So really exciting story. I mean, not exciting for the grid operator, scary in that case, but exciting for those of us who work in clean energy to really see some of these systems proved out on a broader level, what these inverter-based resources, especially batteries, but wind and solar as well, are capable of. So with that, I want to talk about one more of our big projects. This is a project we're building for PG&E. It's our Moss Landing battery, we call it, on coastal California. It's a 730 megawatt hour battery system. And to put that in context, when I started at Tesla, we would, in 2015, we would brag about the 52 megawatt hours of storage that we had installed because that was, industry leading. And now we're doing single projects that are, more than 10 times that. So certainly we've seen project size grow as the industry is growing, as you sort of saw from April Grid's presentation earlier. The other reason I wanted to bring up this project, which we are building right now, actually, with, of course, batteries from Nevada, is because it is a standalone storage system. And as you heard in some of the earlier presentations, there is certainly value in standalone storage as well. We've been very impressed with NVE's procurements that they just reviewed. They're obviously very committed to battery storage and signed a lot of renewable paired deals, but would definitely love Nevada to investigate how these resources can maybe be strategically placed around the grid on the T&D system to provide some T&D grid support as well, rather than more of the generation function that it's playing in those current projects. I do want to talk a little bit about residential storage as well, because we are seeing that segment grow quite quickly, largely in response to the terrible natural disasters we're seeing around the country and around the world. Whether it's hurricanes, wildfires, and other events, a lot of folks are losing electricity, and obviously that's a very critical resource for many customers. So we have been selling a lot of our Powerwall residential systems. You can kind of see it there in the picture to the left, that little white unit. Been selling those for primarily backup function. In some cases, customers will arbitrage time of use rates, or utilities can even aggregate them for their use. But primary reason that customers buy them is for that backup. And over the last couple of years, as we've seen these events happen, power outages for whatever reason, we've really seen great success in the product and our customers' experience. So the picture in the middle there is a screenshot of what the customer's app looks like when there's an outage. You can see, typically there would be power going from the grid over to their home in blue, but with the grid out, and in this case, the solar is not operating probably because this is an evening snapshot, the house is being entirely powered from the battery. And the image to the right is just, one of many customer stories that we get, which are really cool. showing how a customer's battery lasted for 4 days when they otherwise wouldn't have had power. So really exciting product that we're hoping to grow all over the world and in Nevada as well. And so, of course, I can't talk about battery storage without talking about the Gigafactory up outside of Reno. And I know you all know a lot about it, so I won't get too into details. But I did want to highlight that one of the many reasons we chose to locate there was because of the abundance of clean energy. If we're creating clean products, we want clean electricity to power them for the most part. So really excited about the potential for on-site solar, which we started, as well as off-site renewables. So we do have a quick snapshot of some of the first solar that we have installed up on the roof there at the Gigafactory, and are working on a lot more. A little bit more on where the Gigafactory is at today. We do have over 11,000 people on site there between Tesla and the Panasonic teams. Still building out the factory, but right now I believe it's at around 5.4 million square feet. And then we are at about 80% of that. And so it is pretty cool that these 100% clean energy jobs are going to Nevadans, making them part of this clean energy transition. And I should maybe just say a really big part of this clean energy transition, I'll talk about it a little more, but all of these storage products that we have all over the world in over 30 countries all are made up at that site. So really cool to see that exported around the globe. Given the economic development component, as well as some of the focus and some of the legislative activity last year, we did want to highlight what we're doing on workforce development. We have a ton of programs, so I'll only go through one or two. I will say that these programs, most of which we've started at Gigafactory Reno, have been successful enough that we're trying to export them to our other factories in New York and California. We're really excited about the work that my colleagues have done to ramp up these programs and the collaboration with various parts of the state, GoEd, UNR, and of course a lot of local community colleges and K-12 educators. So really exciting to see everyone come together to try to get folks into STEM jobs, get them the right training that frankly we really need to be able to grow in Nevada. Maybe I'll just highlight one, which is an interesting one, which is a tool and die technician program, which we recently started with Truckee Meadows Community College. Tool and die is a very unique skill, craft for making the tools that basically then make the products. And I believe the stat is that, I don't want to get it wrong, so let me pull it up here. 2% of tool and die technicians in the U.S. are under the age of 35. 75% are within 5 years of being eligible for retirement. So we really do not have enough tool and die experts in the U.S., let alone, in one state. So I'm really excited to ramp up these programs and give folks the skills they need to keep clean energy investments growing in Reno as well as around the country. So as I mentioned several times, all these products are made in Nevada. Of course, our storage, which I've talked mostly about, but the electric motors for many of our vehicles, as well as the battery packs. Really exciting to bring these products around the world, but I'm also very excited about bringing them to Nevada specifically. So we did actually, we were selected to provide the 60 megawatt, 240 megawatt hour system for Switch and Capital Dynamics, the Citadel storage project, which is co-located with solar right up near the Gigafactory. While a lot of the projects that NV Energy went through are, the vendor is still being selected, we are hopeful that we'll be able to provide more projects throughout the state. So really exciting time, as others have said, to be in energy and especially energy storage. I think that's all I have today. Really appreciate everything that this committee in particular is doing to get us to our shared mission of a sustainable future. Happy to take any questions at this point.
Great, thank you, Ms. Van Cleve. Always good to hear and Tesla are doing in the energy storage space. If any committee members have any questions, Senator Spearman. You're muted, Senator Spearman. We still can't hear you, Senator Spearman. We're not hearing you. It looks as if you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Until you get that figured out, you can send the question via chat, and I can ask the question for you if you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay. So at one time, you all were working on the smaller tiles and smaller rooftop tiles. And I'm just curious as to where you are with that now.
Sure, yeah, our solar roof tiles, I think is what you're talking about. Sarah Van Cleve for the record. We are still working on ramping up the production and deployment of our solar roof tiles, but we do have them all over the country at this point. I don't know if it's public how many we have installed, but quite a number of customer homes. Certainly still improving the product, but excited that we've got large scale deployments out there at this point.
Thank you.
Any other members have any questions for Ms. Van Cleve?
Mr. Chair, if I could ask a follow-up to that, please.
Please.
Thank you. So are those rooftop solar, actually roofing panels, are those currently being utilized in Nevada? And how was the approval process at the local level from a building code standpoint and being able to get those approved and deployed and actually put into place for homeowners and commercial properties?
Sure. Yeah, Sarah Van Cleve for the record. So I do not know with certainty whether they're deployed in Nevada. I'm happy to follow up and get back to you on that. I think that they are. I will say though, with regard to solar permitting in Nevada generally, which I have spent some time working with folks on, particularly Southern Nevada is excellent. We go around to other jurisdictions and around the country saying, you know, look at what these cities have done in Southern Nevada. So I hope that the same will be true as we roll out our solar roof on a larger scale.
Thank you. And if there are no further questions of Ms. Van Cleve or our other presenters on the energy storage subject from the committee, we can move on to our next agenda item. All right. Well, thank you so much to you and also for the other presenters on this subject matter. And it's appropriate that we segue into our conversation about transportation with Tesla being the last presenter in the energy storage space. And up next, we have the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection talking about the Nevada Clean Car Initiative. And we have Administrator Lovato to present for us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brooks, members of the committee. Again, Greg Lovato, Administrator of the Division of Environmental Protection. I appreciate the opportunity to brief you today on our work on the Clean Cars Nevada initiative. So today I'm going to walk through why we're looking at these standards, how what we're doing compares to other states and the federal government in this area. I'll briefly describe the standards and give you a preview of our process for evaluating adoption of these standards. So as State Climate Policy Coordinator, Dr. Averett briefed during public comment, earlier today, Governor Sisolak announced the Nevada Climate Initiative. Under that umbrella and the governor's July 2019 sign-on to the Clean Cars Promise with 23 other states, the governor's 2019 executive order on Nevada climate goals, and Senate Bill 254 from the 2019 legislative session, we are evaluating adoption of these improved vehicle emission standards in what could be the first state policy outside of the electrical generation sector to directly address our climate goals. Beyond making progress on our climate goals, the adoption of clean cars standards stands to yield multiple benefits to Nevadans. These include improved ground level air quality in the face of a growing population, increased low and zero emission vehicle purchase options, and lastly, reinforcement of state economic growth and diversity associated with the electrical vehicle industry manufacturing and raw material production. So to be clear, Clean Cars Nevada Initiative is a process to evaluate adoption of low emission and zero emission vehicle standards in Nevada. The decision to actually adopt these standards will be made by 3 separate regulation adoption bodies after a public process, informal and formal workshops, and public hearings. So Nevadans have our work cut out for us to meet the SB 254 climate goals. These numbers are from the NDEP inventory report published earlier this year. The goals in SB 254 are to reduce greenhouse gases by 28% from 2005 levels by 2025 and 45% by 2030. Without any new policies reducing GHG emissions, we project that Nevada will come close but miss the 2025 target by 4%, or 2.1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and the gap grows even wider by 2030 to 19%, or 9.4 million metric tons. Another thing to notice here is that the emissions are estimated to decrease 24% from 2005 to 2025. That's slightly less than 1% per year on average, but then only an additional 2% from 2025 to 2030. And that's less than 0.5% per year. So from the 2019 NDP report, we estimate emissions from the electricity sector to decrease slightly over the next 10 years, but that the industrial sector will increase, with most other sectors remaining flat through 2039. Adding in the transportation sector, which became the largest sector for GHG emissions in the state in 2015, we see emissions slightly decreasing over the same period, but not at a rate sufficient to meet these SB 254 targets. So taking a closer look at the transportation sector, we see it as expected to contribute a larger and larger percentage over time to statewide GHG emissions. And although there are decreases estimated, the decreases of 13% and 15% fall short of the SB 254 goals. So just to note, the projections shown here of the clean car standards come in a package of 3. There's low emission vehicle GHG, and zero emission vehicle standards, or LEV, GHG, and ZEV. So these projections only include the first part of that package, the low emission vehicle standards, but do not include LEV, GHG, or ZEV, okay? So we're going to be evaluating the estimated GHG reduction impact of these clean car standards as part of our rulemaking process over the next year. So shown here is a breakdown of GHG emissions solely from the transportation sector. This information is from a June 2020 report from the US EPA. These are nationwide emissions. The pie chart here is for 2018. Emissions from light duty vehicles make up the bulk of GHG emissions in the transportation sector. So combining this with our Nevada transportation sector GHG estimates, our estimate is that possibly over 20%, or 1/5 of the GHG emissions in Nevada, are coming from light duty vehicles. Earlier, I mentioned that Nevada is coming up short on its goals by 2.1 million metric tons of carbon and 9.4 million metric tons in 2030. Nevada has 2.2 million registered passenger vehicles on the road in 2019. EPA estimates on average those emit 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. So a gross estimate, which we need more information on, but a gross estimate is that passenger vehicles in Nevada contribute over 10 million metric tons per year, or about 60% of our estimated 2018 transportation emissions, corroborating this 59% estimate as reasonable for Nevada. Given our reliance in Nevada on light duty vehicles compared to states that may rely more heavily on public transit, I would estimate the proportion of GHG emissions from light duty vehicles in Nevada is even larger. So short story here is, if we're going to make further progress on reducing GHG emissions in Nevada, we need to address emissions from light duty vehicles. So this map shows the status of state adoption of these California vehicle standards. The 11 states shown here in green have adopted the entire package of LEV, GHG, and ZEV standards that Nevada is evaluating. Although there are only 11 states shown in green, these states were estimated to comprise about 30% of light duty vehicle sales in the US in 2018. In 2019, Colorado became the most recent state to adopt the ZEV standards, and they will apply there in the 2023 model year or calendar year 2022. Not reflected here is that the state of Washington passed a law earlier this year requiring adoption of ZEV standards, a process that may be initiated this year. As you can see, Minnesota, Nevada, and New Mexico are in the process. Minnesota initiated their process in 2018. Nevada started in June of this year. In 2019, New Mexico's governor indicated an intent to adopt these standards, but New Mexico has not started a formal rulemaking process. We are evaluating the outreach process and analyses conducted in Colorado and in Minnesota. So under the Federal Clean Air Act, states that want to do more to reduce emissions from light duty vehicles have only one alternative to the federal standards, and those are the California standards under a waiver from US EPA. US EPA has not proposed a federal zero emission vehicle standard regulation, and in 2019 passed a final rule revoking California's waiver. This matter is currently in litigation, with Nevada joining suit as a plaintiff with over 20 other states. The outcome of that litigation will affect Nevada's ability to adopt the California vehicle standards. So under the current schedule, these new emission standards we're evaluating would apply to vehicles starting with model year 2025. The Clean Air Act requires that standards be adopted in calendar year 2021 would apply to model year 2025, as those vehicles will be on sale in calendar year 2024. This allows manufacturers to adjust manufacturing, supply, and distribution chains to meet the new standards. These standards would apply to light duty vehicles, and that includes what are considered light trucks and others that weigh up to 6,800 pounds. These are cars, passenger trucks, light trucks, SUVs, but not agricultural equipment and not semi-trucks. So the standards would primarily place requirements on auto manufacturers, not other businesses or consumers. We will be discussing any potential requirements for auto dealers as we evaluate the standards. We'll be reaching out to those representatives. These standards would not require anyone to purchase a certain vehicle or get rid of any vehicle they already have. The low emission vehicle standards would reduce emissions to lower limits based on vehicle size. This includes both traditional air pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions. The zero emission vehicle standards would require a set percentage and then over time an increasing percentage of light duty vehicle sales to be zero emission vehicles in the state. So included here are the anticipated steps we plan to allow for input from interested stakeholders in the public. We don't have answers to all the questions about these standards right now, but our process will be set up to receive input and questions and help shape our analysis and any potential revisions to the draft regulation. We prepared an initial agency draft regulation in June. That's on our website. We are currently reviewing that draft with the Legislative Counsel Bureau and the Department of Motor Vehicles. The Nevada Air Pollution Control Statutes require vehicle smog check and emission standards to include involvement and review of both the DMV and the Division of Environmental Protection oversight body, State Environmental Commission. Once a revised draft is provided by LCB, NDEP will launch an informal outreach process anticipated next month to gather input on the rule in general and on some targeted areas related to rule implementation, including how to set up a credit system allowed under the vehicle standards that would enable manufacturers to meet ZEV requirements. The ZEV standard would allow for early action credits to vehicle manufacturers who accelerate ZEV sales in Nevada before the initial implementation of the rule. As with all regulations adopted by the State Environmental Commission, NDEP will have to complete a small business impact statement as required by NRS 233B. Lastly, implementation of these standards would require additional resources at NDEP and DMV. We are currently assessing that and comparing with other states who have reported to us relatively limited oversight resources are needed on the order of 1 to 1.5 full-time equivalent. We expect that we'll need some additional resources in calendar year 2023 as the ZEV credit banking system is set up and administered. So moving forward, after receiving that formal input and conducting additional analyses and evaluations, we anticipate making potentially substantive revisions to the draft regulation, and that would require another round of review from the Legislative Counsel Bureau. We will then host a series of formal workshops leading up to public hearings before the Department of Motor Vehicles and the State Environmental Commission. And as with all regulations, they would then come before the Legislative Commission. We anticipate completing that process in 2021. So right now we have a good amount of information on our website for people to dig into. We have draft regulatory language. We have excerpted all the California regulations that would be adopted by reference. And we have some brief documents summarizing the rule along with answers to frequently asked questions. We have a homepage for this initiative with a common email box to receive comments and questions and opportunities to participate. We'll be following up, announcing those, we expect, in the next month. So we expect to initiate this next phase in September. We look forward really to a robust discussion with everyone as we evaluate what could become really a crucial step in achieving Nevada's climate goals while also improving air quality. So I thank you for the committee's time, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Administrator Lovato. Do any of the committee members have any questions for Mr. Lovato? Assemblywoman Tolles?
Thank you. I have a few questions if it's okay. Appreciate all the information in here. There's, let's see this slide. Got a few screens going. So I noticed that I found it interesting on slide number 4, in regards to the greenhouse gas emissions projections, that it looks like every sector is going down or essentially flat lining, except for industry. And I just would love to hear a little bit more elaboration on what makes up industry and why we predict that that's going to increase when everything else is reducing or flattening out.
Thank you, Greg Lovato for the record, Assemblywoman Tolles. So if you look at the industry sector a little more closely, one of the components of that is the use of refrigerants known as ozone depleting substitutes. They're also known as hydrofluorocarbons. So the way that the NDEP greenhouse gas inventory works is we, absent any Nevada specific information, which we're actually seeking to get more Nevada specific information, we look at nationwide use of those refrigerants, and those are sort of correlated to population. So you have more people, there's more refrigeration going on. So that's what's really driving the estimates to increase in that industrial sector. We actually think that might be an underestimate for Nevada just because we are pretty heavily reliant on air conditioning, being in the arid Southwest. So we are actually seeking to get more Nevada specific information to understand the impact of that sector on Nevada going forward.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it. Always been curious about that one. And in regards to the other sectors, when you did these calculations, did you do them before COVID, or has there been any factoring in of changes in behavior, less vehicle use as more people are telecommuting from home, less airline flights utilization, which I know has a large impact as well? And how could those change these figures?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Tolles. Greg Lovato again for the record. So Nevada hasn't conducted our own estimates related to the economic downturn and reduction in transportation for Nevada. There is some analysis available conducted by other researchers and other organizations. Nevada is a member of the U.S. Climate Alliance, and they've done some of that analysis. And I think what's important to keep in mind here is as we're looking towards, long-term goals, decades down, 2030 and 2040 and 2050, that, the thinking probably is that this economic downturn will not have, a measurable effect on emissions over the long term, but clearly, 2020 is going to be different. If you look back at that same graph, you'll notice that in 2008, 2009, the effects of the Great Recession were seen in those estimates, but then we saw that stabilize and not continue down.
I'll just add my own little commentary that it was quite remarkable to see during the closures, just the impact on our air. It really definitely made a visual statement to the impact that we have, and but it's more than just the economic downturn. It is also a change in behavior of just more people teleworking and so forth, that may be here for a little bit longer. But two other quick questions, if I can. How do we differentiate, and forgive me if I've missed this, but how do we differentiate between out-of-state vehicles that are coming through versus our in-state vehicles, and how do we factor in that into the equation?
So in terms of, Assemblywoman Tolles, Greg Lovato for the record. In terms of our inventory or in terms of the new vehicle standards? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, so the new vehicle standards. So we're taking a look at adopting some changes into behaviors of sales of vehicles and purchases of vehicles, if I'm understanding the proposal correctly. And so for the hopes to reduce the greenhouse gases, but how much of that is going to impact purchased here, live here, utilize it here versus out of state coming through, and the impact that has from areas where maybe they don't have these same restrictions.
Right. Again, Greg Lovato for the record. So the vehicle standards that we're evaluating would apply to vehicles for sale in this state, starting with model year 2025. So that'd be calendar year 2024. So vehicles that were brought here, purchased elsewhere and then registered here, or vehicles that may go back and forth, those wouldn't be addressed by the anticipated regulation. It would only be vehicles for sale in Nevada starting in model year 2025.
Okay. And last question.
Go ahead.
That's okay. If you had something to add, I'm sure it was valuable. I'm all ears.
So yeah, these standards are primarily rest on the manufacturers. And so that's, when they're planning, projecting out what's going to happen in Nevada, these standards would constrain and also, help them plan for what could be on sale in Nevada. So that's the intent of the regulation, is to give guidance and requirements for the manufacturers. Many obviously who are already meeting these standards in California, which is a much larger market. I've been doing some research and I haven't been able to find any examples either in California or other states of any enforcement against manufacturers for failing to meet the standards. So, they'll get tougher as time goes on. So we'll see. But to date, there has not been any violations by the manufacturers on these.
Thank you. And just one last question. You said in your presentation that we would adopt California standards. Would that mean that we would just, mimic the language as we write the draft here to consider for our legislature, or would it somehow, tie directly to California standards and actually write that into the law so that whenever they change, we automatically change, and linking our two states that way? Is that something that we've done before? Is that, how exactly does that work?
Right. Thank you. Assemblywoman Tolles, Greg Lovato again for the record. So the standards that we'd be adopting have already been passed by California. and they're actually effective, I believe, through the model 2025 or 26 model year. But we will have to make sure that we stay up to date on, if there's changes related to aftermarket warranty associated with these vehicles. Just so you know, our air program actually is one of the most, I guess, active programs in terms of keeping our air regulations up to date with the federal regulations, which change very frequently. And so we have a pattern of regularly updating as needed. So, the mechanics of, incorporating and adopting by reference, generally, so we have to use Nevada statutory authority to form the basis for our ability to regulate, and that sits with the statutes in NRS 445B. And our ability to, we adopt certain portions by reference verbatim, and then others we have to make sure we account for Nevada statutory authority. So some of the questions you're asking, we're actually conversing with Legislative Counsel Bureau as to how to make sure that, it's clear in the regulations, the authority is clear, and that people know, how to comply. So that, I think some of what you're asking is still to be determined as we continue our evaluation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lovato. Anyone else have any other questions? Senator Hammond?
Yeah, I think I think someone Tolles asked most of those kind of questions along those lines. So I'm going to go back to something you had said earlier, Mr. Lovato, and that was that nobody would be impacted, or at least anticipated there would be no constraints on anybody other than the manufacturer themselves. Have you done a study that is kind of conclusive and shows us that we're not really going to impact the car dealerships, insurance, or even the consumer here? Is there going to be any impact whatsoever? And do we have any data that shows that there is no impact, or there is an impact only on the manufacturer?
So one of the, as I mentioned before, one of the, Senator Hammond, Greg Lovato for the record, one of the analyses we have to conduct is by NRS 233B is a small business impact statement. And so we're going to be soliciting input on, what factors we should consider in conducting that analysis. And then we're going to be learning a lot from the fact that, these standards have been in place since 2006 in many states, and also the track record of, Colorado, who's adopting them. So I think we're going to have at least some available parameters to start to evaluate the questions that you have, but we don't have a definitive statement on, or analysis that concludes, what you just asked. But I think that's something, we're going to have to consider as we evaluate this and before we bring it back for, formal adoption.
Thank you.
Do any other of the committee members have any questions for Administrator Lovato? Thank you. Well, I just thank you for that presentation, and I urge any of the committee members or anyone watching to take a look at that 2019 greenhouse gas report from the state. It's really fascinating, and a lot of the things that you've discussed today, Administrator Lovato, are in there, and it kind of really lays out a pretty clear roadmap of what we need to work on in the years ahead, and that was the intent of the report. So I appreciate your agency putting together that report. That was quite an undertaking, and it's really become helpful as a resource. So I appreciate that. And I also just want to say that as somebody who just walked onto a car dealership, walked over to several electric vehicles that were on the lot, and had an incredibly knowledgeable and helpful a dealer or a salesperson on that dealer sell me a car made in the United States by the United Auto Workers that seats 5 people, is fully loaded, and has a 250-mile range for under $30,000. the future is here, and I think that we are all going to be taking a good hard look at what we purchase moving forward, and facilitating that process through these standards, I think, is incredibly important, in addition to the carbon goals that we're trying to achieve. So thank you for undertaking the process. And with that, I think we can move on to our next agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Lawada. And our next agenda item is going to be from National Resource Defense Council, and on how to fix Nevada's gas tax, and how to fix electric and tax electric vehicles as if they drove on gasoline. And this is quite a conversation that we've been going through in the SCR4 working group, stakeholder group, over the last year and a half. And so I look forward to hearing from NRDC.
Thank you, Senator Brooks, members of the committee. My name is Max Baumethner, and I was lucky enough to participate in the SCR3 working group process that Senator Brooks just described, chaired by Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, and appreciate you all inviting me to present today. I'm going to walk through a few slides to, I think, get at a potential solution, one that was endorsed by a lot of the participants in that working group process, to the mission of SCR3, which is really to find a sustainable transportation funding source that aligns with Nevada's policy goals. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. I hope this works out well. Okay. All right. So the title of my presentation speaks to a premise that evades a lot of people. You know, the gas tax is a proven policy solution that's been working for over 100 years. It's very administratively efficient. It aligns with a lot of the state's policy goals, and it costs almost nothing to administer. But a lot of people assume that it's broken and can't be fixed because vehicles are getting more efficient, using less gasoline, switching to electricity, et cetera. And they assume that we need to shift to something radically different, like a fee on mobility or a vehicle miles traveled fee. But I want to point out that the gas tax could be fixed relatively easily, and that Nevada has already taken some significant steps to do that, and building upon that foundation could ensure that the gas tax provides stable revenue going forward, and that you can basically tax EVs as if they drove on gas. I'll note at the outset that I'm not going to say what level the gas tax should be in the state. You might need to raise it to make up for the fact that it hasn't been raised in a long time, and isn't keeping pace with your transportation funding needs. What I'm talking about are some tweaks to do if you take that vote to raise the state's gas tax, that you might as well adopt so that you never have to deal with it ever again. So moving on to the next slide, we start from a place of looking at what's the real problem in terms of eroding transportation revenue. And this is a national pie chart, but the story is basically the same in most states, where inflation, that big yellow wedge, is the biggest culprit when it comes to eroding transportation funding revenue. And that holds for Nevada's state gas tax. It hasn't been raised in a really long time, but it doesn't hold in Washoe and Clark County for their local taxes, which are now indexed to inflation, which is really the foundation upon which our proposal builds. That successful indexing, which unfortunately is set to expire in Clark County. And at which point the yellow wedge will again be the Pac-Man that's eating up most of your dollars, unless you do something about it. The green wedge of improved fuel economy has historically been a much less significant source of transportation funding revenue loss, but it could emerge as a significant one going forward. And then the blue one is if you reduce VMT, and at the time this analysis was done, it looked like VMT was reducing across the nation. And I'll note that a switch to a VMT fee would just basically be hitching your financial stability to something else that you don't want society to have to do more of, which is drive more. And reduced VMT, which is necessary to meet the state's climate goals. You don't want to have those reductions be in conflict with collecting revenue you need to maintain the transportation system. And then there's the little orange wedge, which is electric vehicles or EVs, which gets all the attention, but is really a pretty de minimis source of transportation funding loss, even with assuming really high levels of EV adoption. But we are not in a position, even as environmentalists, of saying that EVs shouldn't be paying their fair share. We think everybody should be paying into the system, but to do so in a rational and sustainable way that aligns with the state's ambitions to tackle the transportation sector emissions as Mr. Lovato just presented. So here's the actual fix. It's basically two simple steps. The first is to index fuel taxes to both inflation and total fuel consumption. And as I noted, Clark and Washoe County already indexed their local gas taxes to inflation. So depending on what the level of inflation is, the gas tax is adjusted annually to make up the difference. It's relatively easy to just add some math to that simple calculation to also adjust it to account for how many gallons of gasoline were actually purchased in the States. So if those go down because people are driving less or the vehicles got more efficient, then the gas tax goes up a teeny bit in an amount that no one will ever notice, but over time stabilizes in perpetuity that revenue stream. So that first step takes care of almost all of the, it takes care of basically 97% of the problem. The second step takes care of that little yellow wedge in that pie chart, which is basically to tax EVs or other alternative fuel vehicles that aren't subject to motor fuel taxation as if they drove on gasoline. And to do that in a rational way, instead of just coming up with an arbitrary round number, and to do it as based on their federal fuel economy ratings, what their miles per gallon equivalent ratings are. And then have them pay annual fees that are exactly equivalent to what they would have paid if they drove on gas. And that math is pretty simple. It's basically the state's gas tax divided by the miles per gallon equivalent rating of the vehicle in question, times the number of miles that vehicle drove, which Nevada's DMV is already collecting from drivers. And that spits out a number that will vary according to the efficiency of the vehicle in question. More efficient EVs pay less, less efficient EVs pay more, just as is the case with gas cars. And it varies by how many miles people drive, just as is the case with the gas tax. To put this in context of draft statutory language, so to speak, this is basically it. And we don't need to spend a lot of time looking at the language here, but the point of this slide is just to convey that those two paragraphs would basically take care of the problem in terms of stabilizing
Max, I don't know, at least I can't hear you on my end. It looks like you froze up, and it appears as if the other committee members can't as well. So I don't know if there's a way for you to log back in, or if you're having just maybe some connectivity issues or bandwidth issues.
This is Jen from Broadcast. It does appear that he is still in the call, but yeah, he's frozen to us as well.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if I'll send him a message and see if he can reconnect. while we are waiting for Mr. Baumhöfner to reconnect, I actually had a question a few questions from some folks that I maybe Mr. Lovato can answer for me. If he is still on the line while we're waiting for Max to reconnect. If not, we will send him those questions.
Here, I do see Mr. Lovato in the call. I don't know if he's going to turn his video on though, so give us a moment to reach out to him.
Mr. Vice Chair, I was just going to ask if you like your electric vehicle and you could recommend it.
I actually do love it so far. Actually, Chevy Bolt, all electric plug-in EV, and I drove it about 1,200 miles on the Nevada Electric Highway and hit all kinds of rural charging stations across Nevada. And seats 5, made in the United States by the United Auto Workers of America, and it's under $29,000, and it's 250-mile range. So that really is kind of checks all the boxes necessary for me and for, I would say, most vehicle owners.
Does it have all-wheel drive for those of us up north?
No, this one's front-wheel drive only, but they do have an all-wheel drive version, I believe.
All right. Good thing you have friends in the assembly who let you use their parking space so you can plug in too.
Yes, this is true. Thank you.
That only works though until I get my own electric vehicle. Then we're gonna have to fight for it.
Well, I'll talk to you can talk to LCB about this, some charging infrastructure. And we have Mr. Lovato back on the call. And I'm sorry I let you go before I was able to answer a question from a member who couldn't connect. And that question is, does the LEV-ZEV requirements that are being proposed, is there the necessary infrastructure for electric vehicle charging, for instance, on the ZEV side? Do you think to align with those requirements? And would this policy cause additional costs for that infrastructure need?
Thank you, Senator Brooks, for the question. And again, Greg Lovato for the record. So these particular standards that we're looking at are really just focused on vehicle emissions. And there is likely to be some need for, maybe companion policies that Nevada could consider as part of, our climate strategy and the climate initiative. And so, I would say that, if you look at other states, they've enacted, either tax incentives for, to make up for the cost differential for electric vehicles. There could be additional steps taken to, increase electrical vehicle infrastructure. We've done a number of projects throughout the state with the Governor's Office of Energy, but clearly more could be done. So I do think it's something, that the electric vehicle transportation electrification will, in order to fully be realized, we'll need a number of sort of companion or parallel policies to be worked on. Unfortunately, we NDP as a pollution control agency, we're really going to be focusing on, this particular aspect. But I think, as we embark on the climate initiative with the Governor's Office of Energy, I think we're going to have to be looking at, a number of these other factors, including electrical vehicle infrastructure.
Thank you. I know we're working on that in the legislature right now. And so another question that a member had was, this rulemaking they're going through, do you anticipate that it will increase the cost for vehicles?
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Greg Lovato again for the record. So on average, equivalent size vehicles right now are more expensive if they're electric. So for the same size, weight, et cetera, generally the electric vehicles at this time do cost more. Those costs appear to be coming down over time. So this standard is really placed on the manufacturers, not on consumers. So it's not going to force consumers to actually spend more on electric vehicles. That's not the way the regulation works. One thing we could do is look at vehicle prices in states that have adopted these standards since 2006, and see if what vehicle prices look like overall in those states versus others. I don't have that information with me. There might be some ways to start addressing those questions.
Thank you. That answers that. And I just read a report saying that by 2023, I believe, as quick as 3 years from now, that the cost of the electric counterpart to its internal combustion counterpart, apples for all the features by the same manufacturers, will be the same. And the cost of ownership is a fraction. It's about a third of the cost of ownership as a internal combustion engine. Another question I have before we transition back over to NRDC is, does this policy provide for equitable air quality improvements across all diverse socioeconomic regions? Or are high income areas going to see disproportionate amount of air quality gains compared to lower income areas?
Thank you, Senator Brooks, for the question. Again, Greg Lovato. I don't have the answer to that question. I know that part of in the Nevada Climate Initiative that we'll be looking at is concerns on equity related to any potential policies that we adopt are something that we'll be looking at. And so, I guess one way to think about this is air quality generally is affected throughout a basin. So if you do look at areas that could be near high traffic areas, freeways, heavily traveled roadways, those traditionally are in urban areas. That's where we tend to have air quality issues. The air basins in Washoe and Clark County are most often close to our ambient air quality standards that are needed to maintain health protectiveness. And so any place in the state where we have air quality that's a little lower would be in those urban areas. So I would say that the benefits would accrue to most folks throughout the basin and those who live near heavily traveled areas, since it's not really a car by car, it's really a fleet by fleet type analysis that goes into what affects air quality within a basin.
Thank you, Director Lovato, or Administrator Lovato, and thanks. Oh, Assemblyman Tolles has another question, and then we'll transition back over to NRDC since we bumped what he fell off. But thank you for coming back.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and that of course stimulated a few more questions or more just thoughts that in the urban, more dense areas where we would see that impact at a greater level. That's where that conversation, I think about the electric buses and even taxi cabs and things like that, where we can see some real impact in those denser urban environments, knowing that there's been some efforts in public transportation in particular. But so back to the industry question, I did get a chance to look up a little bit more environmentally friendly refrigerants, because if we're trying to impact this overall, then it would seem like that would be also a very important part of this conversation. And so it does look like in 2015, the EPA, approved more use of some alternative or environmentally friendly refrigerants. Is that something, I know that's not the discussion we're having today, but is that something that we're looking at in regards to this overall picture?
Definitely. Thank you, Assemblywoman Tolles. Greg Lovato for the record. So the subject of refrigerants is, I think it's an ongoing policy debate in Congress right now. There's been a number of bills over the past several months and year to come to some kind of deal on, basically reducing use of hydrofluorocarbons. But I don't think it's actually passed. And so, you are seeing in the absence of federal action, states looking to see what we can do to take action at a state level. And so, one of the potential solutions would be alternative refrigerants. Another one that's looked at is regulations concerning reducing leaks and or replacement and recovery of equipment that contains these substances. A place to start would probably be to get an inventory of what the actual use is in Nevada. As I mentioned before, our inventory is more of an average percentage allocated to Nevada. So nationwide average allocated to Nevada based on our population, which may underrepresent the actual use in our state. So that's where we look to start, is to try to figure out, well, where are we using these in Nevada? What do those industries look like? And what are the controls on those right now that prevent leaks?
Thank you. All lots of pieces to the puzzle to consider. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Lovato. And now we have Max from NRDC is back on the line and has some internet issues worked out. And so we'll jump back into the presentation where we left off, and then we can ask some questions of him when he's done.
Thank you all for, and thank you Senator Brooks and Mr. Lovato for filling the dead air while our Wi-Fi went down. I'm now plugged in, hardwired, which means my children might run behind us at any moment. But in the meantime, we'll get going back to where we were, which I believe we were looking at draft statutory language or sample statutory language. And again, the point of this is not to say that's exactly how you'd have to do it, but just to note that it could be basically done in 2 paragraphs. It really is that simple. And then to provide you with some indication that other states have already largely gone there, in addition to Clark and Washoe County indexing their local taxes to inflation. Here's a slide that shows the number of states that have variable rate gas taxes at the statewide level. And these generally are indexed to keep up with inflation, which, as noted, is the biggest source of revenue loss. The orange, which is Georgia, they actually index their gas tax both to inflation and the fuel economy standards, which is sort of in the same spirit as what we're talking about here. It's not quite as accurate as indexing it to the gallons of gasoline that you actually sell, but it's the same idea, indexing it to something that accounts for the fact that vehicles are getting more efficient and adjust the gas tax accordingly. So it can be done. And then this slide is to provide you some solace that, monkeying with the gas tax is not easy, but states do it all the time. Just in the last decade, 31 states have voted to raise their gas tax, red, blue, and purple states. Not to say it's not easy, but it can be done, and it happens all the time. And that's in marked contrast to something like a VMT fee, which has been piloted in a lot of states across the union, but has never been implemented at the statewide scale. And point here is, if you're going to follow the lead of some of these states here and reform the gas tax, you might as well do it right so you never have to deal with it again. Now, these are states that are imposing increasingly punitive fees on electric vehicles that run exactly counter to the clean cars goals that Mr. Lovato just presented. These are often arbitrary round numbers, derivatives of a political process that have often end up meaning that electric vehicles, the cleanest vehicles on the road, pay more than equivalent gasoline vehicles, which makes no sense. And generally, technologically specific taxation doesn't make sense. It should be technologically agnostic, and like the gas tax does, encourage efficiency improvements that reduce consumer expenditures on fuel and reduce pollution in the same time. I'll note that most of these fees are collected by the state DMVs, which does prove that the annual fees that our proposal would have collected from EV drivers can easily be collected by the DMV. And in Nevada, your DMV is already collecting the number of miles that people drive. So it makes that formula to assess that annual fee that's equivalent to what that EV in question would have paid on if it drove on gas, that much easier to individualize to the vehicle in question. So if you can do a dumb EV fee, then you can do a smart one and collect it by the same agency. And it's a lot easier to calculate than some of the registration fees that the DMV already collects. So this is to show, the volatility associated with gas prices in the Nevada region. And it jumps up and down by huge margins depending on what happens in the world oil market. So the annual adjustments that would result from the indexing our proposal describes would be completely in the noise relative to these fluctuations in the normal gas prices. You would never see people in yellow vests in the streets as a result of those modest adjustments. But they would have the effect of stabilizing that revenue stream in perpetuity. Now, I didn't update this chart from the last SCR3 meeting to reflect what happened to gas prices more recently as a result of the pandemic. And you might be asking yourself, what would happen if this policy were on the books and you had a pandemic or some other catastrophic event like this and people stopped driving? And so then would the gas tax automatically adjust way up to make up for that lost revenue? And I'll note that in all of the states that have adopted a similar mechanism in the power sector side, they always have a bumper that says it can increase by more than X percent or whatever. It would be easy to do the same thing here, such that you just specify in advance that in no single year could the gas tax increase exceed X amount. And then if there's revenue that goes under collected as a result, you can just peanut butter it over future years. That's what they do in the power sector, and it works really well. But bottom line, if something like this current pandemic were to, God forbid, ever happen again, you'd be better off with this policy solution on the books, because at least you'd have something that would, react automatically without the need for a special session and a very difficult vote in order to start collecting revenue that you still need. And I'm sure that, the NDOT and RTCs are hurting right now because of that rapid decline in the revenue that the current gas taxes are collecting. If this policy solution on the books were on the books, it would make up for a lot of that. Next, this slide, it's a little busy, I apologize, but the basic point here is that in a scenario, in a world in which gasoline consumption goes down at a pretty aggressive rate, 1.5% per year, and which is great. You're on track to meet your state climate goals, and you have pretty strong inflation at 2%, such that the state's gas tax goes from 17.65 cents over this 6-year period up to 21 cents or so to keep pace with the revenue that otherwise would have been lost to inflation and reduce gasoline consumption. And that's the red line showing that the gas tax is going up. People won't care, because the blue bars, which is how much all of Nevadans would be spending on gasoline and taxes combined, would be going down by about $250 million. So if you have a policy that encourages reductions in fuel consumption and those happen, it won't matter that you're raising the gas tax to ensure that you still collect necessary revenue, because people will be spending less at the pump in total. And that's what people care about. And that's what matters to consumers. And that's money that would stay in the state. And it corresponds to the avoided emissions of about 1 million metric tons that are necessary to meet the state's goals. Now, the SCR3 process basically revealed 2 competing solutions: some flavor of a vehicle miles traveled fee, or the one we've just described. And I want to compare the two and ask what's best, the same cent per gallon or the same cent per mile? These are 2 pictures we took when we were in Vegas. The one on the right was outside of a casino. The one on the left was outside of SCR3 meeting at RTC of Southern Nevada. And it shows the Smart EV and a Tesla Model 3 behind it. And I wanted to illustrate the differences between these policies using these vehicles. Unfortunately, the F-350 on the right isn't subject to the same taxation system because it's a commercial vehicle, even though it doesn't look so commercial to me the way it's blitzed out. So to make it more of an apples to apples comparison in terms of the same class, we'll use the tricked out version of the Ford F-150, the #1 selling truck and vehicle in the United States. So that's the Raptor right there for car aficionados and such. So what makes most sense to tax these 2 things on the same cent per mile or same cent per gallon rate? So if you look at them from a standpoint of pollution per mile, the Raptor emits 5 times as much pollution per mile. So how does it make sense to tax them at the same rate? And there's a lot of states that have piloted VMT fees, and they generally go after the cleanest vehicles on the road. And in Oregon, where they had, it's been pioneering VMT fees for decades, they had to stop letting vehicles like this Raptor into their pilot because they were writing them refund checks for all of the excess gas tax that they spent, which is the same thing that would happen in Utah or Washington or any other state if you were ever to transition from a pilot that focuses on the most efficient vehicles to a statewide tax. And that's why from an environmental perspective or a public health perspective, it's not really a good policy solution. It doesn't make sense to tax these vehicles at the same rate per mile when one emits 5 times as much pollution per mile, and to basically be giving refund checks relative to the gas tax that correspond with the amount of pollution the vehicle in question emits. From a user pays damage to the roads perspective, why does it make sense to tax the Smart EV that weighs less than half as much as the Raptor at the same rate, or the Model 3 that weighs considerably less at the same rate, when the damage to the roads increases cubically with, or not exactly cubically, it increases exponentially with the weight of the vehicle. So because it takes more fuel to move heavier vehicles, the gas tax does a better job of corresponding to damage to the roads and the user pays principle than a VMT fee that charges all vehicles the same cent per mile rate. Same for use of road capacity. Bigger, heavier vehicles use more fuel, and the gas tax reflects that. And if they use more of the road in terms of their footprint, it makes sense for them to pay for more for it. It doesn't make sense to tax the Smart EV that uses like 1/3 as much road capacity as the Raptor at the same rate. So I wanted to also note that there's a lot of diverse support for this relatively simple fix with some unusual bedfellows here. These are all signatories to a letter that was sent to the SCR3 working group and other aligned letters. And I think, if I weren't taking care of 2 little kids and moving and dealing with the pandemic right now, we probably could have gotten a lot more folks to add on to their logos to this. because it's a policy solution that, it shouldn't be a green thing. It's just basically building upon a solution that you already have on the books that works and that aligns with the state's policy goals and provides revenue stability that is superior to competing proposals that just hit your financial stability to something else that you don't want society to have to do more of. So we didn't submit this letter to the whole Energy Committee yet, but we could easily do that as a follow-up. So with that, I will stop, and I look forward to what I hope will be some robust discussion. I'll note we've done modeling behind this, but I'm not going to go through these slides. This just shows that it doesn't really matter what happens if you adopt our solution. It's basically bulletproof in terms of keeping revenue stable. So with that, I'll stop sharing and field any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Baumhafner. I spent a year asking you questions on this, and it finally sank into my thick skull. And so I'll give the other members who might not have participated in that stakeholder group that we did for SER4 the opportunity to ask some questions.
One question.
Senator Hammond?
Yeah, thank you. So actually, the question that I have is based on something you just kind of said briefly, and that was that you anticipated that the revenue coming in would be relatively flat. What are your estimates over the next 10 to 20 years of the revenue coming in if we change to a model like this?
Well, it depends on what you do with the gas tax to start with. Right, and what I was noting is at the beginning is I'm not opining as to what the right gas tax for the state should be. Right, that's more to NDOT and the RTCs and others to say how much money you need to maintain the transportation system. I'll put it out there that your existing gas tax hasn't been raised for a long time, so it might need to be raised to better correspond to your needs in the state. What I'm saying is if you go through the political lift necessary of raising the gas tax to make up for the fact that it hasn't been raised in forever, then you might as well adopt these simple indexing mechanisms so that you never have to do it again. Otherwise, you're immediately digging yourself into a hole the second that vote is complete. And I think there's other ways, and we have had some discussions with NDOT and RTC about how you could also adjust that simple formula so that it would automatically adjust as needs might grow. And that's something that I look forward to further discussions with NDOT and RTC about, because I think what this does is stabilizes your level of revenue in real dollars, whatever it is. So, if you raise the gas tax, multiply that by the number of gallons of gasoline you're selling now, then this would lock that in perpetuity. But you could do that based upon, an average of the last 3 years or something like that if you wanted to take out the COVID effect, for example.
Thank you.
Senator Hammond, one thing that made it click in my head was this is us changing the funding formula, using an example of something else that we went through a great deal of conversations on. Us changing the funding formula, but the legislature still having to determine through the budget process how much money that funding formula should be. And this would be the funding mechanism to get to that number. But we at the legislature through the budget process would choose what that number needs to be based on transportation construction needs.
Okay.
And I see Chairwoman Monroe Moreno is back and back in the driver's seat and can take it from here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brooks. An interesting day here. Quick question, and thank you for the presentation. As presented, the program you presented to the committee today, can you tell me if this is working or in effect in any other states right now and how it's working there, this program as you presented today?
Yeah, it's basically identical to what's happening in Georgia, where they're indexing to inflation and fuel economy standards. The only difference is that this proposal would index to the total gallons of gasoline you sell, which is a better measure if you want to really stabilize revenue, but it's basically the same thing. 26 states have variable rate gas taxes on the books that index largely to inflation. And it makes basically no difference to the administrative complexity or implementation to add another factor to that indexing equation that also accounts for the number of gallons of gas that you sell. So if Georgia can do it, Nevada can do it better. And if the other 25 states that already do 95% can do it, and if Washoe and Clark County can already index to inflation, then I don't see why the rest of the state can't index to inflation plus total fuel consumption. It all happens behind the scenes, and it's just, one other, simple factor that you put into that equation.
So the only people who would actually be affected for any increase with those members in our communities who drive fossil fuel vehicles, they would be the ones with the fluctuating amounts, correct?
No.
And forgive me,
Sorry.
I missed.
Yeah, and sorry for the record, Mr. Baumeister, Chairwoman Assembly Woman Monroe and Moreno. No, this would basically just state the gas tax would just be collected like the gas tax is now. And everyone would pay the gas tax. And it's just that the gas tax wouldn't just be indexed as it is in Clark and Washoe counties to inflation, but also to this other factor that would result in adjustments that no one would ever notice. There are a few tenths of a penny on an annual basis, and you could do it more frequently, say twice a year, to make it even less of something that people would notice. But over time, it would make a huge difference in terms of stabilizing that revenue stream. So it would affect all consumers equally, but it would have the effect of continuing to encourage reductions in total fuel consumption. And that would save consumers, especially those who spend a disproportionate share of their income at the pump, a lot of money. So at the national level, it's estimated that this policy for this federal government's 18.4 cent per gallon gas tax, which is basically the same as Nevada's 17.65 cent state tax. If you were to index it, as we've suggested, as opposed to doing something radically different, like shifting to a VMT fee, it would avoid the emission of 45 million metric tons of pollution annually and avoid the expenditure of something on the order of $12 to $15 billion worth of fuel. That's $12 to $15 billion worth of household expenditures that we're wasting at the pump, and that low and moderate income households feel hardest. So in terms of reducing that household energy burden, we think this policy better aligns with going there than doing something radically different, like shifting to something that doesn't encourage reductions in fuel consumption.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Senator Spearman.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I guess it's maybe two parts. You referenced Georgia, and I don't know what Georgia looks like compared to Nevada. I know that they've got some major urban areas that are kind of sprawled out, and a couple of them are bigger than, Clark County. But my question would be, and this is a concern that I have, some would be able to go out and purchase the electric vehicle, and there are others for whom, if the transmission broke down, they would not have anything. And so the studies, have they looked at that from an economic standpoint in terms of demographics? What does that look like for lower income communities versus middle and higher income communities? And what does that look like if they have to pay, if all they're going to use is fossil fuel, and then we put the gas tax up? How does that impact people for whom a $400 a month emergency could mean the difference between having a place to live and not. And I hope I haven't convoluted it too much.
No, thank you, Senator Spearman. Max Baumetter for the record from NRDC. In terms of the progressivity or regressivity of this policy proposal, it's basically the status quo relative to, with the gas tax. You know, we're not changing anything one way or another in that way. I think the one thing that is informative on this point is that there was a pretty robust economic analysis of the progressivity or regressivity of federal fuel economy standards, where they looked at 34 years of household expenditures on fuel and asked the question whether or not fuel economy standards, akin to the clean car standards that Mr. Lovato was describing previously, were progressive or regressive. And they concluded that they were progressive because it saved households money, and it was higher income households that bore the brunt of the cost of those regulations because they were the ones who bought the new cars. And most cars are purchased on the used market. Like we bought a used EV and we bought it for a song, and I don't have to worry about the transmission going out anymore. And we got that car for $9,000. In terms of other policies that can increase access to those clean vehicles, I worked very closely on legislation in California 7 years ago that was really meant to democratize the EV market in partnership with some environmental and social justice advocates. And I'd be happy to follow up with you about those programs that are really the better tool to get at those issues and ensure that all consumers can benefit from this transition.
Because that would be my only concern. It's always been my concern as we move from one modality, transportation modality into another. There's some people that are just now getting comfortable with 7 or 8 year old car. And the other thing that I would say, and this is not for you, but I just want to get it on the record. I think this is also something that we should look at because for many people who are on federal subsidies, it matters the year, make, and model of your car. And unless we do some changes in that arena, in that policy arena, then we will never be able to move those who are dependent upon those services as a hand up for them to help, for them to go along with the rest of us. I mean, there'll always be a disproportionate amount of people who can't move up because federal policies say something else.
Thank you, Senator Spearman. That's a good point. I'll note that some of the programs that we worked on in the legislation I described would help folks get access to EVs without necessarily having to own one. They increase vouchers for public transit. They also provide vouchers for people to scrap old polluting vehicles and get behind the wheel of a new EV. We crushed a clunker on the steps of the state capitol in Sacramento and handed the keys to a low-income household who drove away in an electric car. I'd love to be able to do that in Nevada as well, and would be happy to follow up with you on those suite of different policies. The policy we're talking about today is basically agnostic on those things, but for the fact that it continues to reduce total consumer expenditures on fuel, which benefits those who spend a disproportionate share of their income at the pump most.
Yeah, and my point here, it's not in your wheelhouse, but my point here is federal standards still require or still limit the age of the car to people who are receiving social service income. So if they can only have a 7-year-old car, then and keep the money coming in that they need to survive, if that's all they can do, then that's running counterproductive to what we're trying to do. So I'm just saying we need to consider what the federal policies are with respect to the cycle of poverty and how that impacts lower economic communities.
Thank you for that, Senator Spearman. I'll note that a 7-year-old EV doesn't have a transmission to go out or any of the moving parts that a combustion vehicle does. So they're probably better off in one of those. And I think with the improvements in battery range and reliability that we're seeing, and people talking about million-mile batteries already, that's a very real future, not a one of theoretical proposition.
Members, any other questions? I do have a follow-up to Senator Spearman's, but I'd like to see if any of the other members have questions. Okay, seeing none. Along the lines that Senator Spearman spoke about, some of our lower income earning families who may live in communities where the infrastructure for the clean energy vehicles may not be in place. How do you foresee, or does your plan at all entail assisting with that infrastructure that would be needed for these families that you say could save money by not having the repairs for vehicles, but if they purchase it, would they actually be able to utilize it? Do we have that infrastructure in place?
No, you do not yet in the great state of Nevada, and I hope to work on legislation that would help increase access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel as a result. I'll note that as a result of legislative directives that we've helped pass across the union, electric utilities have been authorized to invest $2.2 billion in electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And fully $1.6 billion of that is prioritizing underserved, disadvantaged, and low-income communities. And nearly 600 million of it will be is directly going to be invested in those communities to the benefit of those customers. And that's as a result of explicit provisions that we've built into all of those programs. So that is the better tool to increase access to charging. And I hope to work on that complementary policy, which I think also complements the adoption of the clean car standards that Mr. Lovato described previously. And that's a 1-2 punch that we worked on in Colorado and in New Mexico, where both pieces of legislation advanced at the same time, as did adoption of clean car standards. But this isn't the policy to do that, but it is a policy that, unlike a punitive fee on EVs, would not run counter to your efforts to increase EV adoption in the state and to help low-income households get access to those vehicles. I'll know one thing about the punitive and flat fees on EVs that have been adopted in other states is that they are extremely regressive. And unlike typical vehicle registration fees that decline with vehicle value, such that people buying used cars will pay less, those $200 EV fees, $100 EV fees, those stick with the car for life. So if we work, as we was just describing with Senator Spearman, to help someone get behind the wheel of a 7-year-old EV that's still a reliable car that could save them a lot of money on fuel, it makes no sense to hit them with a fee that will erase those fuel cost savings. Whereas this policy would account for the fact that that vehicle is more efficient, just like a more efficient gasoline vehicle pays less.
Thank you. We lost our chair. She's having a heck of a day over there with electricity and internet connections and things like that. But I appreciate your presentation and your responses to our questions. Are there any other committee members that have any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I just wanted to thank you and also just make a statement that, and this gets to some of the lines of questioning from Chairman Moreno and Senator Spearman as well, that this transition is happening before our very eyes, and it's happening largely will happen largely for economic reasons, and we need to address how we fund a transportation in the most equitable way possible, because this is happening with or without us as policymakers. And so for many reasons, I like to see it happen as quick as possible, but with or without in Nevada's policy direction, this is happening. And so we need to, with this presentation and with our next presentation, really contemplate how we're going to address this issue as it happens around us. So thank you, Max, and for presenting that. And if with no further questions, I'll move.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Vice Chair, yeah, I was asking the question specifically because the current administration has issued new guidelines for people on public assistance. And those guidelines run counter to what we're trying to do with respect to lowering GHG, with respect to moving people from fossil fuel or combustible engine to EVs. And so what I really want to get on the record is that we're going to need the support of our federal delegation as well to look at the current policies as they stand now, because $3,500 in assets or $3,501 could push you over the limit to where you can receive public assistance. And so that's my point. It's not a criticism of the plan that has been proposed. I'm saying we need our federal delegation to look at the current policies, because policies that have been pushed forward within the last 10 to 12 months would exclude most people who would really benefit from having an EV. So that's my point there.
Understood.
Thank you.
My point is this isn't even about EVs. It's just about how we fund transportation in our current taxation scenario. And so it'll happen to us before we know it. And so I'm glad we're having the conversation now. So thank you, Max. And up next, we have Linda Hull from the Utah Department of Transportation to talk about their road usage charge.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'll get to it right away during my screen. Chair, can you see the slide?
Yes, it looks good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll go through this pretty quickly in the interest of time. Sorry, my slide isn't advancing. I've just put up my contact information if anybody wanted to reach out to me in phone call, email, and you have a way of being able to. So what I'm going to review today is just Utah's policy.
Ms. Hull, could I interrupt you? Is it possible that you could speak closer to the mic or a little bit louder?
Yes, I will. I will speak up.
Thank you.
So I'll be reviewing today Utah's policy journey, how we got to the place that we are today, the implementation activities that we currently have in place, and the future steps that we're going to have with this program. I won't go to this in detail. All I wanted to do is just walk through. I'll just summarize the considerations. So the cost to maintain, operate, and preserve the highway system is heavily reliant on the fuel tax revenue, both at the state and the federal level. If you look at this chart on the left in that kind of nice, pretty blue color, that is the state sales tax that's going to the capacity adding portion of our program. But when you look at the orange and the light gray slices, those are the state and federal fuel taxes that are coming in to pay for the cost to operate, maintain, and just keep the highway system in a good condition. So the fuel tax is the backbone for us to be able to operate and maintain the state highway system. So just like Nevada, Utah continues to grow. We have a growing economic activity and a growing population. More drivers are driving more miles. We think we can influence the PMC vehicle miles travel policy choices, such as land use development patterns, increased modal choices, increased teleworking. But under all of these scenarios, PMC will continue to grow. It continues to outpace our population growth. I pulled up the information today, and traffic on major roads in Utah is 94% of the pre-COVID travel numbers. Personally, I thought the numbers would stay a little bit lower, a little bit longer because of teleworking, but we're already up to 94% of our pre-COVID numbers. Year over year, we're looking at cost, about how revenue isn't keeping pace. If we look at the construction cost index, CCI varies, but generally it grows about 7% a year. By comparison, the fuel tax grows about 1% a year. You see a little jump in the fuel tax revenue in 2015. The legislature adopted.
Director Hall. Director Hall, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt again. I think you might have something going on there with a speaker on or something, because I'm getting feedback and you're really mute or very quiet. So I don't know if you've got additional speakers on in the room or what.
No, I don't have anything else on, just me. Let me try to see if maybe I plug
Whatever just
the ear-
changed, whatever just changed, that's perfect.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure what it was,
Now
but thank you.
Okay. So the jump in the fuel tax revenue that happened in 2015, that was the result of the legislature adopting a reform of the fuel tax. It increased 4.9 cents a gallon. At the same time, they also adopt a mechanism to index the state fuel tax. The indexing helps, but the state doesn't view indexing as the solution. It's helping, but it's not the solution. When we're looking at vehicle fuel efficiency grows, it mitigates the growth in the number of gallons of fuel sold, which impacts its tax revenue. So we can see the increase in the fuel efficiency with the Toyota Camry. We also see the increase in fuel efficiency for Ford F-150, and all of that, of course, impacts fuel tax revenue that's coming in. Another thing that we are looking at is the average annual state gas tax payment that's coming in. It varies tremendously among different highway users. You can see from this chart that the average pickup driver is going to pay about over $300 a year in state fuel tax. The Dan driver is $187, a gas hybrid, paying $93 a year. And an EV, of course, because they're not burning gasoline, is not contributing to that. So as it was mentioned before, the fuel tax has been around in this country for about 100 years. Our legislature looked at that and felt that it served us really well for 100 years in this country, but they didn't feel it was going to serve the next 100 years. So what is it that we need to do to replace that? So when the legislature considered what policies they needed to think about, they looked at user pays. This was very important to our legislature. It's not just that everyone is a user of the highway system, but how much of the highway system are they using? So if you use more of the system, you should pay more. If you use less of the system, you pay less, so that it would be equitable among those users. That we would have some kind of alternative to the fuel tax. It would generate real revenue. Equity and fairness was a really important issue for our lawmakers. They wanted it to be equitable among everyone who's using the system. They wanted everyone to pay a fair share for the cost of maintaining the state highway system. They wanted it to be sustainable. It's something that's going to work for the next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, maybe 100 years. As part of that, you could layer policy considerations on there. So the legislature looked at, with a road usage chart as a base, you could layer it with other policy considerations. They could think about whether there were other policy levers that they wanted to replace, so that it wasn't just a straight replacement for the fuel tax, but it gave them other policy options. So would they want to pull a lever for demand pricing, being able to price that driving through the most the highest demand on the most busy roads, maybe the price would be higher. If it was on a slightly less busy road, the price might be lower. I don't know if that's where my legislature is going to go, but those are the type of things that they were thinking about, is whether they wanted to have the option to pull other policy levers. They were looking at the growth in alternative fuel vehicles. Hybrids are kind of flattening out, but of course EVs are growing rapidly. There's a difference of opinion on the time horizon for electric vehicles that constitute a major portion of the fleet, but we do know that they're increasing very rapidly. Utah is one of the states that did adopt an electric vehicle adoption fee. We also adopted one on plug-in hybrids and on gas hybrids. The fee is paid in lieu of a fuel tax. I would note that the state rolled it in over 3 years. So when it reaches its maximum rate, electric vehicles would pay $120 a year. Plug-in hybrids would pay $52. Gas hybrids would pay an extra $20 a year. Once it reaches its maximum rate, it will be indexed to the CPI, just like the fuel tax and just like the vehicle registration fees that are also indexed to the CPI. So I'm going to outline some of the major issues associated with implementing the road usage charge program in Utah. So one effort that we've had within the state is talking about how public highways are funding. Generally, people dramatically overestimate the amount of taxes that they're paying when they buy fuel. The greatest cost is just the cost of the fuel itself. So even a fuel-efficient vehicle, that owner still realizes a significant savings by having a fuel-efficient vehicle. So if you're looking at a pickup owner on the far left, a pickup owner is going to pay over $2,600 a year just for the cost of the fuel alone, and then another $500 or so in combined federal and state fuel taxes. A sedan owner is going to pay about $1,900 in the cost of the fuel and $376 in fuel taxes. A hybrid owner is going to pay about $780 in fuel plus another $170 in taxes. And for electricity, since electricity is cheaper than gasoline or diesel, we figure it's going to pay about $475 for the cost of their quote fuel, their electricity, and then the $120 flat fee on top of that. We see at our government buildings people with electric vehicles that come over in the evening, plug in their cars to the infrastructure we have in our parking lot and charge their vehicles for free. So if you're clever and smart, you can figure out how to fuel up your car without any cost for the electricity at all. So some of the RUC elements that we're incorporating into Utah's initial RUC program. We're looking at the technology, we're looking at data privacy, vehicle types, how it's going to integrate and interoperability. I did want to mention, I won't go over this because there's so much information in this slide, but I will point out for the privacy. Privacy is protected in a number of ways. Joining the RUC program in Utah is completely optional. Anyone who's uncomfortable with it doesn't have to enroll in the RUC program. They can just pay the flat fee. The raw location data is never shared with the state. With the government, we will never get it. It always goes to our commercial account manager. All the data is anonymized, it's aggregated before it's released to the state. And the user, when they enroll, they fill out an agreement with the commercial account manager, and they clearly describe what privacy options they want to use and what they're comfortable sharing. So Utah's initial road usage charge system is only open to electric, plug-in hybrid, and gas hybrid vehicles. For Utah, we felt a key element was to provide users with a choice. So the legislature mandated the payment for the flat fee for EVs and hybrids that's paid in lieu of the fuel tax. At the same time, they gave those vehicle owners the option to either pay the flat fee or enroll in a road usage charge. So providing an option was a very major policy point for our legislators. We set the fee at 1.5 cents per mile. The intent was to provide roughly revenue neutral point. So under this fee structure, if you tend to drive less, you can pay less than you would with a flat fee. We didn't want to disincentivize people to join the program. We incorporated a provision that will cap the total fee that they will pay in the road usage charge, so it will never exceed the flat fee that they would have paid if they had enrolled to just pay the flat fee. This is roughly how the system works. It doesn't cover everything, but generally, if you look at number one, the in-vehicle mileage counter transmits miles to the private sector account manager. Mileage fees are deducted from a prepaid wallet managed by that commercial account manager. Funds are automatically added to the account when the wallet gets low. The commercial account manager tells the state, the the total number of miles that an individual participant may drive, and the total amount of money that's collected, that is sent to the state. And so we contract with a commercial account manager. They're essentially the face between us and the customer. Of course, if they ever had a dispute, they would be able to talk directly with the government employee. This is where we are now. The program went live. It's not a pilot program. It's not a demonstration program. It's a permanent live program for just these alternate fuel vehicles. We have just over 3,000 people currently enrolled. Most of those are gas hybrids, 1,600, plug-in hybrids, 345, electric, just over 1,000. If you look at the bottom, we broke it out between those that are using the mileage reporting options, those with telematics, just a couple hundred. Overwhelmingly, most of them have the OBD2 devices. So this is just a picture of the OBD2 device. Virtually every modern car has it. When you go in to have repairs or some kind of diagnostics made to your car, it's just an onboard computer that monitors emissions, mileage, speed, other data about your car. You plug in the OBD2 port, and that is reporting the mileage. For other vehicles, it would be the telematics. So telematics is just another method of monitoring the vehicle through the onboard computer. It doesn't require an external device. It's built by the manufacturer into the vehicle itself. It combines GPS system with onboard diagnostics. Examples would be the GM OnStar system or telematics that are built into the Teslas today. So the future system elements that we need to look at, we still have a lot of elements that we need to consider. The vehicle types, interoperability, the technology. Some of the issues we've been looking about with the technology in the legislature are what policy options would be available for policymakers if they wanted to expand a road usage charge program further in the state. Would they want to consider elements such as, do you have a different rate depending on the type of road that you're driving on? So if you're living in a rural area and you're driving on small rural 2-lane roads, would you pay the same rate as somebody living in an urbanized area driving on a 10 or 12-lane freeway? Would you pay the same rate if you were driving on a paved road versus a dirt road? Or do you pay it all if you're driving on private land and private roads? So if you're a rancher, you're driving on your ranch land. Right now, you're paying the state tax to drive on your personal property. But if you had a road usage charge with these kind of elements involved, you wouldn't pay the tax at all to be on your private land. You would only pay it when you're actually on the public road. So what are the next steps? In the 2020 session, the legislature adopted a bill that directed us to come up with a plan to enroll all Utah registered vehicles in the program by December 2031. We'll do annual status reports to the legislature. Our intent is to identify different policy options that could be available to legislators, to identify the different technology hurdles, the administrative hurdles that would have to be overcome in order for us to achieve that goal. And then policymakers can decide where they want to go. Do they want to keep the program small, or do they want to try to figure out how to expand it beyond the vehicles that are currently eligible? And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I see that Chairwoman Monroe Moreno is back and has her technology back on. So I think
you can go ahead because I missed the majority of this presentation. So you go ahead and finish this one. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, so I appreciate that presentation. Very interesting model. Has a lot of optionality, it looks like, in future technology that it'll be dealing with. Is there anyone else that, anyone on the committee that has any questions for Director Hull? Well, Director Hull, it's getting late in the day, so that usually means that folks start running out of questions. Plus, a couple of us, many of us on this call have heard your presentation before, so we appreciate that. And so I just wanted to clarify one thing. So you currently have, it's completely voluntary, and you currently have 3,000 folks participating?
Correct. We have 3,000 enrolled, right.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Good to hear from you once again. And that takes us to our next agenda item, which is the Nevada Department of Transportation and the state transportation system and current and future funding needs for maintaining public roads and highways in Nevada.
Good afternoon. I am Christina Swallow, the director. Sorry, let me get this going. The director of the Nevada Department of Transportation. I'd like to first thank the Legislative Committee on Energy for giving NDOT the opportunity to take part in these important discussions on the future of transportation funding in Nevada. Specifically, I'd like to thank the chair and vice chair of the SCR3 Transportation Funding Committee, Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno and Senator Chris Brooks, for convening a robust and inclusive process that has brought together a broad cross-section of stakeholders from the transportation and environmental sectors to provide their unique perspectives on the path forward for sustainable transportation funding. I'd also like to thank the RTCs of Washoe and Southern Nevada, whose thoughtful analysis of potential solutions was very helpful in developing a better understanding of this issue, and I look forward to working closely with them as we explore the next steps. I'm here today to provide a presentation on current and future funding needs for maintaining public roads and highways in Nevada, as well as communicate recommendations from NDOT, the Governor's Office of Energy, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and the Department of Motor Vehicles that will put us on a path to finding long-term funding solution to our state transportation system that is both fiscally sound and respectful of our state's critical clean energy goals. While each of our state agencies has its own priorities, it is incumbent on all of us to think creatively and work collaboratively towards a holistic funding solution that addresses all of the goals of SCR3, which includes promoting the benefits of electric vehicle use and reducing transportation-related pollution, as well as user and demographic equity. So as I mentioned, I'd like to start with funding, how we receive our funding. As you can see, this is a summary of our state fiscal year 2019 funding. We have yet to fully close out fiscal 20, so it's the 19 data. As you can see, state user revenue equates to just over half of our total revenue. But if you break that out, it's just over 50% of that revenue is actually fuel taxes. So roughly 300 million of the state user revenue is state fuel taxes. If you add in the federal aid, which is closely linked but not directly linked to fuel taxes, then we're looking at about 50% of our total funding source is fuel taxes.
Director, before you go any further, do you have a PowerPoint that you're going to be sharing with us?
Do you not see it?
No, I had some
sorry. I thought I didn't. I'm sorry.
Not seen it.
No, you're right.
Okay.
You're completely right. I had thought I shared it, but I didn't. So thank you so much for stopping me.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to just go back to this slide real quick, showing the state user revenue at just over 50%. And in the graph on the right, you can see that just over 50% of that state user revenue is actually fuel taxes. If you add in the federal aid, overall our funding is roughly 50% fuel taxes if you include state and federal gas tax. All right, so how do we spend, how is this $1.2 billion annually dispersed? Roughly 929 in fiscal year 20 or 19 was spent by NDOT. That includes 112 million of bond proceeds that were received in fiscal year 2018. And on an annual basis, revenue allocated to the department is typically closer to 800 million. But you can see the revenue also goes to DMV, it goes to DPS, and there's a few other much smaller groups, bond payments, Smart 21, DMV bond payments, Transportation Authority. That's what the other disbursements are. All right. So on how does NDOT spend our revenue? Over the period 2009 to 2019, roughly 78% of our expenditures went to construction and engineering. That's the green at the top of each of the bars. 16% went towards maintenance, operations, and equipment. A lot of this is what we do to just make sure our roads stay open when we have major weather events, when we have earthquakes. This year we had a landslide as well. So this is really how we make sure that the roads stay open after a crash, et cetera. And then 6%, the bottom part of each of those bars, is towards administrative and support services. And you can see that it fluctuates from year to year. And a lot of that is based on the projects and their payment curves. We have to obligate our projects with federal funding often, and we have to tell them we have all the money available, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to spend it all in the year we obligate, as many of our projects are multi-year projects. So now I want to get into some of the aspects that we're considering and how they impact our system. As you can see, this graph shows lane mile growth since 2008. It shows the lane mile growth for all roads in the state of Nevada. So not just Nevada, and not just NDOT maintained roads, but also the local agencies, the counties and the cities' roads. So since 2008, they've grown from 72,000 miles to over 102,000 miles. That represents a 42% increase in lane miles in just 10 years. NDOT controls just over 14,000 of those lane miles, and we've added more than 800 miles since 2011, a 6% increase. We know that every lane mile comes with a maintenance liability of approximately $20,000 per year. We don't spend that $20,000 per year on every road annually, but it's just like an oil change or a re-roof of your house. You have to collect that asset and have that asset available so that when we do need to make that investment, we have it. That 800 miles per year that we've acquired since 2011 represents a $16 million additional annual maintenance liability. And with that lane mile growth is important because if revenue was frozen at 2008 levels, the amount of lane mile growth alone would reduce the effectiveness of our revenue by almost 30%. So if we'd had $1 for every lane mile in 2008, today we would only have 70 cents. Another piece of the transportation system that we are monitoring closely is the increase in vehicle miles traveled on our network. From 2008 to 2018, vehicles mile traveled increased by about 30%, and our projections indicate that over the next 10 years, it will go up by another 30%. This is indicative of many factors, including population growth, growth of the road system, performance of the system, and the economy. But this growth puts an increased burden on our already challenged infrastructure system and funding. And you might think that the VMT growth would be predominantly representative of population growth. But as you can see on this chart, while it is related, we're actually showing more than a 14% increase in the numbers of miles traveled by the average citizen in the last 10 years. So not only do we have more people in the state, but the amount of miles being driven per capita is also increasing. This is in part caused by urban and suburban sprawl in Nevada. And unless development patterns change, VMT per capita will likely continue to increase, and we need to plan for that. So this chart depicts VMT versus highway fund revenue. And the importance of showing this is that you would think as people continue to drive more that our revenue would also increase. But unfortunately, due to increase in fuel efficiency of vehicles, it does increase, but it's actually lagging that additional travel. So you can see on the top, the orange line is the amount of change in VMT. And you can see that if you look at the blue line below, that's the amount of increase in highway fund revenue. The initial dip is due to the Great Recession that we experienced earlier in the 2000s. And you can see that it starts to increase with, on the far right, the implementation of the GST tax in SB 429 in 2016. So, and if you look at the dotted lines, you can see the trends, and the orange trend line is still outpacing the blue. So our VMT is continuing to outpace our revenue growth. On top of this is construction inflation. This chart depicts highway fund revenue versus construction cost inflation. The orange line on top is construction inflation. The blue and gray line on the bottom, again, is our revenue. And you can see that construction inflation is continuing to outpace. In fact, the construction costs have increased by 93% since 2003, while highway fund revenue has only increased by 35% in that same time frame. In the state, our fuel tax of 17.65 cents and the federal fuel tax of 18.4 cents have not been increased since the early 90s. So if we combine all of this together, you can see how they all index against each other. The top line, the top dark blue line, is the amount of lane mile growth that we've experienced since 2008. The second line from the top, the green line, is the amount of growth in our BMT. The third line down, the light blue, is the amount of growth in our population. And then at the bottom, you can see the amount of growth in the highway fund less the GST. But the highway fund is simply not keeping up with the changes in our economy, the changes in our fuel economy, and we need to do something to address it. And so I thank the committee for bringing this up and having the robust conversations we've had so far. I do want to touch briefly on our actual transportation system, the NDOT maintained system. I mentioned we have roughly 14,000 lane miles that we maintain. And historically, we've had a goal, that's the top blue line on there, of 95% of our roads are in fair or better condition. And you can see today in 2020, roughly 72% of our roads are in fair or better condition. Additionally, historically, we were investing around $105 million annually in preservation in an attempt to keep our more critical facilities in fair or better condition. And at that investment rate, by 2030, our system would have degraded from 72% in fair or better condition to only 50% in fair or better condition. Now, I have good news that we looked at this and we worked with our transportation board and we adjusted our goal. We did bring it down from 95%, but we looked at it and said, we need to at least maintain the system in the condition that it is. And in order to do that, we need to increase our investment in maintenance. And so each year, starting with the federal fiscal year 21, and we've already approved our annual work program for that year, we are going to present to our transportation board a funding program that includes at least $200 million investment in maintenance and preservation so that we can maintain the condition of the roads today. While I would love to have 95% of our roads in fair or better condition, that's simply not realistic given our current resources. So we're going to maintain the system where it is. And I should note, in case you're concerned, that it's not 72% broadly across the state. There are higher levels of investment required on our higher volume roads, for instance, our interstates and our state highway routes. So I-80, I-15, US 95, US 93, those corridors require higher levels of investment, and we actually do need to maintain them at a higher level of preservation. So it's only the very rural, low volume roads that are at a lower level. Now, what does that mean, fair or better condition? On the left on this slide, you can see a road that's in very good condition. Whenever we get done with a project, that's what you experience. I know as a driver, I love driving on roads that are in very good condition. They're quiet, they're smooth, they're great. On the right, you can see a road that's in fair condition. And there is some damage to it, and cars that driving over it will experience a different ride quality. And this exhibit shows what a road in poor condition looks like. So again, looking at what our system looks like in 2019, that was the state on the left, the state of our preservation. Very good roads are dark green, all the way down to dark red, which are very poor. The 2028 projection is what we projected prior to adjusting our goals and our funding level. And so I'm hopeful that we will not get there because we've actually gotten approval from our state board to maintain the system in the condition it is. Now that will require every year for us to revisit that with the board when we bring them our project project program for approval annually, that they continue to fund it at least $200 million a year in order to maintain the system in its current condition. I should note, because this might sound super dire, that our bridges currently rank as the best in the nation, and our transportation system has been ranked second overall due to relatively high transit use and road quality. And in fact, this past weekend, I read an article from USA Today using USDOT info that rated Nevada as having the best infrastructure of any state, despite the fact that we spend less per driver than all but 4 other states. So our roads are relatively good, but we have to continue to invest in them, and we do have to maintain at least that $200 million annual investment in order to keep them in the condition they are. But it's not just about maintaining our roads. As I mentioned, and as we all know, our population continues to grow. And as our population grows, we have new construction needs throughout the state. This slide depicts some of those, and some of these have been programmed into our 5-year plan. Some of them are further out from our 5-year plan. Over $10 billion worth of needs to accommodate the growth of our communities throughout the state. We're not going to be able to build our way out of congestion, and that's not what these projects are. These projects are mostly access and safety projects, and we're also working on trying to find ways that we can operate the system ever more efficiently and really try to minimize the number of crashes we have and improve the expectation of drivers when they get on the road. So they know when I get on the road every single day, it's going to take me 20 minutes to go from my house to work. It's going to take me 5 minutes to go from my house to the grocery store. So they know and can expect what the system will be like when they access our system. I previously mentioned that 14,000 of those 100,000 lane miles are NDOTs, but I failed to mention that 50% of the traffic statewide uses our network. And that's why it's so critical that we make sure that we address the challenges with the network and make sure that we are keeping our roads in a drivable condition so that they are safe for everyone. Now, some of our other needs that aren't included on those project lists include safety, system operations. We don't often talk about the fact that we need to maintain maintenance stations throughout the whole state that have salt and sand so we can clear them during storm events, that can rapidly respond for earthquakes as they did earlier this year. So we have maintenance stations throughout the whole state that have environmental regulations they need to comply to. We have employees throughout the state that we need to make sure they have the equipment they need. And of course, as I mentioned, we need to be thinking about system operations, how freight gets across the state, active transportation. In our couple of the previous presentations, we've talked a little bit about equity and how do we provide equity for all members of our community. And it's not just the active transportation piece, it's also the transit piece, making sure that folks have a choice and that they don't have to have a car to get where they're going. If you look at all of our needs, we anticipate an annual unfunded need of $505 million or $530 million if you include the rural transit needs. Noting that Nevada NDOT helps support rural transit, but does not engage with the provision of urban transit. So any solution to the long-term funding of our highway fund is inextricably linked to our state's overarching goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector. As Administrator Lovato mentioned, our greenhouse gas emissions are increasingly a larger share of the statewide greenhouse gas emissions. And these are part of the solution. However, we also have to think about if 50% of our revenue source is linked to fuel tax, we have to think about how to partner our solutions so that we can continue to maintain an effective transportation system while we achieve those goals. So as prescribed in Senate Bill 254, NDOT is developing a greenhouse gas reduction strategic plan to reduce emissions from the agency's operation in an effort to help meet the state's ambitious greenhouse gas goals. Some of our internal goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from our daily operations wherever we can. What we're going to do, we're going to own it. Also looking at how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our funded programs. And then finally, we can't do this alone. And so we recognize that we will need to collaborate with federal, state, and local agencies, as well as other stakeholders, to advance other greenhouse gas reduction strategies. Under Governor Sisolak's executive order from November 2019, we've also been tasked to work alongside Governor's Office of Energy, DCNR, and the DMV towards the greenhouse gas goals, and specifically in the transportation sector. A critical element of these, as I've mentioned, includes increasing adoption of fuel-efficient and alternative fuel vehicles, which also creates new economic opportunities and improved benefits for Nevadans with a reduction of harmful emissions. But other strategies, such as reducing driving by encouraging telecommuting, shifting driving to other modes such as biking, walking, and transit, can also help achieve these goals and have been shown to have greater short-term impact than electrification of the system. A good example of this is the air quality improvement we saw at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, when everybody or a significant amount of our population shifted to telecommuting and travel dropped dramatically. We're going to continue to encourage alternative means of transportation as the economy and job market continue to recover in this pandemic. But as I've mentioned, we can't talk about electrification without recognizing the impact on our largest funding source. Roughly 50% of the total is fuel taxes, which is why we must all work together to find a common sense solution that simultaneously protects our environment while sustaining funding for transportation projects for years to come. As part of the SCR3 working group, we looked at 4 models that attempted to tackle the primary issue at hand, transportation funding, and they're listed here, and we heard summaries of 2 of those today. We'd like to thank RTC Southern Nevada and their financial advisors for providing a helpful assessment of the models. We are also participants in the Road Usage Charge RUC West Coalition, where many states are studying the various opportunities and challenges associated with VMT fees and their implementation as a means to fix our long-term funding issue. There's a lot of data indicating that replacing the fuel tax system with a VMT fee, similar to 3 of the models explored, could result in significant improvements in user equity and also help to address the environmental challenges with the system. Perhaps more challenging and not as connected to the system are proposals to increase other existing user fees or possibly add a fee for EVs. There are a lot of factors to balance here between emissions, funding, equity and taxation, social equity, transit needs, sustainability, and safety. While each of these plans provide valuable insights and include both advantages and disadvantages when applied in Nevada, we believe it is premature to select a single plan from these proposals or other options at this time. At this point, we suggest that we should continue this discussion. We believe that we should focus our collective efforts on bringing together and educating individuals, communities, and organizations from across our state to ensure that the scope of the challenge is well understood and that whatever solution we pursue has been properly analyzed, vetted, shared with, and ultimately supported by the community. We should more actively coordinate with environmental groups, local and regional agencies, taxation experts, tech experts in terms of how easy or not easy it will be to implement, cost of the system, and additional stakeholders to ensure a more comprehensive response to this issue. The allotment of more time would also give us an opportunity to gather more data, and as more information becomes available, we can then work in collaboration toward a holistic approach for the future. After concerted discussions with our other state agencies at the table, again, that's DCNR, Governor's Office of Energy, and DMV, we've collectively decided that similar to the direction of the Utah Legislature to the Utah DOT, but without a predetermined solution, NDOT should be tasked with coordinating an expanded effort with key stakeholders, including but not limited to representatives of the Senate and Assembly, the metropolitan planning organizations, environmental and clean energy groups, taxation experts, and local, county, state, and federal agencies to develop and recommend a new transportation funding model to the governor and legislature in advance of the 2025 legislative session. I know that's a long ways out. So prior to that, we should immediately begin the task of collecting and monitoring data, conducting public education outreach and surveys, developing preliminary plans, and providing regular reports to the legislature in anticipation of the 2023 session to facilitate the continued discussion of achieving our collective transportation and climate-related goals. Ultimately, the long-term solution should, to the greatest extent possible, address the needs of all transportation mode users, including bicyclists, pedestrians, and transit users, as well as promote social and user equity, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and establish sustainability of the fund. This may mean, which is part of the reason for the delay in the process, a multifaceted solution that addresses primary users while identifying alternate funding options to address land use, transit, and other effective strategies. Our starting points may be different, but all who are invested in this effort should have their voices heard. We believe teaming up will lead us to a unified voice that speaks for as many Nevadans as possible. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide input on this important topic, and I look forward to continuing to work with the committee and all our stakeholders as we continue to pursue a sustainable transportation funding system for our state. And with that, I'll stop my share and answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for the 5-year list of priorities that we have. That's a great addition to the conversations we've been having during this interim. Members, do you have any questions for the director? Okay, it looks like you're going to really get off easy. It's been a very long day. People are probably ready to kill me right now. But thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for your patience to hang out with us this long.
And if there's any, Christina Swallow for the record, if there are any questions lingering after this, I'm always happy to answer any. So please do not hesitate to reach out to me and our team, and we're happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I just have one question.
Go ahead, Senator Brooks.
Based on this time frame that you've laid out here, and I believe 5 years is probably too long, but I do believe we do need some more time to discuss things. We still are faced with the issue of transportation and its entirety being part of the conversation. We're faced with a constitutional hurdle in that right now any highway funds can only be spent basically on asphalt and concrete. And you've identified very eloquently how we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled, and the best economic outcomes for Nevadans, especially Nevadans who are that can afford it the least, are to really expand public transit and mass transit, and that's the best outcomes economically for Nevadans, low-income Nevadans specifically. It's the best outcome for carbon reduction, and it's really what the greatest civilizations in the world have embraced and tackled and done well. We are not able to do that under our current constitutional framework. So within this 5-year plan, or hopefully even shorter, are you anticipating that there would have to be a constitutional change to make that happen?
Senator Brooks, Christina Swallow for the record. That is a really good question, and a constitutional amendment may be one path towards that. One of the things that we would be working on during that first time frame, those first 2 years, would be looking to identify alternate means of funding transit that may not require a constitutional amendment. In Nevada, we are primarily funded through user fees, whether it's a fuel tax, a driver's license fee, a registration fee. That is not the case across the nation. And so there may be a different way to identify revenue to help fund transit. There may also be other steps that we can recommend and discuss that might help limit the commute distance and create other options. So the thought is that during the first 2 years, we would start to identify what the suite of options are, which could be a constitutional amendment, it could be a new funding source, and then narrow it down during the second 2 years to develop stakeholder support for 1, 2, maybe 3 options to address the overall transportation funding challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Senator Brooks. I'm seeing no others.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. All right. Well, team, that brings us up to our last presentation for the day, and we will get an update from the Regional Transportation Commissions, both in Southern Nevada and Washoe County. So I won't go through the long introductions. We'll just get it started, and we'll have Southern Nevada start first, and then Washoe County. Welcome. Thank you for your
patience. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. And MJ Maynard, RTC, for the record. In consideration of everyone's time, I'm going to skip through some slides, if that's okay. I'm sure that's probably going to make everybody kind of happy. And just concentrate today on speaking to you about our budget challenges pre-COVID, post-COVID, and also talk to you about, of course, our recommendation for a long-term transportation funding solution. So I will go through some of these slides quickly again, just in consideration of your time.
Completely understand. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm gonna skip this. This is who we are. We're very unique and very busy. And I do want to say that if there's anything that I skip over and you'd like more information about it, please feel free to reach out to me directly, and I will update you. Okay. So as everyone knows, I think roadways in Southern Nevada are funded by a combination of fuel tax, sales tax, and federal funds. You know, in 2013, we met with many of you on this call to talk about our funding challenges at that time. We discussed specifically if we did not index fuel tax to inflation, we would have a very difficult time even just maintaining our current roadway network. And so certainly thanks to the leadership of the legislature and the Clark County Commission, Southern Nevada was able to index fuel tax to inflation from 2014 through 2016. In 2016, we asked the voters of Southern Nevada if they wanted, that by way of a ballot question, if they would like to continue indexing fuel tax to inflation, and it was an overwhelming yes. So again, thank you to everyone on the call that helped us pass FRI. When fuel revenue indexing and a potential ballot measure were initially discussed, the RTC, working with the local jurisdictions, we identified at that time $4.8 billion worth of unfunded projects here in Southern Nevada. Again, thanks to the successful passage of the ballot question, we now have funding to maintain, build, and even grow our roadway network. But in 2026, the indexing will discontinue, and we still know that there are a significant number of projects that do not have an identifiable funding source. And so today, we're currently working with the local jurisdictions to update that unfunded project list. But based on the numbers from the list from 2016, as you can see here on the slide, there are approximately $2.8 billion in roadway projects that we still need to identify funding sources for. Unfortunately, our roadway funding program has been significantly impacted by this pandemic. For fiscal 21, in our motor vehicle fuel tax revenues, we were anticipating $75.9 million in revenues this fiscal year, and $118.2 million in fuel revenue indexing, fuel tax revenue. And because of COVID-19, we've seen a shortfall. Motor vehicle fuel tax is decreased to $59.3 million for a shortfall of $16.6 million. In our fuel revenue indexing program, it is decreased to $93.4 million for a shortfall of $24.8 million. So combined this year for fiscal 21, we've seen a reduction in revenues coming in of about $41.4 million. It's important to understand, though, even with this pandemic, again, thanks to FRI, we do have a healthy cash balance, and projects that are currently underway will not be impacted. As an FYI, there are currently more than 240 projects in different stages of construction throughout Southern Nevada. The RTC is working with local jurisdictions to program more than $2.1 billion in roadway projects over the next 10 years. We just did that recently with updated our capital improvement plan. And of course, we are also the public transit provider. And I think it's interesting to note, at least pre-pandemic, we were recently ranked the 12th busiest bus mode-only system in the United States. So we carry a lot of folks. So prior to COVID-19, and I think we also presented this to this committee a few months ago, in our transit fund, we were facing a deficit pre-COVID. Our previous deficit, so pre-COVID, if you see it in the blue, the bars in the blue, we anticipated having a $6 million deficit in fiscal 20, a $20 million deficit in fiscal 21, and a $14 million deficit in fiscal 22. But because, our two main funding sources, sales tax and passenger fares, have seen a severe declines because of COVID-19, it's greatly impacted our deficit. And as you can see here in the pink or red, depending on what color you see here, the deficit has increased. So fiscal 20, it increased to $35 million deficit. In 21, a $79 million deficit, and in fiscal 22, a $37 million deficit. We had to start internally, right? I mean, we had to make sure that as we're looking at this deficit, how do we manage to it? We had to make sure that we as an agency were as efficient as possible. And so we made, for this fiscal year, 21, we made $40 million in internal cuts. We did that by eliminating and postponing capital projects. We eliminated and suspended and cut contracts. We implemented a hiring freeze. We cut management staff pay. It was very difficult, but we had to lay off and furlough almost 15% of our total workforce. And unfortunately, we are proposing a significant reduction to our current transit system that would take place by the end of this calendar year. Thanks to the CARES Act, and I'll tell you, it came in the nick of time. The CARES Act through the federal government, we will receive $112 million in federal funds, which will help to address this deficit through fiscal 22. Unfortunately, after fiscal 22, the situation does not improve and continues to remain dire. So the CARES Act is a temporary funding solution. We believe that there will likely be no more funding by the federal government to help us address our deficit, as you can see here on the slide, out through fiscal 26. But it's important to note that, however, in addition to the structural deficit, we also know that in our community, we are not providing the transportation that we know people need. We've been hearing from folks for the last several years that there are areas of the valley that are literally transit deserts. We know that portions of the south, southwest, and northwest areas of town do not have transit service or enough transit service. And we've heard from both businesses and customers alike that they would like more transit, and that's something that we're not going to be able to do at this point. There are over 176,000 persons in the Las Vegas Valley and households without access to a vehicle, and many that live in these areas that are unserved by transit fall within or below the poverty line. We also know that these persons do not have access to any jobs available that are beyond the reach of the transit system. If funding were available, certainly the expansion, and let me put that here, this would be the cost if we had the ability to meet the needs of our community and provide transit where we know there is no transit right now. That would be the cost you see there in red. So these, anyway, excuse me, the expansion of RTC's transit system, if the funding were available, of course, it would provide transit within a half mile of over 17,000 seniors, and it would allow us to expand the paratransit service area as a significant portion of the valley, those folks are effectively off limits to paratransit service. The additional resources needed to expand transit service and meet the immediate needs of our community only compounds our structural deficit as shown here on the slide. So the total cost to maintain our existing service, as well as add the much needed transit, is approximately $250 million per year over the next 5 years. It's important to note that our current projections may change, of course, due to changes in sales tax, due to changes in the federal grants that we receive, and the timing of our capital expenditures. As an agency, we're going to continue to manage to this deficit, but unfortunately that may include additional transit service cuts and delays to our capital program. This unfortunately will hurt the folks that rely on us the most, that need us the most to get around. And I'm going to skip, as I think you all know, we're working on a long-term transportation plan as the Metropolitan Planning Organization Our job is not only to be concerned about transportation now, but also transportation well into the future. And I will send more information about our sustainability initiatives if anyone's interested, but I did want to share that we are exploring the opportunity to utilize renewable natural gas to fuel our bus fleet. Through Southwest Gas, we submitted a renewable natural gas application to the PUC on August 14th. So more information coming on that initiative. And now that we've covered our roadway and transit projects, let's discuss the SCR3 recommendation. The RTC was asked to make a recommendation on which model would best support the committee's goals. And I do want to also echo Director Swallow's comments that we appreciate the collaboration with NDOT and with RTC Washoe as we have been involved in looking at all 4 proposed models. You know, we understand that due to the pandemic and current economy, it may not be the ideal time to implement any new funding program. However, if the committee were to implement a program, something to consider is a phased approach to whatever model the committee decides on, which will permit testing and the collection of data. First, for the purpose of the recommendation, we evaluated the committee's goals, and those goals include studying the benefits of electric vehicles, addressing transportation pollution in Nevada, evaluating Nevada's roadway funding needs, ensuring equitable funding of roadways outside of motor vehicle fuel tax, and reviewing other matters relevant to the funding of Nevada's transportation system. Next, as part of the evaluation of the models, the RTC engaged with Hobbs, Ong, and Associates to review and evaluate the 4 models presented to the committee. Now, it's important to note that none of these models are able to currently address mass transit funding challenges. And this is due to the restrictions in Article 9, Section 5 of the Nevada Constitution that states the use of fees and motor vehicle fuel tax proceeds must be used on roadways similar to what Vice Chair Brooks just spoke to. Again, transportation is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases, and public transit is certainly a key component. And the committee's goal is to reduce vehicle miles traveled and improve air quality. Without accounting for transit, any proposed solution is incomplete. And last, based on the committee's goals and Hobbs, Ong, and Associates evaluation, the RTC believes of the 4 proposed models, the Utah Road Usage Charge, or RUC model, is best suited to meet the committee's goals. A model similar to Utah would address equity issues by having alternative fuel vehicles contribute to the roadway funding while still collecting revenue from gasoline and diesel-powered vehicles through FRI and motor vehicle fuel tax. The Utah RUC model also poses the least threat for disruption. We believe that piloting a model in Nevada similar to the Utah RUC model in a phased approach will meet the goals outlined by the committee and provide maximum flexibility to test a funding model while also being able to study current and future transportation funding needs. Of all models, this model has already been successfully tested and does not affect current fuel taxes. The pilot will also empower state and local agencies to use the data and findings from the pilot to cultivate a long-term funding solution. Although this is what we found, we're eager to collaborate and support the committee's leadership in your direction to implement legislation that will carry the committee's goals regardless of the approach. And in conclusion, as the metropolitan planning organizations, both RTC of Southern Nevada and RTC Washoe, we are key stakeholders. We think it's critical that we work alongside any state agency designated to implement or manage the program selected by the committee. Thank you for having me present to you today. We are looking forward to working with you on any policies that can advance Southern Nevada's current and future mobility needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Members, any questions for Southern Nevada RTC? Senator Brooks?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, this is the second time I've heard about the Hobbs-Ong financial analysis. Is that something that you can share so that we know what you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Vice Chairman, I thought we had shared with you. If not, I'll make sure you get that right away.
Yeah, and it's very possible you did, and I just don't have it,
Okay.
but I appreciate
Okay.
that. And looking at the Utah model, it's been several years in the making, and they have 3,000 people voluntarily signed up. A success, I would not call that, but I think it's got some very unique and interesting and complicated and complex aspects to it. But I just would be really curious to see why that is something that the RTC thinks makes sense.
Thank you.
If you'll send the Hobbs Long financial analysis to our policy analyst, and she can get it to all of the committee members, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I am not seeing any other hands raised with questions. So thank you for being patient and staying with us so long, and we'll move up north to RTC.
All right, Madam Chair, having a little challenge here.
So this is Jen with Broadcast.
That has been my day.
In your PowerPoint, if you hit F5 from there or function F5, that should get you to full screen.
Up.
There you go. Sounds good.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Madam Chairman, or Chairwoman, and members of the committee. My name is Bill Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of the RTC of Washoe County. We're one of the 4 U.S. Department of Transportation designated metropolitan planning organizations in Nevada. I know I'm the last up to bat today, and out of respect for your patience and the stamina you have to have lasted all day, I, much like MJ, am going to kind of cut to the chase and abbreviate my presentation. We, as an agency, are very thankful for being included in this conversation. As you can imagine, anytime there's a conversation about fuel tax, it draws our interest and our concern. So we've been participating very actively, and this reflects our priorities. We are very supportive, which I will talk about in a few minutes in the slides, of anything we can do to transition to low or no carbon emission vehicles. You'll see, in fact, in our organization, we've done that very aggressively. But most importantly, we really are concerned about maintaining and increasing funding for our transportation system that includes not only transit, but also our roadway construction and our roadway maintenance. Whatever we do in terms of looking at new funding, we think it's important that it be done in a very systematic, very thoughtful way so that we don't go backwards in terms of our funding needs while we try to address a new issue that's arisen. Most particularly, and this is consistent with what Director Swallow said, is we need to ensure that whatever we do is tested, vetted, and substantiated before we put it in place. And to that end, we're very supportive of her suggestion on working collectively to come up with the answers to many of the questions that have been raised today. We also looked at the 4 options that were presented, and it was our conclusion that the Utah model, given the choice between the 4, was the one that most accurately reflected, I think, what our needs would be moving forward. Perhaps most importantly, in terms of considering Washoe County, is we're the first in the state to have an index fuel tax. And unlike Southern Nevada, our fuel tax does not expire, our index fuel tax. We actually, through the wisdom of the legislature, got 2 approvals to index our fuel tax. And probably most importantly, the voters of our community voted to fund their transportation system with an index fuel tax. And you can see here specifically what their choices were in terms of how the money was to be spent. So I think it would suffice to say that from our end, this index fuel tax has been a great godsend to be able to meet some of our needs. Now, while it doesn't meet all of our needs, we're very nervous about anything that would upset our ability to meet the needs for growth of our system as well as maintenance by meddling with or changing the index fuel tax in Washoe County. I did want to point out a couple things related to the original conversation that we got involved in, which was how do we move towards a fair yet changing fleet structure as far as electric vehicles. And you can see here in Washoe County that as of about 2016, maybe between 2016 and 17, we've seen exponential growth in terms of the number of electric vehicles that are registered in Washoe County. And we hope that this continues and grows exponentially as we move forward. However, we also have to recognize the challenge we're facing, which is if you look at this graphic, you can see that electric vehicles make up less than 1% of the fleet. So we have an uphill battle because 92% of the vehicles in our county, which exceeds, I think, the 60% that Administrator Lovato was talking about in some other communities, are using either gasoline or diesel. So we have a challenge in front of us. We want to work very closely with the legislature to move forward and incentivize electric vehicles. But I think we also need to understand that we have a significant number of people that use gasoline and diesel, and whatever we decide to do, it's going to affect them. More pointedly is this chart, which shows the ownership of vehicles based on income. And if you look at this, the numbers I saw most recently is the median income in our state is about $57,000. Now that's a little bit outdated. I think it was 2018, but it gives you a sense that about half of the population is represented in these blue bars. In other words, half of the people have cars that are much older than 2010. And if you'll recall, and I think we've talked about this today, that most of the electric vehicles came in around 2016. So we have this challenge in terms of the fact that many of those who are income constrained have the older vehicles and have the vehicles that run on gasoline and other fuels. So a challenge to us is going to be how do we incentivize and encourage more electrical vehicles while understanding that a major portion of our challenged population doesn't have electric vehicles, and we need to figure out how to help and support them to be able to afford and use electric vehicles. From RTC's standpoint, we provide some very active programs related to carbon reduction. And I won't read all of these, but I'll say that it is a very important part of our role and our function, and our board fully supports our efforts to reduce pollution. We had a conversation, or there was a recent conversation about the transit world and how it affects people moving around and pollution in general. And you can see we do about 7.6 million passengers a year. It's much smaller than Southern Nevada, but it's a significant number of people. And that is a majorly used by people who are challenged in the sense of not having options, as well as people who are essential workers in our community. The one point I would make to you is that these fixed routes, which carry the bulk of our people who use passengers who ride the bus, they're not inexpensive. It costs us about $700,000 on average per route to operate. So that's not one time, that's every year for each route. As far as emissions, we have been an industry leader in terms of using electric buses. In fact, 30% of our fleet is electric, and that reflects about a 600 metric ton reduction in carbon dioxide simply by using those electric buses. I would also point out that 45 of our 55 paratransit fleet vehicles also use CNG, which is an alternative fuel, not petroleum based. So it's very much a part of our nature and our effort to reduce emissions through our public transit system. Another program we have, which has been very well received, is a van pool program. And what this does is we've married up a private provider who then works with us to find private drivers who connect with people who can pool together in terms of their work trip. Been very successful in the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center in terms of moving people from Washoe County into the TRI Center. This particular program has been even more successful at reducing carbon dioxide, with over 6,000 metric tons reduced just last year. However, I would point out that one of the challenges we have is there are no electric vehicles that meet this inventory need. So we're searching for and hoping that in the near future, the electric vehicle industry will be able to help us by providing these vans that are electric and get us to zero emission. Just very briefly, our transit operations, as you can see, are funded primarily by sales tax and to a smaller degree, passenger fares. We do get a piece of funding from the federal government, but without the passenger fares and the sales tax, we really wouldn't be able to provide the service levels we provide now. And much like MJ said, it's a challenge to run these transit systems because their costs increase every year. And constantly we're in a debate about being able to provide more service when really we're challenged to keep from losing the services we have in place right now. Very simply, in terms of unfunded needs, we have about $500 million over the next 20 years in capital costs on roadways. Those are needs that are unfunded with our current funding sources. We also have an additional need of $85 million for capital over the 20-year horizon for transit also. And perhaps more importantly, to meet all the needs, much like MJ showed in her slide, we would need about $5 million a year more in operating revenue to run the transit system that we would like to run. This is a reflection of the last 2 years with the vehicle fuel tax. And the most important point I would say here is it has been relatively flat, but it has been substantial in the sense of the ability for us to meet our need to maintain and build roadways. This is a reflection of what's going on as far as transit ridership. And I would say long-term, what we're seeing is a slow decline in ridership, which is a challenge to us, but it's been made even harder by COVID. As you can see, in April, we dropped down 55% of our ridership. We're moving back up, but we're really concerned about the ability to not only grow our ridership on the buses, but also even get back to where we were before COVID. We've done everything we can that's industry standard to make the buses safe. We've added all the cleaning and the supplies, but we still are challenged with the fact that coming out of the pandemic, people are somewhat nervous about getting on anything that's transit that has multiple people on board. Talking about the COVID situation, I would say that much like RTC Southern Nevada, the CARES Act was able to provide us with funding that allowed us to maintain our system. So it was very significant to get $20.8 million, which is the amount of funding we got from the federal government. And it really let us keep that system in place to provide for the essential rides that many people in our community needed. Even though we were down 55% in ridership, we still were able to move people around who had no other choice. In closing, 2 last slides, this is similar to the first slide and really reiterate the fact that whatever we do in terms of funding for transportation, let's make sure that it's well vetted and we don't go backwards, we go forwards. I think the legislature, I don't have to tell you this, is constantly struggling with finding revenues to meet social needs. Our index fuel tax is doing a very good job while not covering all of our needs and meeting our needs. And we're very nervous about anything that would undo that index fuel tax and the consequences it could have to everybody in our community. And lastly, I wanted to touch on a few of the things that we found in the Utah model that were particularly of interest to us. And I think I would point mostly to the choice part. It's certainly my personal feelings, many years being in the regulatory business, that whenever you give people a choice, there's generally more acceptance. The most difficult thing to do is when you take the individual citizens, the community, and give them no choice, they feel very frustrated. So we do like the choice that's provided in the Utah model. We also like the fact that the Utah model keeps the index fuel tax, which is very critical to us. So hopefully I didn't rush through that too fast, and I am available for questions, but that concludes, Madam Chair, my presentation today.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And would any of the members have any questions for RTC North? Okay, well, it looks like you're really going to get off easy. Not even Senator Brooks has a question or comment for you. So I thank you so much for the presentation. And again, thank you for sticking with us. I know it's been a long day. We appreciate the information. And that to the very last item on our agenda. There may be some people out there in the public that have stuck with us all these hours or took a break and came back. But that brings us up to the last moment of public comment. I will give our IT team just a few minutes to go to the waiting room to see if there's anyone in our waiting room for public comment. It may take 3 or 4 minutes to make that transition.
Hello, Madam Chair. Okay, we have 2 callers. Caller with the last 3 digits of 738. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may now hit *6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Weir. That's spelled Toddwhear. Just wanted to quickly recognize everyone that's on the call. I've been on the call since this morning, and unfortunately I didn't get to speak this morning due to some technical difficulties I was experiencing at the time. So I'm so glad I was able to join you all today and present my idea. It's just a very simple idea, and I'm almost glad that I'm going at the end of the day here, because I know that this is something that you will also remember going home tonight. So I want you to think about this, because it's thinking outside the box, guys. And I want you all to understand that this is my 2 minutes of just trying to present this idea, but I do have a packet that I presented, and I really implore you guys to go through that packet and look at more of what I've written down, and it'll bring more to light of what I'm talking about. Anyways, very quickly, I'm gonna make this quick because I know you guys are all tired. I'm gonna let you go. I wanted to get done with this as well. But thank you, guys are all very dedicated to your jobs, and I thank you very much. Anyways, I was born and raised in Nevada, and I'm the 2nd-generation owner and operator of Storall LLC, and I'm also a board member of the Nevada Self-Storage Association. Like I said before, I'm here to present a very simple idea. Solar panels on self-storage facilities. It just makes sense. This morning, you guys, I received an email from Doug Cannon. You guys might have all as well, President and CEO of Nevada Energy, at 6:34 a.m., apologizing for his company's inability to supply enough power to meet the state's needs last week. I don't know about you guys. This is not acceptable. I'm all about conserving energy, but I have to question Nevada's largest energy monopoly's ability to supply consistent, reliable, and affordable energy. If they are falling short now and they can't even supply our state's needs during the summer, then why are we putting all our eggs in Warren Buffett's basket? Fact, Nevada has instituted a very aggressive RPS of 50% renewable by 2030. This sounds mighty ambitious, even if every Nevadan did their part to get us there. Fact, we have a new Assembly Bill 405, the Renewable Energy Bill of Rights, written to ensure that every resident of Nevada had equal and fair access to renewable energy. Specifically, number 4 in the bill states, each natural person who is a resident of the state has the right to fair credit for any energy exported to the grid. I think that's pretty clear, and I'm here to say that is not the case. Nevadans should be able to spin the meter backwards and generate excess energy. The utilities should be required to buy back the power at a fair rate. What happened last week could have been avoided, and Nevadans could have been benefited from the ability for them to help generate power for themselves and their neighbors. As it stands now, only minimal credit and a reduced bill can be obtained. Negating a power bill or selling energy back is not attainable to most Nevadans. It will take all of us to get to 50% by 2030. All Nevadans should stand a fair chance to benefit and profit from the best natural resource we have in the state, not just a chosen few. To conclude, I implore you to read my presentation if you haven't. Digest this idea of giving Nevadans a chance to contribute, to invest, and believe in renewable energy. Solar on storage is a no-brainer. It can be modeled on any existing rooftops across many industries. Let's be smart about solar development and use the infrastructures we already have in place. Remember, without incentive, there is no investment. And I can tell you from a business owner standpoint, I just put in my first $60,000 solar install this year. And I was very taken back when NV Energy asked me to sign a non-incentive agreement with them. It made it very clear that there was nothing in it for me. So anyways, you guys are the ones that make the difference. You're the legislators, you're the policymakers. You can make a difference. And I really do ask that you just think about this idea because it just makes sense. You know, I learned a lot today about utility scale solar, lithium mining and production in Nevada, battery storage, and so on. But the one thing I took away from almost everything you guys talked about was giving low-income, less than fair people a chance to. And guess what? This will do that. There is so much excess storage rooftop in this state that's just begging for solar panels that could be producing power for thousands upon thousands of homes, and a lot of them on the lower end of the scale of economics. So again, I'm going to leave you with that, guys. I appreciate the time, and if anyone has any questions for me, I would be glad to answer them right now.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it. And thank you for hanging out with us today. Next.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 836. Please slowly spell your first and last name. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now. Caller with the last 3 digits, 836. You may press *6 and please spell your name slowly, your first and last name, and you have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Jessica Ferrato, Jessica, Ferrato, Ferrato. Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Jessica Ferrato, tonight on behalf of Advanced Energy Economy. AEE is a nonprofit trade association comprised of businesses dedicated to making the energy we use secure, clean, and affordable. AEE represents more than 75 companies that span the advanced energy industry and its value chains. Used together, these technologies and services create and maintain an energy system that is reliable, resilient, diverse, and cost-effective, while also improving the availability and quality of customer-facing services. AEE also manages the Advanced Energy Buyers Group, which represents large electricity consumers interested in increasing their purchases of advanced energy to meet clean energy and sustainability goals. AEE would like to thank you for hosting the challenging conversation about Nevada's transportation funding crisis. They would like to state clearly that establishing a higher electric vehicle fee as a mechanism to close the funding deficit does not solve the problem at hand, and conversely undermines the state's other efforts to support the EV market. Since EVs are a very small portion of the market in Nevada today, they can neither be cited as a cause for funding depletion nor as a silver bullet that can provide significant revenues to fill the shortfall. That said, AEE is supportive of EV drivers contributing fairly to infrastructure funding. We recommend that when the market reaches a sufficient level of maturity, we look for market penetration of approximately 10% of vehicle sales. Nevada should calculate an annual contribution for EV drivers that is equivalent to what they would be charged if they paid the state's gas tax using the EPA's miles per gallon equivalent rating. Comments from AEE have been submitted to the official record outlining their position in more detail. Second, I'd like to express AEE's strong support for Nevada's progress on adopting clean car regulations and thank Administrator Lovato for his update to the committee today. These regulations will ultimately spur the creation of hundreds of new infrastructure jobs and millions of new dollars of investment that will help local communities diversify their economies and put residents back to work. It will also keep Nevadans hard-earned dollars in Nevada and expand consumer choice. Lastly, the higher penetration of EVs will bring additional benefits to all ratepayers. Thank you for your time, and I hope AEE and its members can serve as a resource for you and the committee as conversations continue.
Thank you so much for your comments. Is there anyone else in the waiting room for public comment?
Madam Chair, there's no more callers in the line. The public line is open and working, but there's no more callers at this time.
Well, thank you so much for that. Everyone that has been on this meeting with us for hours, and it's almost 6 p.m. I thank you so much for joining us. I know it was a lot of information, but with COVID, we had to put things off. So I appreciate you sticking with us. And we will call this meeting adjourned. Have a great day.